Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 373. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, good to see you today. 373, does that number... Is there something about that number in a video game? Why am I... 343 is maybe what I'm thinking.
343, yeah, it's the Halo one.
Right.
But 373 is a good number. I like those, like, kind of like symmetrical, asymmetrical numbers, like three, like start one place, end in the same place. It's a good aesthetic.
A palindrome, right? They call that?
Yeah. I was trying to remember what the word was.
373... Well, 3 and 7 are prime numbers.
Mm-hmm.
373 is probably not a prime number.
Probably
divisible by something. Who gives a shit? Welcome to the show. It's good to see you. You have your Sacred versus Duke shirt on from our last live show.
Right.
Very exciting.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about exciting.
Well, it's not exciting. I don't know. I'm running out of words.
The show was exciting. It was a fun show.
When David Jaffe was calling everyone fat, that was fun.
That was something.
I saw the one guy he was picking on in the airport afterwards, and he's was a really nice guy. You know, and I was like, well, I'm sorry that Jaffe's has no social calibration at all.
It's always tragic.
Yeah.
When that happens.
Dustin Furman, executive producer. Good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
It's been chaos in Butler in the last 12 hours. I first got a news story from my parents. Someone right up the road flipped their car upside down right up the road. I had no idea. It's like, oh, that's a little weird. That doesn't happen every day. And then today at 11:30 a.m., I hear loud music outside. I'm like, oh, it's just someone. Sometimes a car goes by or someone's getting in their car and it's really loud, whatever. It doesn't stop. So then I go to my front door, like an old man, peek out the window. Somebody right up the road is blasting karaoke, right? And I think, well, hold on. I don't know if they're still doing it now. They were a few minutes ago, doing a lot of Aussie. When I came up to record the show, they were doing Butler's very own Bret Michaels, Poison. And
is Poison a Butler band?
I don't know about Poison, but I know Bret Michaels. He's like considered the pride of Butler to a lot of people.
Nice. That's exciting.
Not cool at all.
Bret Michaels is awesome. Are you kidding? Really? Wait, did he do something? Am I unaware?
Well, no, I don't know if he did something so much as like I only remember him from what is it? Rock of Love.
Rock of Love.
So that's my only context for him.
Yeah.
Poison rules, dude.
It's just been a little bit weirdly chaotic. At one point when I was making my lunch, someone was just blaring their horn for probably a good minute. I'm like, what's next? What's going to go on in this neighborhood here? It's usually pretty quiet, pretty chill neighborhood, but I don't know, someone's having a party on this fine Thursday afternoon. So more power to them, though, because it's not coming through on my mic. So that's all that really matters. If it was late at night, might be a little more of a problem. But I can deal with a daytime party.
Totan Sewer wrote in, we're going to use this later, but it said, illustrious hosts. The thing about Butler, Pennsylvania is that if you go back into colonial history, it was literally an outpost named Murdering Town. Maybe a red flag there. What's more, in 1753, this was also the place where George Washington was shot at by an assassin, a native hired by the French to take him out. That was, of course, during the French and Indian War. Washington wrote in his journal that fear coursed through his veins because the assassin's bullet whizzed right past his ear. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
I looked up this Murdering Town because I'd never heard this before. This is over in some part of the county, but in Harmony and Evans City, PA. Evans City, PA, famous for where they filmed Night of the Living Dead. But so it is in the county, but I don't consider that Butler proper.
Right.
But it is interesting still about the assassination attempt.
Yeah, that was like George Washington led some sort of like contingent during the French and Indian War to Western Pennsylvania. Was that Fort Pitt? Is that in your area? I guess that is actually in your area, isn't it?
That would be Allegheny County.
Allegheny.
So, I said county a little bit like a Pittsburgher there.
Allegheny. Mike and I don't know where. Mike, are you there? Where did we come up with the term Allegheny hogs for breasts?
Watching, like a fight video.
Yeah, come.
Oh, yeah. Buongiorno. You were watching like a fight video, and it was set in Allegheny, and the woman had these. She wasn't wearing a bra, all right? She had no bra, and her boobs were just going bananas.
Right.
Heavy
and
naturals.
that was the whole thing.
Yeah, I know. You're like a good historian of things that I don't remember anything.
Yeah.
So that's where, because we say Allegheny hogs or pit tits, and I have no idea why. All the time.
Yeah.
Like, show me them Allegheny hogs, woman.
Now, what makes this a little more, even more George Lucas-y poetic, Evans City, Pennsylvania, to get to Evans City, you must drive on the road from where I'm at. You must drive on the road that the Butler Farm Show grounds are located. In fact, the Butler Farm Show grounds not very far from Evans City. It's like the next town over.
It really does rhyme. It really does rhyme. Everything
suspicious.
It's echoing through history.
The Allegheny hogs are the key to all this.
Speaking of that, so it's so funny that you do that. New Red Letter Media video bringing back Plinkett. This is the first time in years, a few years, couple years.
Yeah,
I think so. I think they it's usually like kind of an event kind of.
I mean,
thing
I was so excited when I saw it. I messaged Dustin, but he had already watched it.
I was watching it when you messaged me.
Okay.
I was mid-watch, mid-edge,
and
one might say.
So it's a really great video, and it's funny as hell. But I was reminded of Chris because there are two segments in it where they do like fake phone calls with George Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and it reminded me of, I think it was Rich Evans maybe doing George Lucas, but it reminds me of Chris's impression of it. And there was something when he was like, it's so funny because he said they were talking about the Acolyte, and he was like some of this. He's like space switch claptrap bullshit or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
The part that got me when he was like, Misa not too happy with it.
Yeah, Misa angry.
Stupid. It's a good
That's
video.
Good shit. So go check that out. That was very exciting to see. Always so incisive and interesting, you know. And you got at the heart of it for me too, which is at the end of it where it was basically just like this. I can't keep up with. I don't know. I can't do it. You know, Andor does look cool. I'll say that.
I think I might watch Andor. I'm thinking about it. There's too many signs, too many people pointing to it. Particularly Ken Levine, when you interviewed him, talked about Andor, and I was like, that's like the most glowing recommendation.
Yeah,
from anybody.
That is nuts.
So, but what's funny, the Red Letter Media video points out that, I guess. Spoilers for Star Wars, not for Andor, because Andor is the lead up to Rogue One.
Spoil Star Wars. I don't give a shit.
They're finding the Death Star plans, and it's all about this journey, this sacrifice of a hard life in order to get the plans and be a rebel. But it's kind of, when you think about it in the context of the whole series, it's like, who fucking cares? Because they just literally rebuild it 6 months later.
It reminds me of have you ever read or seen? It came up recently. Contact, the Carl Sagan movie or Carl Sagan book.
Yeah, I've not seen it, but I know what you're talking about.
Well, this is a spoiler for Contact, but it's almost 30 years old, and the book is like 45 years old. But there's like a machine that they're building that the aliens have sent them schematics for, and in secret, like a billionaire is building his own version of it, and so they have like a backup, and they don't realize that they have like another one. And it reminds me of this, where I'm like, you kind of could have made an interesting. You could have like retconned the second Death Star, so that it was either like something they were building and abandoned because they like were doing it better, and then they would go back to it or something because they're like, well, it's just like a derelict thing in space. Maybe we can like work on this old core or something like that. Like they could have done something to make it cool. But what I was reminded of in watching the Red Letter video, because I don't remember really anything about the prequels anymore, is that they do basically say in the prequels that bug species built the Death Star.
Right.
So they kind of just ignore that. Like, what was that then?
I don't know.
And I forgot about that. I was like, I was literally in bed, and I was like, oh yeah. Like I hadn't even, because obviously we all know what that shit's all about, and like who built the Death Star. But then it's like, you don't even care about your own. Oh, who gives a shit?
Yeah. Who gives?
Wasn't it originally Kyle Katarn who stole the Death Star plans?
Oh, in the books.
God. I'm trying to remember either the books or something in Jedi Knight.
Oh, right.
Jedi Outcast.
Oh, right. Is Kyle? No. Oh, right. Outcast. Because I was going to say Kyle Katarn is not the character from Force Unleashed. That's like a different character.
No, that's the Starkiller guy, I think.
Right. Yeah, I don't remember the games except for KOTOR and Yoda stories. And I guess some of the
Yoda stories.
And I guess some of the like Super Star Wars I really loved in those games and stuff. But generally speaking, I'm not really into the Star Wars lore on the game.
Masters of Terras Kasai. Can't sleep on that one.
Oh man, we all wanted to like it. I was glad that I didn't buy that. I actually rented it and got my fill, as many people did, in a 3-day Blockbuster rental. Actually, it might have been 5 days at that point. It was 5 days for $5, I think, which was kind of nice.
Episode 1 Racer.
Yeah, Episode 1 Racer. Oh, actually, you know what? Is that the?
It's a pod racing.
It's a pod racer game on N64.
Yeah.
That's a good one. And then Yoda Stories. I bought Yoda Stories, and I was like, what the fuck?
I don't even know what this is.
Yoda Stories is like this procedurally generated PC game where like you solve little puzzles and whatnot. It almost looks like Chip's Challenge.
Yeah.
In Star Wars, but it's nowhere near as good as Chip's Challenge. I mean, Chip's Challenge is a fucking OG game. Actually, and thinking about it, there are so many more Star Wars games that I'm letting on because it's like the Super Star Wars trilogy. I liked KOTOR. I liked X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, X-Wing, Dark Forces, which is now on PS4. I got to get to that at some point because that was a great game. That was one of the first shooters I had ever played.
I really only played Jedi Starfighter and I think Jedi Starfighter, Jedi Power Battles, and Force Unleashed.
Yeah, I mean that was like the late Lucas era, and that was like a legendary era for a lot of people. I mean, it was going to all cap off with 1313 or whatever. I know people that worked on that game. Actually, when it's so funny. Gio Corsi's a friend of mine. People know Gio Corsi. He worked at PlayStation for many years. He's at Nintendo now. And I was having dinner at his apartment with his wife and my ex years ago. And he had like this amazing Boba Fett helmet in his house, like a perfect Boba Fett helmet. And I was like, dude, what is this? And he's like, oh yeah. I was like, told me all about Star Wars 1313, and he was working on it. And he was living in Asia, working on this game and doing all these things. And I was like, damn, it sounded actually kind of cool. Damn, man. All right, boys, it's good to be here with you today for another episode of Sacred Symbols of PlayStation podcast. You can get us 3 days early and ad free on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Lots of perks over there for supporting us. By the way, I really should look at numbers more often. I was looking at the Patreon numbers, just looking at like the different analytics. June was our best month ever on Patreon for gross income. And I think it was the Shuhei interview. That did it. So thank you for that, because that's awesome. I mean, we're many, many years into the project, and we're spending more money than ever. So I mean, it's all kind of evening out, but it's awesome to have that success, and I really, really appreciate it. And I was also looking, guys, we have more $5 a month subs right now than we've ever had. And that's the sweet spot to me. So that's the one I always want to sell. $1, $2, these are good places to be, get comfortable, dip your feet into the pool, check the temperature, as it were. I was trying to say temperature weird, but then I sounded like I didn't know how to say the word temperature. It was a little, I just wanted to let everyone know that I recognize that as well.
Yeah, it's important.
It is. It's really important. Get access to our Discord. Get the RSS feeds off of Patreon to feed our podcast early and ad-free into your podcast apps of choice and Spotify if you'd like. You can use a combined app or a combined RSS feed with all of our shows in our network, or just individual shows that you like. Of course, we have Defining Duke, the Xbox podcast that is in our network, Punching Up, our Nintendo podcast, Summon Sign, our gameplay podcast, etc., and so on. And Sacred Symbols Plus, our weekly supplement to this show. Recent episodes include a very deep legal dive with Hogue and I pitched Hogue on another one. I don't know where we are on this, about maybe doing something about Roblox. A lot of people are writing in about Roblox kind of being this, this new place that people are interested in. Chris Hansen's getting involved now. Very exciting.
Hilarious.
It's going to be awesome. I mean, it's going to be awesome. And so I'm excited about that, but there's a lot going on here because, I mean, states are like suing the company, and they seem to be, I mean, who knows? We don't have all the information, but it seems like there's a high level of negligence on Roblox. And since the game sucks, it'll be interesting to see it be dissected and all of the rest. So maybe we'll do that soon on Sacred Symbols Plus. I had Tom from Moore's Law on to talk about PlayStation 6 and the PlayStation 6 handheld as well. So check that out. We did Sacred Symbols Cross Punching Up. Basically, it was just me and Punching Up, and we did Nintendo or PlayStation games that might come to Switch and or Switch 2 and what we think will make sense. So that was a fun conversation. I'll be talking to David Jaffles tomorrow for Sacred Plus on Saturday. A little Moriarty Cross Jaffe, see how he's doing. 42420 wrote in and said, Dear Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, when is Sacred Sweethearts 3 happening? Among the thousands of bro episodes on the network, it was cool to have 2 episodes presenting the female perspective. I hope Holly is doing well. She is missed. Shout out to all the wives and girlfriends out there that support our video game lifestyles. I would love to have her on more often, but I don't know, how's she doing? And, like, is she interested, Dustin, in coming on the show maybe again in the future?
Yeah, not anytime soon, unfortunately, not to bring the energy down, but she's not really in a spot after last year where she's wants to do anything too public facing, but she is well, getting all the help and care that she needs, but it's just not going to happen anytime soon, unfortunately. But
yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, I'll let her know that you guys hope she's doing well, and I'd love to see it again soon. Maybe not soon, but someday happen again. So
in the midterm,
never say never.
In the midterm, never say never, but never.
Right.
I don't know who said there's like I don't know who in sports said that. You guys probably don't know the quote, but it's like really funny. The guy's like, it was being interviewed and he's like, never say never, but never. Like when he was asked about like if he was going to go play somewhere or do something. Anyway, doesn't matter. All right. Sacred streaming. Loving it. I wrote a little thank you note to everyone on X or Twitter. I don't want to call it X.
Don't.
I can't. I've been trying to do it more because I sound like I'm crazy because it's not been called Twitter now for years. But it's Twitter, right?
It's Twitter.
When I go to it on a browser, I type in twitter.com
mm-hmm.
and then it brings me to x.com. But so, yeah, I don't really want to call it X, but I wrote a little thank you note over there because I just am really heartened. And I was even more heartened when you guys did the Tuesday Gamescom. We kind of just did an impromptu thing, announced it maybe even the day before or something. And you guys were drawn, and I came in late, but you guys were drawn in more than 2,000 people. I mean, it's kind of cool, man. I was looking at a lot of like our competitors in this space, even who we're going head to head with on Monday. And I'm like, we're doing really well. Like, I don't know why or how, but I really appreciate it. And it's been really, really fun and really cool and a great way to flex some creative muscles and do something a little bit different. I look forward to it, to be honest. So Sacred League will be this coming Monday. There'll be the 3 of us with Brad again. So a little bit of a Jeopardy competition. And of course you can check out the first episode on patreon.com/laststandmedia. And then, on Friday, so a week from when this goes live on Patreon, and at the same time as our next episode will go live, Micah and I that afternoon will stream Gears of War. The first one. Now that it'll be out on PS5, she'll play on Xbox. We'll do a little cross-platform play, and I haven't played Gears in almost 2 decades, so it'll be fun to do. Really looking forward to that. We really, really appreciate all of your guys' support over there. And shout out to Lockmort for the awesome edits. He's doing these kind of 10, 12, 15-minute cut downs that are just Lockmort edits, but using the content of the streams, and they're really, really funny. And I don't usually laugh at I make myself laugh, but I don't usually laugh at my own content. But the way he edits it and kind of the quickness of it and the silliness of it makes me laugh. Really, really good shit. And I know a lot of people are enjoying that. So go check that out. Those are on YouTube. VODs are on Mondays, which is our regular weekly stream. Those VODs are always going to be on Patreon afterwards, patreon.com/laststandmedia. But off calendar ones. So we did Ninja Gaiden a few weeks ago, the Gamescom one and the upcoming Gears one. Those will be free. And you can just check those out whenever. And it's free for everyone if you tune in live, of course, on our YouTube channel. Jeff Willingham wrote in. Now, I didn't know how I felt about this one, Dustin. He said, hey, CDC, nothing too crazy to write in this time. Just wanted to give a shout out to Dustin for volunteering his time to help with the streams. I play them on my phone while at work killing bugs and rodents, and it makes the time go by faster. Last Stand has really assembled a great crew with everyone, so just wanted to say thanks. Thank you for doing your community service hours with us.
Right. I'm going to take the sentiment of what he means.
Right.
Because I think he doesn't mean any kind of... I think he just misspoke.
No,
maybe I'm not volunteering.
I don't care.
I'm a salaried employee. basically, if I don't show up for these streams or set them up, I'm going to get beat one way or another.
The
Whether
crazy
that's
thing is that you could still not show up or do anything, and I still wouldn't be able to fire you because I don't know how to do anything.
yeah.
So like you could really just go on a wildcat strike.
Wow.
And
sounds like you're pretty lucky. Just saying.
Am I the only one? Do you think I'm the only lucky one?
Yeah, the whole company's lucky to have me. I got him.
Damn.
Beat. Yeah.
Well, thank you for volunteering. It's good for you. You could do all your community service for all the crimes you commit.
Right, all the crimes. But no, I'm having a great time too. We had a great time doing the Gamescom stream, even though it's fun because if we were just going to watch that on our own by ourselves, it would be horrendously boring. But Chris almost died during it, and we had a great time laughing. And Colin, you think those numbers are good now? A dinky little Gamescom stream? Wait till there's a state of play or a showcase.
Yeah, September is the rumor.
We are going to be
that'll be a big one.
So look forward to it.
Yeah, I will look forward to it. Yeah, and great job. You're doing a great job. I really appreciate your ingenuity in getting things done, because I just remembering my time at both IGN and Kind of Funny with streaming and not having just showing up, and slowly over time understanding that things always break. Like there's always something going wrong. And even at the biggest productions, we would make fun of it at Kind of Funny, but at IGN we spent many millions of dollars on these sets, these sets, and like we had these amazing like red cameras and shit, and like all it's like what, and then like just something is wrong all the time, and then it's like it really freaks people out because I'm sure it's very stressful.
Yeah,
in the moment,
It was funny at the Gamescom stream because we have a new setup that worked fantastic on Monday, no problems, and the Gamescom stream overall was fantastic. When you joined in, though, there was a point where in OBS you have like a preview, and then you can transition over to what you're previewing. And I was looking at the preview of our four squares together, and it was perfect. You hit the transition button, absolutely fucked.
Yeah, I fucked up.
like,
I mean, operating live when like chyrons are set up and like people are just organized on the screen already, it's disruptive. It's not like we're on fucking CNN or something,
Right.
So that's good to know, actually.
Things happen.
Yeah, but that this new setup seems to be working great.
Yeah, so far. So far, so good.
Yeah. We said at the same time.
Well,
what'd you think of that?
I felt something, some synergy.
I'm in a strange mood today. Higgs the Homo Damien wrote in, perhaps on a private line. He says, hey, DCC. As Sacred streaming continues and the content is now expanded to video game reactions, can we expect to see some Chris Chan content on the stream? Maybe a commentary on the first few episodes of the Geno Samuel documentary, analysis of Chris's Little Big Planet autism tutorial, a sing-along or a drum accompaniment for Virgin with Rage. We can do anything. I don't want to do Chris Chan content.
Yeah.
Well, I do, but I don't.
Yeah.
Like if that makes any sense. I think you understand exactly what I mean when I say that.
Yeah, I feel like watching the Geno Samuel, I guess we would be putting our input, but it just go watch those on your own.
Yeah, I'm not crazy. Like I think it's cool. I've said this before, and we're doing it now because people like it, and it's like, okay, I've relented and just been like, okay. But I just feel like it's so low effort. And that's what bothers me about it. Like playing a game and just talking and hanging out, that's different. But like, I'm going to put on a Geno Samuel documentary and then just like pause it every minute. I'm like, that's cool. We did that with E3 1995, for instance. But I'm like, I don't want to always be doing that. I just feel like it's, what are you even paying me for at that point? I don't know. I just don't understand that kind of content. So I have to really like sync up with it more. Maybe I should expose myself more to it. Sometimes I watch videos of, I guess it's the same kind of thing, of people reacting to music videos. And then I like that, and then I'm like, this kind of sucks. Like, what am I even watching?
Yeah. I think, I don't know. Reaction content is I don't even know if there's like a definitive, like obvious line for it for me, but it's, to me, something like E3 or like Gamescom, that's fine. That's not like some kind of thing that some guy made, of his own volition because he wanted to make it. The second it becomes like, oh, let's as a company watch this other person's just work, that begins to feel like that begins to feel more like theft to me,
Right.
personally. Like
Yeah,
it doesn't. There's something about it that doesn't gel well.
That's what
I have
happened
no
with
problem
that
watching a Gamescom stream.
That's what happened with that H3 guy. He sued all those people for basically reacting to his content
Yeah.
or whatever, and not, I guess, without an application of fair use. I'm not worried about that. I think that to me, and I think what we would do would be transformative, but it just feels so once in a while, but
Yeah.
not often.
I like the idea, though. I don't know. Is it still playable, the Christian autism tutorial on Little Big Planet? Because that intersects enough where we play games on the stream. We might be able to pop into this level. That might be kind of fun.
Yeah, I think Little Big Planet's done. Because remember, the servers were going up and down like on a constant basis. And then eventually I think they were like, eh. And they were like, eh. The statement just said, eh. And then it had like the little MM logo underneath it, signed by. But maybe it would be if it would be in Little Big Planet 3. It would have just been dragged in to there.
Right.
Higgs, stay safe out there. Keep rocking. Austin Trevino wrote in and said, hey, Sacred Crew, just want to say congratulations on the success of Sacred streaming. It's been a huge hit with my wife and I. Do you guys have any plans or ideas for spooky streams during October? Colin playing a Resident Evil randomizer while Brad questions his every decision sounds like a great time. Cheers and keep up the good work. What is that? There's like a Resident Evil mode that randomizes the game?
I'm guessing it's probably mod. I don't think it's built into the game, but you can randomize item locations and
you think I'm gonna play a PC
bosses.
game? That's what you're saying.
That's what Austin's saying.
Yeah, I don't think so. I have been playing both Lily Mo games that we're working on that are coming out soonish on PC though. But when I plug in my controller, I don't have it here. I plug in my controller. I play with a PS4 controller. I can't. I get no sound on Steam.
Yeah.
Is that cool? Is that normal? What'd you say?
I mean, it's easily fixable.
Oh, you can fix it?
I could fix it for you. I could probably tell you how to fix it. You just got to go in your bottom right and then hit the sound icon and then go to the output and change it back to your speakers.
Oh, because it thinks it's my control.
It thinks it's a speaker. This is why I can't stand using PlayStation controllers on PC. The PS5 one does it too, except it thinks it's a mic sometimes. So it's like,
right.
Oh, I didn't even know it was that simple.
Yeah, it is a simple fix, but just the fact that exists at all is just like, I don't even want to add this extra like menial step to whatever it is I'm going to be doing. I'm
guessing it because it's good that it has the functionality to use the headphone port on PC. But my theory, it's a Windows problem because it just says, oh, you have a new output device. Let's just put that on just by default. Let's just go ahead and switch over to that, whether you want it or not. You know, so maybe you can change Windows to not do that.
Yeah, it's interesting because what I've been doing. Obviously, we make old games. People know. I was almost about to say like what the actual genre of the game was. And so at the beginning of every stage, I've just been like unplugging the controller and listening to the music for a little while, and then be like, okay, and then plugging it back in to.
It is so crazy
to go play and see like what I have to add to the game, or whatever, because I'm working on like a bestiary right now and stuff like that. But I gotta send you this game. I'm gonna be very interested to see what people think of this one, because this one kind of came out of nowhere for us like this year, and we've never made anything like it, and it's so deeply inspired by something. It's gonna come off like something straight out of 1987. Like I'm so excited to see what people think of it. I think I said I had a conversation with Barry where I think we want to reveal our two next games maybe at the same time on a stream. Like we'll do like a Lilimo branded stream where we'll actually reveal the games and show them to you. One is from a familiar series to Lilimo fans, and another one is brand new.
I think I'm looking at it now. Looks cool.
Oh, are you in there? You're in there.
I'm in there. I don't pop around that often, but there's so many different projects going on. I don't know which one you're talking about specifically, but
how many, like, I think I've said this. I love Barry. Barry has so many games going.
Yeah.
At the same time that it's actually insane. I think so. I'm looking right now. It's well, our Discord channel has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 games. Like Jesus channels Christ. For 15 different games, and a few of them are out. So like Herbroxia 1 and 2 are there, Tribreaker and Twinbreaker are there, Perils. So about 10 games, new games that we've been working on. And yeah, so we'll have something to show about that soon, but I think it looks fucking sick. And it plays really cool too. It plays exactly like you'd want it to play. So if you were born in my era, I think you're really gonna dig it. And then so yeah, we'll have more to say about that soon. But anything else to say before we get into topics of discussion? Oh yes, merch. Lastdaymedia.store for merch, t-shirts, sweatshirts. Get your copy of Hebroxia on PS5 if you'd like. We appreciate your support. Couldn't do without you. Merch sales doing great and becoming I don't want to say it. Well, it's an important part of our business, a growing part of our business. You know?
Diversification.
Right, exactly. We are still heavily reliant. I don't say mono-reliant, but heavily reliant on Patreon. We would be destroyed if not for Patreon. So, but merch is a nice, merch, AdSense, and the streaming now. All these are nice little chip damage to the overall bills we have to pay every month. So we appreciate you. Thank you, guys. All right, let's get into topics of discussion. For this first one, guys, I prepared a little something, and I'm now sending it to your emails. It's a Google Drive link. Simon Bellsprout wrote in and said, "Is Last Stand in trouble?" But by the way, great name. "On your very own hate Reddit, multiple posters are convinced your company is about to go out of business because you're hitting your Patreon subscriber count. Can you confirm or deny?" I'll hang up and listen. Thank you for writing in. So I told you guys a couple months ago that we hid our Patreon subscriber numbers because we're not entirely sure what's accurate and what's not. And this caused some conspiracy theories amongst our, not our audience. I think most people take my word for it, but some people are like, "Oh my God, are they in trouble? Are they going out of business?" And I was thinking about it and I'm like, yeah, I mean, I can kind of understand the conspiracy theories. Like, why would you believe what I had to say necessarily? I lie to you all the time, right? So I'm going to lie to you about this soon. So I want to say at the very top, and Dustin, you have to do a little bit of light editing.
Oh,
for
okay.
this, because this is for public consumption, not just for you. If the company was in trouble, I would tell you because we would have to do something, right? If we were hurting or not able to pay our bills and all of the rest, I would alert the company or the audience because we would be at a do or die nexus, the nexus of the universe, first. If we were in some sort of trouble, we would have to say, like, we really need the audience to step up, or we're going to have to make cuts, or we're going to go out of business, or we're going to go do other things, or we're going to split up, or whatever. So just at the top, I would never keep those things from you guys because we're reliant on you. And we've always had for all these many years now, a honest, heart on sleeve discourse with each other about things. So I want you to know that if we were in trouble, the first people that would know outside of us would be all of you, because we would have to be like, how do we save it? Or what do we do? So I don't want anyone to worry about that. But to allay people's skepticism about my reasoning, I went in and did some, went into Patreon or whatever, and I have some things to show people to just show everyone what I'm talking about when I tell you that we're not confident that the numbers being publicly displayed are accurate. And if they're not accurate, good or bad, if they're not accurate, I have no idea why we would continue to display them. The reality is that we have what appears to be like 3 different sources of data, that actually 4 if you count the mobile app, which I really just don't even use, that give us different data. And so, Dustin, I've numbered these 1 through 11, these PNGs. So I'm starting here now with number 1. Okay. So when you're on the Patreon backend, you see a lot of things, and you can see on the top there, it says membership, earnings, posts, surveys, traffic, etc. You can click around and look at all of the data. So this is, I got these this morning, and no, I wasn't up at 8:22. I think this just probably updates once or twice a day or something. So don't worry. I was absolutely not up at 8 o'clock in the morning. I would never be up at 8 o'clock in the morning. But this is the screen that we kind of work off of for ourselves. And it says here on the left, active members, 18,750 with 459. So over a month. And by the way, this is in the last 30 days. You see the little pull down on the top left. You can make that into, I think, multiple months, half a year, year to date. And then there's like customization options, like if you're searching on Google or something like that. So the 18,750 number is the combination of 12,748 paid members and 6,002 free members. And this cumulative number is up 459 users combined month over month. And then this is where the rub really comes in. So you see here, new members and canceled, right? So you have there are basically 3 types of patrons, or at least the way they're moving economically on the system. New people, canceled people, and people that move between the different tiers. And you can see in the bottom left corner, or the bottom right corner rather, or actually it's all on the bottom, upgrades and downgrades. So that's a whole nother thing. People that are at the $10 tier go to the $5 tier. People that are at the $5 tier go to the $1 tier, and so on and so forth. But these numbers here, the new members and canceled numbers, are the ones that have been confusing me for a long time. And the reason why, starting late last year, I started bringing this up to Patreon to ask them, like, what's going on? Like, what are the real numbers? It's hard for me to tell, like, what I'm supposed to be looking at a glance, right? And I have some emails later on in these things that I'll show you, well, some of what they had to say. But you'll see here that the new members are 644 and then 306 paid. And canceled is 185 with 126 paid. These, I didn't want to go through like every month and show you, but these numbers are always in this balance, not necessarily in this ratio, but there's always more new members than canceled members on this chart. But the number to the left, the active numbers, so it says 12,748 paid, that number continues to just kind of go down, like 50 or 100 a month. And we're a little confused by how that could possibly be. If these numbers are all accurate, then that can't be true. Does that make sense? Well, Dustin knows this already because we've talked about this, ad nauseum behind the scenes. So this started to confuse me because, and by the way, this insight module is not new, but kind of somewhat new. This is actually more sophisticated than anything they've had on Patreon for years. And I'll show you what it usually looked like and how you had to usually figure out like your numbers. So we were a little confused about why this was. So if we go up to the second, you can just see, and this is just more data and more information about traffic and all of the rest. But you can see that the numbers are reflected here too. And as I was saying earlier, you can see that the dark green is, the podcast $5 a month tier. And that makes up most of the people coming in. And there's a minority of people coming in among all the other tiers. So this is like kind of what we see. And so I'm like, okay, the 12,748 number could be right in this example of paid subscribers, which would be, I guess, off by, I don't even know how many, like 1,000 from our high or whatever, even though our numbers have been pretty flat, as I told everyone, and I'll show you guys that in a minute too. But I don't really understand how the numbers quite synced up. And you can just kind of scroll through more of these kinds of things and see. So if you go now to, I guess, number 4, Dustin.
Well, did we skip 3?
Oh, 3. Wait. Oh, yeah, 3. So yeah, this goes to show. Oh, so 2 and 3 really go to show you new members and canceled members. So just like what that looks like when you click on them, right? So you can see that most of the movement is in and out of that $5 tier. And so I'm sorry, on to number 4. This is now, you can see the past year, right? So now I've made it in the top left corner instead of 30 days for the past year. So through late last summer. And this is where the numbers again start getting confusing. You can see again, it says 12,748 paid. New members, we're at 4,521 paid. And then canceled, 2,563. So there's a plus 2,000 differential on those numbers as reflected in other data. But that number on the left is down year over year. Hundreds of subscribers. Those two things don't add up. The top line numbers do, but none of this makes any sense if the trajectory of the numbers are going in the direction they were. And I was starting to get concerned about that. And I was starting to get concerned where I'm like, I don't know how to make sense of this. And you can see on the 5th plot, which is our Graphtreon page. Graphtreon's an awesome tool that just scrapes Patreon data. And you can see that. So over that same year, so this is what I'm saying. If you go to number 4 or look at number 4, I'm sorry, Dustin, you don't have to like go back and forth like this, but just if people are looking at number 4, you'll see that we should be up based on new members to canceled members, 2,000. But at the same time, in the publicly related numbers, we're down 500. Is this making any sense to you? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? Like where I'm like, the numbers don't make any sense. Chris, am I crazy? You're not really. Does this make sense to you? Like what I'm saying? Am I crazy?
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're talking about.
So if you go to number 6, there's another way to kind of figure out numbers. And this is where I started to do like some of my own math, because I was like, there's this notification chart. This is what it looks like when you go onto it on Patreon. And it just shows like how people have been interacting with everything. And if they join or if they leave or whatever. And you can see on the top right that there's a filter. And if you go over to number 7, I've selected the filter to just show join members and canceled members. And I started to do the math on these every month. And you can see here that there's more canceled members than there are join members in the last week. Usually it starts to inverse in the later, like we get more cancellations than these days, more cancellations than people coming in according to the notifications tab. Like from Monday through, or maybe Sunday through Thursday or something. And then from Thursday through Saturday, usually the numbers invert. So it kind of evens out. But this is what it looks like. And you can see this was taken today. So we're kind of getting back. If you look at the bottom, you can see that the numbers kind of invert. But I started doing the math and been like, so like, what does this say? If I just count people coming in and people coming out, and that's a different number than the numbers the two different sets of, so like, that's a different set of numbers that don't seem to be incorporated. And then if you go to number 8, there's a link for a CSV, and the CSV is a comma separated values document. This is how you would usually would click on this in years past. It would open a new window and then it would create a Google sheet for you, and you can save it into Microsoft or whatever you want to use. And this is another way to look at how many people are in your system or whatever. And so this would have been another set of data for us, but we've been unable to even download the CSV for most of the year. I actually had to solicit them to make one for me. So this would be another set of data for us to be able to double check things. But then just to show you, and there's a shit ton of emails between Patreon and I about this going back from last year, and I'm not going to show you nearly all of them because there's so much data and personal information in there. But I wanted to show you guys that I alerted them of this back in December, and this was a few of the responses. This is from someone over there, and I've gotten rid of the names in the emails because I didn't, these are private people. But hi, Colin, thank you for sharing the screenshots. I understand these discrepancies are concerning and definitely don't align. While I want to be clear, we do not recommend creators rely on Graphtron for an accurate representation of data. These inconsistencies are worth investigating further. I've shared your feedback with the data team and have looped creator support in as well. And then she says, we may need a day to get back to you. And then if you go to the next thing, document 10, this is so pardon the different format here. So once they got creator support and like their internal people, it enters like a sort of like a system internally. So it looks a little bit different in an email. But I'm talking to this person and they say, thanks for raising this or whatever. We've been making quite a few changes to how data is reported and presented on membership insights. Since we don't have any official relationship with Graphtron and thus are not iterating in tandem with them, I'd imagine there's some kind of disconnect that's resulting in these wild graphics. I recall in our last conversation that Graphtron was suggesting a cataclysmic loss in membership when there was none. So based on these emails and further conversations, and the final slide is number 11, I don't really know what to do like with that information. And since not even Patreon is confident that the numbers are accurate. And because, as I've showed you here, these numbers make no sense. Because as you can see here, we even had the module says new members 48. So this is over time. We've had 48,727 paid subscribers over time, but we've only had 15,761 cancellations. How can that be? That also makes no sense. And the graph underneath it shows the growth trajectory of the different tiers. So as I said on Patreon or on Twitter, and what I said earlier, the dark green line is our $5 tier. And that's the prime meat of everything. So you can see that that's at an all-time high. The light green one is the $1 tier, and then the blue, purple, and all that rest are like the $2 tier, the $10 tier, and the $25 tier. So we're looking great on $5 patrons. but I just don't know what the numbers are. Like, I don't know what's accurate and what isn't. So I hope that shows you like what I'm talking about, you know, kind of another heart on sleeve moment to give you a little bit of insight into why I'm saying this and why we made the decision that we did. And that if the company was in trouble, I would tell you. Like, straight up. Because we would need you to scrap. So does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I just wanted to show everyone, because I understood your skepticism and wanted to allay your fears. Dustin, anything to add? We've talked about this a lot, but
yeah, it's annoying because especially with Graphtron is a secondary source that we use for a lot of years just to see how we were doing and compared to our competition and other patrons in general. But at some point it just started to not make sense. And I think Graphtron has become a way a lot of the public is able to check in on various patrons to see how they're doing. But clearly the numbers don't align. So I don't know if I have really anything to add. Hopefully Patreon can figure out. I think maybe what it has to do with is that we have been in numerous Patreon betas, including when they switched the monthly billing cycle to be at the point someone signs up instead of the end of the month, right?
Right.
And I wonder if that fucked around with things for us specifically, but I honestly don't know.
Yeah, like the annualized, like, Patreon was founded as a monthly annualization subscription. And this was frustrating to creators. Just to give people a little bit of background, this was frustrating to creators because there would be, and you could see it on Graphtron, represented on any old Patreon, although I don't think it's like that anymore. At the beginning of the month, you would drop, and then you would have to climb back up because everyone's cards would get run the same day. And then they would have to re-up if, a card expired or some information wasn't right or whatever. And so they changed it, and we were incorporated into that beta early, so that basically it charges credit cards every day now. So in other words, if you join on if you're on Netflix or something, if you join on the 8th, you'll get charged on the 8th. What it used to be was you would join on the 15th and get charged on the 30th or the 31st or the 1st. And over and over again. So that could be one of the reasons why. My theory is that and this is why I think that we can't be the only Patreon that is seeing this discrepancy. Like, this doesn't make any sense. And I should be clear that the publicly facing number on Patreon agrees with the Graphtron number. Graphtron, it didn't do anything wrong. I think Graphtron's an awesome tool. It's scraping that number. What we're confused about is how that number can be true if those other numbers are true. I mean, you just saw the charts. They make no sense. Like, those numbers don't agree with each other. All the numbers on the bottom line add up, but the trends don't line up into that final number. It can't be. We can't be down 500 cumulative subscribers, but up 2,000 subscribers. And that's what it says. So I think it's some combination of like legacy shit because we're old on Patreon. A bunch of the betas we've probably been incorporated in, and I couldn't find the letter, which was a little frustrating because I don't know why. I responded to it, but maybe it was in like a backend system, or maybe it was even in DMs or something. But one of the people on Patreon said something to me like, "It's entirely likely your number was never as high as it was at its height, or as low as it's been reflected recently." And I was like, "What?" Like it's cool. I appreciate that information, but I'm like, this is strange. And the reason that I showed the CSV link is because it's like that information would be really useful for us too. I wouldn't show everyone the data because it's like everyone's information, not their credit card information. We don't have access to that. But like how long you've been a patron and how much you've paid and all the rest. And then Chris, you've probably seen this on your Patreon if you ever downloaded that document. And it'll be organized by like active patron, declined patron, canceled patron, and all of the rest. And like I would like to like try to go through those numbers and figure it out too, because I'm just kind of confused. So the long and the short of it is like we turn the number off because we don't think it's accurate. So like, what is the point of even putting it out there? And I hope that makes sense to people. So I wanted to kind of say, like, I understand people's skepticism. Maybe because we've had such a personal relationship with the audience, we owed more of an explanation as to why we did that. But I hope that makes sense. And you got to see a bunch of back end stuff that we look at every day. So yeah, that's it. All right. So, and by the way, I mean, I appreciate the concern. I mean, people obviously make fun of us and want us to go away, and that's great, and we're not going to go away. But I appreciate people's concern. Like, there's real concern out there too, like about things. But I'm like, no, we're doing great. We're good. Don't worry about it. And trust me, I will ask you guys for help, or at least if we're going down and like we're not going to survive, then we have to gauge things and say, like, does this even continue? And what do you like? It's really up to you, right? Like what you want to do. But I'll bring that to your attention. We're not just going to disappear one day. Don't worry. Simon, thank you for writing in. Nice name. Clankers with Attitude wrote in and said, hey, Sacred, no question today. Just wanted to let you guys know I got into an accident and totaled my car while listening to Sacred last Friday. I was driving home from work and had the sun in my eye, so I went to adjust my visor, and when my eyes came back to the road, I realized that I was driving directly into a stopped car doing about 40 miles per hour. I slammed the brake, but it was too late. Next thing I know, an airbag has deployed into my face, and my car is mangled and smoking around me. I try to collect my thoughts, but all I can hear is the sound of the Sacred Boys complaining about how Dollman talks too much. I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. Luckily, no one was seriously hurt, and the biggest nightmare of the whole situation is dealing with the insurance claim. Thanks for being with me in the lowest moment of my life. Glad you're okay. Glad you're well. That's scary, man. Scary times. 40 miles an hour into a parked car is pretty serious shit. Yeah. Glad you made it out of there. Glad we could be there for you. And
were you there for him? I mean, I don't know. We can be there for him now and say we're happy you're safe. But at the time, maybe our voices were a comfort in the chaos.
Yeah, maybe.
Perhaps so.
Yeah. Lowered his heart rate so that he would easily make it into the light if he needed to. The the thing that blows my mind about, like, because I think about this every so often I will drive, right? And there will undoubtedly be a moment in the day where the sun is like at that exact angle where you're kind of flummoxed that anybody could see anything. Like that it's kind of it's a mesmerizing thing that not everybody is careening into one another.
Right.
And it's kind of astounding to me that we've had I don't know, it feels like this is a problem that we should have a solution for. Like I don't know how or exactly like what that mechanism would be, but we've had cars for a long time. And this is a pretty consistent problem where you're just like, oh, I can't see. I'm going to have to feel it out.
Yeah, hope for the best.
Yeah, hope for the best.
Echolocate.
Yeah, it's weird. Like there isn't like kind of, I don't know, some windshield tech. I don't know. It just seems to me that's weird. Like the amount that certain technologies have evolved over time and how other technologies have just not is kind of confusing to me. Like there's an incongruity there. It's weird that we have AI, doing all this shit, but glass is the same. I don't blame it. I guess maybe we've done all we could, but like, just kind of feels weird. I don't know.
Well, be safe. Be well. Glad to be there for you.
Yeah, don't do it again.
Goon Eternal wrote in and said, hey, CCD, several months ago, our favorite son, Dustin, was in a bit of a funk due to a-hole behavior in the comments. Prior to that, Colin was laying out new policies to address this uptick in edgelords. Fast forward to now, what is your guys' relationship with the comments section these days? Better? Worse? I think things are better, personally. I don't know if you guys agree. I don't know how much you're really in there. I don't read the comments on YouTube too much, so I can't speak to that. But just like social media interactions seem nice. If I pop in on Discord and read around, seems like people are being fine. I don't know. I'm not around it's anecdotal. But it seems to me that things have gotten markedly better. Like our subreddit is like so much better, which is nice. I don't want people like constantly just arguing in our comments and stuff like that with each other and being mean to each other and being mean to us. It's like, I'm good on all that. So I think that like, and as you saw in the slides, like this has had no real material impact on the growth of our core tier and all of the rest. So I think we shed some people by doing that, but I think we gain even more people by making a more normal environment. I want to have fun and be silly and be inappropriate and do all those kinds of things. I just don't think people need to like be so hostile to each other and to us. I don't think that's too much to ask. So my personal opinion is that it's gotten better, and will continue to be better. I hope. And if things are getting out of hand, let us know and we'll try to clean it up. Dustin, you're in there more than I am. And what's your feeling?
Yeah, well, partially talking about the funk several months ago. This was probably in January. Which, to be clear, I was in a bit of a funk overall.
Yeah, of course.
Just because Christmas was pretty tough, and I think the context of that was I was annoyed because some people didn't like our holiday content and were really rude about it. And it's like, come on, most people go on break and do nothing, and we're cramming 3 weeks of work into 1 week to make sure everyone has everything. So I was salty about that at the time. So, and like I said, I was kind of in a funk at the time. But as far as right now, I mean, my key is just like, I know the spaces where people are not helpful, and I don't go. It's like there's no reason for me to go and read any of that. So I avoid that, and so I still check around here in our subreddit and YouTube comments and stuff like that. And I'm mostly focused on Patreon, where it's like these are the people that are supporting us financially. These are the people that really care. So they're the ones that I want to put most of my attention into. And that's been good.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I think if you just, I don't know. I mute some people, but I don't really block anyone on social media and stuff. And I think part of it is you kind of get back what you put out. But I also think part of it is that you just can't control other people's behavior. And so like, what is even the purpose? People melt down about everything. It's like, people have like serious political problems. People have like these serious social issue problems, obviously video games and entertainment and all these things. It's like, dude, I can't control like your behavior, your reaction is your problem, not mine. So I trip up every now and again, but I generally am on that upward arc of just realizing like, you gotta just control what you can. It's what my dad used to say. Another thing that I just always would be like, I don't know, you're like, just ignore your parables and shit, but you control what you can control. And that's kind of on one ear and out the other, but it's true. You can't control almost anything. So externalizing like your feelings to things that are out of your control is kind of unfair to you. It's living in this like state of constant dice roll peril where you don't know like exactly what the face of the dice is going to read, but you had nothing to do with it. So I don't worry too much about it, to be honest. Chris, how are you feeling out there on those internet streets? You get very political, so you probably get a lot of shit from people.
Yeah, but I like it. I like arguing. I can't help it. Like, it's just like, I think it's interesting, and I think it's fun to play a role. I don't know. When we started this, I kind of went by the stage name that I had, and it's in retrospect, it was kind of not the smartest thing to do, because like I kind of always intended that to be like a separate kind of thing than me. It was kind of like, this is like a persona kind of that lets me be like a little bit more abrasive than I normally would be. I think generally interpersonally, I'm a very like easygoing kind of person. But
do you want to go by Chris Maldonado?
No, I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter.
Too late.
It's just, I just remember thinking about this, like, oh, it's interesting that I didn't think about that ahead of time, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And it's kind of weird.
Yeah, true.
But, yeah, I don't know. I don't mind it. I like arguing. I think arguing's kind of fun. I think it's not very good, but I also kind of I don't know what you do really at this point. It's kind of just the main way that people communicate online. And I think the unfortunate reality is that I know that there's a general kind of sentiment where, oh, you shouldn't get political because it alienates or whatever. But like on our personal show, like we have not seen that at all. In fact, the crazier shit, the more unhinged crazy shit that we say, the more people we get on board to just like listen to it.
That's, I think
it's like, I don't know. I don't really know what to make of it in that regard.
Well, I think there's an authenticity factor to being yourself, to saying what you feel, to being, there's going to be like a large contingent of people that agree with almost everything you say. I mean, just not because it's you and not because it's what you're saying, but because there's like just people out there that believe all sorts of things. It's easy enough to find those people. I think like what I'm proud of with us is, and I mean me and you, and I mean the three of us, and I mean all of us in the company in different permutations that we've done this, is that like there really is an ideological difference between a lot of us. And I think it's valuable not only in the content, but in showing that like people can have normal interactions with people that they might disagree with on fundamental issues of politics and policy and whatever, apart from the things that we cover. And I personally find that really valuable. But at the same time, I know that there are some people that are turned off by anyone and anything that doesn't agree with or espouse the things that they say. And because Chris and I are so different, I think that has alienated two groups of people from our shows. You know, for as much like I'll see a comment that blames Chris for not watching it anymore, and then I'll see a comment blaming me for not watching it anymore. And it's like, well, it's kind of a good thing. I mean, I want there to be like an open-mindedness, even if you feel strong. Like, dude, trust me, I feel very strongly about things. Believe me, like believe me. But I have no interest in alienating people. And it's not a business move. It's like, I like being around different people. I like being challenged. I like being presented with things that I just never thought of. I had a funny example of this the other day. It totally has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but it's an example of, I like talking to ChatGPT and just asking it questions, like, instead of saying like, what happened here? It's like, so I'll be like, I believe in evolution. So I was speaking for myself. I'm like, I believe in evolution, but I'm really fascinated by this idea that maybe things are so complex that there is some sort of creator. Like, how could it be? Right. And had this back and forth with this computer, like over a few questions. And then it ended up presenting me with like a few things that I had literally never thought of. And I was like, huh.
Yeah.
I'm much less curious about not intelligent design or anything like that in this example, but just like the idea that like, was there like someone putting a finger on the scale? And there was all these compelling reasons why that's not true. Right. And like, yeah, it's interesting to be curious about it, but probably not true. And the major reason that I had never considered is the inelegance of everything. In other words, if there was a creator, why is everything so fucked up? Not in reality, but like they were using examples of like your eyes have blind spots in them. They see things upside down.
Oh yeah.
Like all like it would if a creator made that, like, wouldn't it be perfect? Why is there so much junk DNA? And so the example, so what I'm saying is like, it's fun to just like put yourself out there and you never know what you might learn. And Chris has definitely changed my mind on some things. I'd like to think maybe I've changed Chris's mind on some things. But regardless, I feel like when I see people react saying like Chris and Colin must hate each other or they must be holding back or whatever. And I'm just like, I don't know why you think that. Like, that seems to be you projecting onto the situation. In my opinion.
That is crazy. I wouldn't be here.
Right. Like, why would we be doing this?
Yeah, that's so crazy. I don't know. I think people like to, I don't know. It's a mix of like parasocial stuff and also just like people like needing there to be something. I think people need something to latch onto. It's like I need conflict that isn't here with me. I need something elsewhere to focus on so that I'm not thinking about how fucking miserable everything is.
Right.
And
it wraps back into like the idea of just like projection and out of control things, literally out of control. So my personal opinion is that I think things are kind of improving. Like, people say mean. That's why, like, I always laugh when people are like, this person said that, or like people have meltdowns about things. I'm like, dude, you should see the things people say about to me on a fucking daily basis. Like the horrible shit about me. Right. And it's like, yeah, that's true. Like our hate Reddit came up earlier and it's like, yeah, that place exists. It sucks. But it's the same 20 people like just saying things about you over and over again, go read the comments on Patreon. Go read the comments on Twitter of people saying nice things about you, thanking you for the content, enjoying it. You gotta like, I've known people in my past that have been really good at filtering through that and seeing it for what it is. Because it's always that, and I've tried to remind people in my own life about that aren't, you know, Micah gets a mean comment or whatever, and it affects her differently, you know, and I'm like, I get it, dude. Like, it hurts. It hurts to read bad things about you. But just remember, like, there are so many people that love you too. Look at all these nice things. And it's just that one thing. It's like getting a bad grade or something. It's like you focus on that one thing. Yeah. And so when you really are able to kind of rise above that, you realize like you can't control those things. You're going to have haters. And like you can focus your whole life on it if you want. But I hope you choose not to.
The best advice that I think I got was like, you got to let people be wrong about you.
Right. That's great.
It's like, all right, that's fine. It's fine.
It's had no real, I think this is another piece of wisdom. And I'm sure you were involved in creation, Chris, so young. I mean, I was too, but it was different. Like Web 1.0 was just a different place. You were like here on video, audio, doing things and fucking around for so long that I actually think you and I have gained the wisdom probably in a similar cadence, though you're so much younger than me, which is like, and it comes with a level of wisdom, which is like, this hasn't really affected me professionally. You read these things and you think it's like what everyone thinks, in other words. You read these things and you think like it's going to have this real bearing, this mean thread or this mean comment or this dunk on Twitter is going to have this like catastrophic effect on you, but really it doesn't, right? Like it just, and that's like, and you get beat by that over and over again and you learn eventually like, yeah, it hurts, but like it actually is not going to affect you. So just let it go.
We also grew up like obviously at slightly at different times, but like I think like there was always there's an old world kind of idea of propriety that you know is always kind of nagging. It's like, oh, maybe because I do think sometimes like maybe I shouldn't have said that, but then I'll see like because that might alienate so and so or whatever, and then like it'll get like an it'll get like a like from somebody who's like, you're liking this? Oh, I'm fine.
Right.
Like it's kind of it's funny. It's funny because you just have to snap out of reality and be like, oh, first of all, none of this shit lasts for longer than 4 hours anyway. Right. People's brain spaces anyway. Like it really is out into the ether and then nobody cares. So like, I don't know. It's hard to care.
It is. I get that comment every once in a while, which is true. And that's why I always try to answer DMs and like, you know, emails and have, you know, talk to people and spend time with people or whatever when I can. But it's like there's this idea that we have to just dwell on the negative and that we're kind of responsible for all the incoming and that we can't clap back and can't be ourselves and can't generate negative attention without that in itself being negative. And I don't know. It's kind of like it's a very freeing feeling to just like learn over time. Like when I was in my 20s, I would really take like if there was like a bunch of bad comments on an article of mine, I would feel so bad about myself because I would not because it hurt me necessarily because I felt like other people were seeing it. You know? Yeah. Anyway, I was going to say something else, but I'm not going to even get into it. My phone. Oh, by the way, I got a new phone case.
Oh, blue.
Yeah, it was the one that was on sale, but I actually kind of wanted this color anyway.
Can I ask you something about that color?
Sure. Did
you get that specifically because it's unlike any color that naturally occurs in your house, so it stands out when you're looking for it?
Well, yeah, that was a big thing for me. Is that I had a black case and it was like the worst, stupidest thing I ever did.
Yeah, it's like having like camouflage on your phone,
right.
Basically.
What was I thinking? And then my case also was like this ratty mess. Oh yeah, like red. Mine. I mean, perfect. Oh yeah, see, this is one I would probably lose. Dustin showing a black case is a one-piece case with Luffy.
Yeah, I would lose that. I would lose that one.
Monkey DeLuffy.
It's Monkeyed Luffy, the incredible Monkeyed Luffy.
Monkeyed Luffy.
that's which one is it? Luffy.
It's Monkey
first.
D. Luffy.
Yeah, I know, but I
It's actually a Monkey D. Luffy.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I said Luffy the monkey.
Luffy the monkey.
Luffy the monkey.
That's like something your Korean War grandfather would have said.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's so much more to say about this, but I wanted to just say, like, I really appreciate the general kindness. And that's kind of what I wanted to make sure I noted. And what we were saying earlier is like, and I stopped myself from going down deeper holes I don't want to go down right now, but it's like, there are a lot of really good people, and we're supported by them every day. And a lot of people are just silent. And I think about the silence that I express in the things that I love. The people that I love would never fucking know, with rare exception, right? In like the entertainment space, they'd never know.
Yeah, I got to remember that too. Like it's like it's easy to forget that, because like most people don't interact, like most normal people don't necessarily interact with all the stuff that they love. Like I don't really do that either. And every time I go outside, like every time I'll go to like some packed area, like I'll be like someone will be like, oh, hey, I love your videos. And it's like, that's crazy. I haven't posted anything in a while. And then I'll be like, oh, and then they'll be like, they'll want like a picture or something. And I'll be like, oh, okay, I'll take it. It's like, you want to tag me? And it's like, oh, I don't have social media. I'm like, what? Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of you out there.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. So thank you for letting us navel gaze for a little while, just because it's therapeutic and good for us too, to get some of these things out there, because I don't want to do, our show is so predicated on the audience. We read a shit ton of your questions. I don't listen to any podcast that does stuff like that, so I'm just kind of flying by the seat of my pants anyway. And it just feels like that's what our show is. And people just can skip around on the timestamps if they want. And they do. All right, let's get into the news. I'm going to delete this one because we're running too long here. I don't want to be here forever. And people get mad if we go longer than an hour. I think they have a tolerance for an hour intro, stretching our legs. I mean, that's like the funnest part of the show for me in some way. I mean, it's fun to talk about the games and stuff too, but I like to just stick around.
Yeah.
I think about things I want to say throughout the week. Like, this will be funny to bring up. By the way, did you guys check out the video I sent you on Discord?
Yeah.
I love that video. It's based on the what's that? Is it Country Kitchen or something?
Old Country Buffet.
Old Country Buffet. It's like the old 80s, famous 80s Old Country Buffet employee video. But I guess they used AI with the guy on. Anyway, I got
an Amber Alert.
Oh, really?
Uh-oh.
That's fun.
Oh boy. That used to scare the shit out of me. I don't think I get them here in Virginia.
It's one of the ones for old people.
Someone kidnapped an old person?
I think they're called Silver Alerts, actually.
Silver Alerts? See,
I'm not even
Amber
joking,
Alert would be better for that because Amber is so old. Right?
I guess.
Got to rename this whole thing now.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you.
I don't give a shit.
With an Amber Alert.
No, I remember I used to get those in California, and it's so loud and they scare the fuck out of you. At least they scare me.
Yeah.
Trust me, I'm no use for you if someone's on the lam. Maybe they would come and hide here or something, and I would have to go and like let cops in my backyard. And reminds me of the Boston bomber thing, where like they were hiding like under a boat in someone's like backyard. It's like, Jesus, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, my favorite thing is when it's like, oh, it's a silver Corolla, and I'm like, oh,
yeah, that
really narrows it down.
Yeah, I know, that's funny. All right, my friends. Let's get into the news. Big news of the week that everyone wanted to talk about. And obviously, we should definitely talk about it. And by the way, I assume we should warn that I guess this is an inherently political topic.
Yeah.
So if you don't want to hear that sort of thing, I get it, but maybe just skip ahead because I don't know how to even talk about this without, unless you want to just talk about a top line or whatever. But anyway, PlayStation blog reports, and this is obviously now in effect because it's as of the 21st. We're recording this on the 21st of August. PlayStation 5 price changes in the US. And they write briefly, quote, similar to many global businesses, we continue to navigate a challenging economic environment. As a result, we've made the difficult decision to increase the recommended retail price for PlayStation 5 consoles in the US, starting on August 21st. The updated recommended retail price for PlayStation 5 consoles in the US are as follows. PlayStation 5, $549.99. PlayStation 5 Digital Edition, $499.99. PlayStation 5 Pro, $749.99, pardon me. The recommended retail prices for PlayStation 5 accessories remain unchanged, and we have no other price changes to announce for additional markets. So that's $50 more. It's a basic $50 increase across the board. We had a lot of letters from the audience about this on Patreon. Of course, you can write into the show via the threads in the news feed each week on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. That's what you hear throughout the show. And Jordan Peterson's 10-minute rendition of the Joker baby monologue wrote in and said, "Morning, boys. Whether you think Trump's economic policies have been pure idiocy or a necessary means to some end, they have undoubtedly played a part in Sony's decision to raise the price of PlayStation 5. The amount of people I have seen attribute the price hike to simple greed is fucking astounding. I'm losing my damn mind reading these people's comments. I don't know why I keep letting myself be disappointed in the intelligence or lack thereof of the general gaming community, but I am. Take care." Dude, Jordan Peterson's 10-minute rendition of the Joker baby monologue, there are a lot of people out there that are straight up stupid. You can't, and they're loud. They're like the loudest ones. You gotta just, I know, man. I read shit out there every day of my life where I'm like, dude, like, what are we even doing? Like, what are we talking about? What are we saying? Of course, this has to do with tariffs. And if you do the math, I would actually argue that Sony isn't, I mean, it's great that they're only charging $50 more, but that doesn't even cover the full tariff, depending on the product you're talking about. It's important to note that, well, it's two things that we've reported in the past. Sony had said in their recent financials that they had a 3-month stock of PS5s in the country. They've gone through them now. And so we said at the time, I believe, that we would be revisiting this almost no doubt, which is unfortunate. But the other thing to keep in mind here is that they've also said publicly that they're moving their American, so consoles that are going to the American market, that manufacturing base is moving out of China, but that there are still 10, 15% tariffs in these other countries as opposed to higher tariffs out of China. So if you do the math, $50 on a $500 console is not the 15% tariff. So they're eating something. And that gets worse if you go to PS5 Pro. So there's no excusing it. It sucks. But it seems like they're actually trying to mitigate it, and they are taking a little bit of their own hit. So I would actually argue in corporate terms, they're being the opposite of greedy, because you would expect a larger increase. And I think Microsoft's increases on their consoles were larger to account for that percentage that I'm talking about, possibly also because they're manufacturing in China. And so it's going to cost them more. So there's no getting around, in other words, that this is about the tariffs. So Chris, let's go to you. What do you make of the $50 price hike, and where do we go from here?
Well, I just want to reinforce, like, yeah, I don't think it's great. There's a lot of greed in a lot of industries, and I think a lot of the greed in the game industry comes down to really like the software level, or like specifically the services rendered end of the pipeline as opposed to the hardware. Hardware typically, actually, like, I think historically sells at a loss. I don't know how much, but like generally speaking, like, I remember that being a pretty widely known thing, that like, yeah, they're kind of eating a lot and hoping that they get you on the software and the subscription services and all that. So I wouldn't necessarily attribute this to greed. But I mean, look, this is the reality. This was what the promise was in some sense. And so, like, you know, we've got it. It doesn't necessarily help that things just aren't great economically speaking right now. It doesn't help that you know, it seems like every which way you look, there's like a new round of layoffs. It's bad. This is not, anybody who tries to, you know, present this as like a positive thing, it's just like, I mean, it's subjectively not. Whether or not you want to, you know, dig deep into that, or that's up to you, but I mean, it's objectively not a great thing to pay $50 more for a console that's been out for 5 years. It's not a good indicator. So where do we go from here? I don't know. Like, the real issue is the flippancy with which the administrations kind of handle this. It kind of seems like they go back and forth a lot. It seems like things change almost on like a weekly, sometimes hourly basis, and it feels like there's no real commitment. And I think that in and of itself is not the greatest hand to play if you're trying to either negotiate or trying to strong arm certain new realities into effect in countries beyond your jurisdiction. So like if you want this, like if the goal of increasing tariffs is to move manufacturing out of China or out of our competing nations and then maybe into the US, I think it'd be better to not have such a fluctuating, inconsistent push and pull with how we do this, because it signals to other countries that like we don't really know what we're doing. It's kind of signals a lack of commitment to what it is we're doing. And who's to say that the next person that comes in isn't just going to undo this immediately? Like there needs to be a certainty in some sense, and that's not necessarily being projected. We'll see how it turns out. I would imagine we'll be paying more for these consoles for a while. I don't see things getting better for quite a bit, because there's nothing really changing. But I don't know. What do you think? Like, do you think this is like a positive thing that we're?
No, I mean, of course it's not a positive thing. I believe in protectionism. I've said that for many, many years. So people that get upset. I mean, you would know this, Chris. I mean, well, maybe
Sure.
You wouldn't actually know this before Trump, because we didn't know each other before the first Trump administration. But long before any of that was being discussed, I was talking about how I didn't believe in free trade, like for many years. So people that get mad at me now, it's like, dude, I've been saying this consistently like my entire career, that like one of the things that I believe is that we need to do something about our industrial economy, because it's fucked. So I never, it's similar to a few things politically, but it's like, in my experience, I just never thought it would ever happen. Right. So my whole idea of tariffs was, and I think I've said this on the show in the past, was my strategy would be like super targeted, not only at industries, but at countries. And the ironic thing is that I would be so punitive against China that you'd probably be paying a lot more than $50 more for a PS5 if I got my way, but they would have moved manufacturing out, and then there would have been no tariff, because it would have been in Vietnam or some country where we had free trade with, or like some sort of equitable trade.
Right.
So we're getting a tariff strategy that's broader than I would have done from both a country and from an industry level. And in a lot of ways, that lack of targeting, I think, is bold, but also a little dangerous. So like if you target iPhones, it seems unreasonable that we would maybe build an iPhone in America, but then you do get Apple investing hundreds of billions of dollars into American manufacturing in Kentucky and Indiana and all these places where they're going to make things. And my whole thing is this. I get people's frustration over this, but I guess, and over just, the increase in prices and tariffs on anything you're interested in. But I guess my confusion about it is that I always thought everyone understood that there was going to be a literal price to pay to have this sort of thing. And I know that's why people are fundamentally against it. But for me, I feel like people seem to be against anything that might bring them short-term pain for long-term benefit. And like, it's the reason why we are in all of these fucked up situations, whether it's with Social Security and Medicare, whether it's with our military industrial complex and the insane, unnecessary amount of money we spend on these things, whether it's with like immigration policy, which got completely out of control, and all these things, just people constantly kicking the can down the road. And for me, I really worry about people that were not born into the incredible level of privilege that I was. And not only was I born into a level of privilege, but I had a lot of lucky breaks in my life. And there are people that just are at that crossroad at every turn, that I made the right turn or got brought on the right turn, get turned on a different route. And they're not able to do a fake fucking job like this. And that's what it really comes down to. The thing that radicalized me economically, because I never believed in free trade, but I was much more of like, never Medicare for all, never any of these things, where like now I'm like, well, I believe in a certain level of quality of life for people. I just don't the better my life has gotten, the more bad I've felt that like there are so many people that could have done this better, done this just as well, made a name for themselves if only they were given any sort of opportunity, and they have fucking no opportunities. And there are towns that are and cities that are gutted, and people have nowhere to go, and they're doing drugs, and they're living off of the government dole, and they're doing all these kinds of things. And to me, I'm like, I look at that and I'm like, this is so horrible that we have just undercut many people's ability to make things, to manufacture things, because we're obsessed with like the cheapest possible item on a market that forces our workers to compete with borderline slave labor, and then expect that they're going to be able to make a living when these companies are happy to sell them the fuck out. And anything that bends the arc or tries to bend the arc back in any way, I'm down to try, because it's better than the status quo, in my opinion. And then if it doesn't work and it blows up, and I agree with you, Chris, like, I just think the lack of consistency is what's really annoying. Like, if you have conviction, just do it. You have to just do it, right? And see what happens. But like the constant will they, won't they, it's not been well handled. But directionally, I do agree with it. Because to me, I'm like, there's this argument that like people don't have, you need to be able to buy cheap things now, right? Like you can't wait for a year or 2 years from now. You got to survive in the moment. And I get that. And so that cheap access is awesome, but it's come at a huge cost too. And I just would rather have people have jobs and work and make things. And I hate this idea that anything. I had this conversation on one of Jaffe's shows with one of his listeners where they were like, we shouldn't be even making this shit and wasting our time with this. And I'm like, why have we made it so that like there are jobs that are too good for us, or we're too good for these jobs? So I just want to bend the arc of the economy back towards people that work here. And I've tried to live my life like that too. That's why when people get mad at me now, I'm like, dude, I've been saying this shit for years. We use all American made merch. We print that. This is like at great expense to us compared to me fucking doing this overseas. Are you crazy? I want to make sure we're employing Americans, because that's what matters to me, is employing people in the United States. So so I hope that makes sense. I understand people's consternation. I understand it's an unpopular opinion, but I want it for people. I want them to have security and a life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I want to be clear too, is like the concept of a tariff is like, that's not really the problem. And like you said, it really is the scatterbrained kind of inconsistency by which it's been doled out, and the kind of broad, definitely thoughtless way that it's been carried out in the majority of places where it's been applied, where it just kind of it doesn't seem really like there's a strategy, and if you pay more attention to like just what is going on internally over there, like it becomes very clear that there really isn't that broad of a line of expertise with which to follow. And so like that's kind of concerning. And I'm not necessarily against the concept of a tariff, or even a tariff with the goal of bringing manufacturing to America. My concern really is that like, dude, like, I think there's a scapegoat situation happening where a lot of people tend to blame, where it's like, oh, well, there are no jobs here because, X type of person came in and took it. Or it's like, no, they listen, you're not being paid for jobs that you're not being paid for these jobs because they don't want to do it. Like, they would automate your job in a second. They would. And you come from a different place, because I know that we're generally like all middle level. Like, we're not even close to these, mega conglomerates, right? But like, if manufacturing is brought here, they're going to be working day and night to make your job not real. Like, they're going to replace you with a fucking robot, or like an AI or something. You might have that stability for like maybe like 5 years or something, or 10 years, but that's going to go away at some point. And that's kind of that's the unfortunate thing, is like, I don't know how to reconcile that, because I also want us to build shit here. But I also I know the thought process at these companies too well to really trust that would even really be like an altruistic goal without some major unforeseen side effects, and it bums me out because I think there's a human nature thing that I think that we all kind of are aware of, and why certain things might not work and might not. Not to say that we shouldn't try certain things, because if they blow up, then like, it is what it is. But I don't know. I don't share the optimism necessarily that manufacturing here would work.
I feel like I live in the hollowed out remains of like an unrevivable body in some sense, where
I feel that way too.
There's almost no going back. Like the reason that industry in the United States is such an uphill battle and why there's so many non-believers is because it can't be done at a cost that would be competitive. But it's because we let people fucking undercut us to begin with. Right? Like we bought into this idea that we should just ship everything overseas and that we just wouldn't make things anymore with no consequence, and it's blown up in our faces. Dude, I watch these terrible videos, they're TikTok videos that I get put on Twitter sometimes. There was this kid going around his town, and he was like, I'm just going to record myself every day until I get a job. And he went to like dozens of places, and there's just nothing for these people to do. And I just feel like it would be so easy for me. Like the easiest thing for me is the status quo. Cheap things I'm never going to need one of those jobs, and cheap things are great for me. But like from my perspective, it's like I believe, and maybe, and this is why I always said like it would be awesome to have the option to buy, like to put your money where your mouth is, to buy like a domestically made X, Y, or Z. I mean, it would be a ridiculous thing that would never happen, but just to kind of put your money where your mouth is. It's like going to the farmer's market. I remember saying, like, or paying a little more for animals that are better treated when you're buying eggs or milk or whatever. Right. Having that option is nice to at least try to bend the arc back towards reason. And I had so many doors opened for me in my life. And the easiest thing in the world would be for me to just sit here on a perch and say like, free trade is great and fuck this shit and stuff like that. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I think there's tens of millions of people that feel it differently, and that would be desperate to make a fucking iPhone in the United States. And they're the ones that were sold out. And maybe there is no going back. Maybe I'm 20 or 30 years too late, but I'm thrilled to at least see someone trying to do something now. If it was me, there would be no tariffs on PlayStation 5, not because I give a fuck about PlayStation 5, but because I think that there are many things where it's like, this is too targeted and like, this is not what we're after, right? Like,
right.
We're after like silicon manufacturing of like on a major scale. We're after like cars and electric cars. We're after batteries. We're after solar panels. We're after like, that's like, to me, that's where my mind would be.
Right.
And that's not what's happening. So I can't sit here and say it's a good thing. It's not a good thing. But I also would argue that it's directionally right. So yeah, we've gone on. Dustin, I want to get you on the record.
Sure.
How do you feel about all this, and where's your mind at?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel bad because I don't have anywhere near as many thoughts as you guys. It's not that I don't think about these things. I do.
I'm a little surprised by that because of where you're from. Western Pennsylvania to me is like, not Boulder's obviously a lovely place, awesome place, but generally Western Pennsylvania is known for being one of these hollowed out places.
Sure.
So it's surprising me that you haven't.
Well, no, it's not that I don't think about it. I think that over the past few years, I've just, and I'm not saying this is right. I'm just being honest with you guys that I have so little control over any of this.
It's difficult to care.
I have so little control over my own life sometimes. And it's not that I don't care. I just can't do anything. And sure, you can vote. And that does like a tiny thing. There has never really been a politician that I've truly ever believed in, except for maybe when I voted for Ben as mayor, because I knew he was a good guy and I really cared about my local community. But I've never voted with a passion in my entire life, and that's unfortunate, right? I guess it just goes to show the state of our politics, and it's it's not just here. I think it's everywhere, and so when these things happen, and yeah, they affect me. Like everybody, like everything is fucking more expensive. I think we were talking about, maybe it was on a stream, Colin, that it's like, yeah, I've lightly looked around at trying to buy a new house, and over the last, 5 years, 6 years, even though I make a lot more money than I did when I bought this house, every move is linear, or not linear, but lateral. Like I cannot upgrade into a new house. It's like, what the fuck? And I'm sure there's a lot of like millennial angst about the economic situation, that it's like, man, some of us feel like we finally are here from an economic standpoint about how much we're making, or maybe a lot of us haven't gotten to a point where it's like they feel like they're making more money, and it's like, oh, so now we've made it to this point in our lives and everything's shit. And the money I make is worth way less than it was just even a few years ago. It's like, I don't know. I like what you said, Colin, though, is like, so I guess I have a defeatist attitude somewhat. And I guess where I do focus is like, yeah, I support my local businesses, try to help the people around me. Those are the things I actually can control. And so, yeah, I know that would be a lot of criticism, like, oh, well, you don't care because they don't affect you. And it's like, no, a lot of these things do affect me. They affect, literally, inflation and the tariffs are affecting everybody in this country. To one degree or another. I guess the difference is how much it's truly hurting you. And so, yeah, I'm in a privileged position where it's like, yeah, it feels like I'm making less money, even though I'm not. But I'm able to deal with it. So I'm not trying to say that like my pain or financial pain is just as bad as other people's, because clearly it's not. I guess I just feel like I can't do anything. So why would I use my brain power on that?
There's I don't know. No, there is a general powerlessness that I think kind of consumes a lot of it, because you can feel as strongly as you want, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, you can really only vote, and even in that situation, I mean, it's very slim pickings,
right?
As far as like anybody out there who, not even that you necessarily fully believe in, but like even just people who are even on the cusp of being trustable.
Sure.
I think maybe twice in my entire life that I feel like there were people who I thought like, yeah, you know what? Sure. But like, even that's like begrudging. And it's a bummer. It really is a shame. I think, I just think there's a lot that's happened over the last 40 to 50 years. I do think a lot of it stems, obviously. I really do think a lot of it stems from, corporate lobbying and all sorts of things. I mean, like, it's no coincidence that like BlackRock is what it is. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's insane. Like, just objectively, it's not even like I don't think it's a left wing or a right wing conspiracy there. It's just like real, like half, like most of the houses are just like you can't buy them, not because you couldn't afford them, but because like they're grabbed up. And it's like, what do you do in that situation? I don't know.
Yeah.
And in the grand scheme of things, a PS5 costing $50 might not seem like a lot. And I guess it is like, it's a luxury hobby in the first place. We always say that on the show, that this is not a cheap hobby to invest in anyway. But I don't know, man. It feels like we're just running with inertia in a not great direction. And
dude, and it's so fucked up too. I can't remember what YouTube video I was watching. It was something about like the housing crisis and why the United States sucks at building houses and the expense of it all. And I was learning about how these like private equity firms are buying up quote unquote local businesses like electricians and plumbers and stuff. So it's like even in my sense where it's like, oh, the only thing I can do is support local businesses and local craftsmen, whatever. It's like sometimes even then they're like buying out and making a localized monopoly.
Yeah, it's like a cartel
on a fucking plumber. It's like, dude, there's literally nothing you can do. It's like, for me, it really comes down to, it's like, okay, well, I could be generous with my money to people who need it. I can support the businesses that I know, whether it's like just eating somewhere or like he mentioned on the show a lot, Evan, who owns the game store downtown. It's like, I know when I go buy a game from him that's helping support his business and his family and things like that. And it's like, yeah, maybe I wouldn't normally buy something, but it's like I can at least do a little something, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
dude, even with food, like, do you know about the ghost kitchen stuff?
Oh yeah.
There's all these like fake restaurants that are just like on these delivery apps. It's like, here's the thing that I don't see a lot of people talking about, and we can move on after, whatever. Like, I don't know. We're off on a tangent, I guess. But
yeah.
When things get more desperate for the lowest amongst us, it kind of drags everybody down in the sense of like, well, what used to be kind of off the table is now like, oh, well, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of makes it so it's like, oh, well, things are so bad that, yeah, why wouldn't someone make a bunch of fake restaurants and flood an app to try to get like one over and try to get their bag? Like, sure, I respect it. You got to get your bag, but it ruins everything for like a small community who runs on like local restaurants and stuff like that. It makes it so people don't bat an eye that a president crypto scams their entire audience the day before they get into the white. Like, I mean, like, I don't know, like that would have in a normal society, in a normal time where things weren't so desperate, that would be like, yo, what the fuck? That's crazy. That's insane that happened. And that's not even political. That's just like, yo, what? How did this happen? And everybody's just chill. It drags us all down. And I think we're falling, man. I don't know. I want things to get better. I think they can. I don't think it's all doom and gloom. I know we've kind of waxed poetic about things being like really, really dire. And I think in some ways things have always felt that way in certain points in history. I'm sure people felt really weird about. I'm sure artists felt weird about the camera coming out or whatever. And like the same thing's happening with AI now. But we just got to adapt, right? And I don't think anybody's really nimble enough to do it well right now because things are moving so quickly that like even just reacting to it feels slow.
Yeah, and
we'll
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Well, no, go ahead. I have some thoughts about the PlayStation tariff or the PlayStation price increase. But if you have another thought before we head back.
Well, I was just going to say, like, things are happening so quickly on the AI front, especially that AI companies it seems like when you read about around the last few weeks, it's like there's some AI investments in AI companies that are about to like get undone because they're spending so much money and not making any money. But the chase has been so fortuitous for a select few that this power is going to be continuously more and more monopolized. It's actually what I think we might have brought it up on the show months ago that there was like that article that I was suggesting people go read. And there was it was about like this different ways that AI can go and that like we're basically a few years away from this getting completely fucked.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be like one monopolist that gets there 6 months sooner. And that 6 month gap will allow them to then like triangulate and take advantage of their advantage that they can just like go like at a crazy speed. And so I think we're entering, and I think these things are all interconnected. I think this is all about what we're talking about. It's just a general trend. And I think I'm willing to take, I don't want to say I'm willing to take a hit. It's like we have to make a move and it's probably going to fail. But I think the alternative is that we just fail sooner. And we didn't even try to do anything about it. And to me, like, I believe that there is a future, one possibility, an unlikely one, but one possibility of there being an America that does build things again and that can support a base of people. And I don't know. I'm just uncomfortable from my perch shitting on the potential of people actually having like gainful employment like we did dude, everyone is so fucking pro union, which is great, pro private union, and look at how the good things used to be and everything. It's like, dude, what was different then was that people were building things here, period. Like that's the difference. And so anyway, now Dustin, you were, so by the way, it's cool if you agree or disagree with any of this stuff, But I think it's important to have these kinds of conversations around. Like, I hate when people in our space and in games are like, who cares? This is about video games. Like, dude, this is all about what we're talking about.
Mhm.
The manufacture of the good. It's like fundamental to all of this. But yes, I understand that it's a pipe dream that they would ever manufacture the PS5 in the United States. But it would be awesome if they did. And by the way, like, a lot of these companies very easily could manufacture things here. And it's sad that we find it cheaper to make ideas here, make concepts and all of these different things, and then send it overseas and then ship it back to ourselves, built by people that are paid $1 a fucking hour.
Yeah, slaves, essentially.
Yeah. So it's no wonder that like our people can't compete with that.
Mhm.
And yet we want to just continue to support it with just our eyes closed, I guess, about like the cost that it's ravaged the country. But I think you might be right, Chris, about what you were saying earlier. It's like, it's probably just, I mean, we were saying this is like, it's maybe just too late. But we really screwed ourselves up. It's a shame. We could have had it all. We could have had it all.
We're rolling in the deep.
Like, we could have Silicon Valley and like, we could have had all these things, but we could have also had, we could have had all the components of the economy. We sacrificed it at these major corporations threw away like generations of workers. Our government imported an enormous amount of new people also that undercut prices to make it seem that no one would ever clean a bathroom or ever pick a fucking crop, as if that never happened. And now people are walking around addicted to drugs, on fucking government benefits, doing all these kinds of things, and everyone just throws their hands in the air. And I'm like, dude, the biggest threat to our country and the biggest threat to our way of life and our society is income inequality.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, Chris, you were going to say something?
Well, no, I just like, you're right. Like it is like this, the lack of manufacturing, the exodus outside to other places that could get a lot of that labor done for literally criminally cheap prices and expenses. And that was a result ultimately of corporate power getting a lot of political power in this form of like, there's a bunch of different forms, but like Citizens United is one of them, where it's just like, oh, well, now corporations are people now, so like they can vote. It's like, what? No, that's insane. And it turns out, and dude, you can literally look at the graph. Every single relevant graph like changes around that time. Like everything gets fucked at that moment. Everything. And I don't know what to tell you, man. It is it's rough. I wish we understood that broadly, but I would like to believe that we could bring manufacturing back here, and that we would have companies that were honest enough to be like, yeah, you know what, we'll pay our people very well to do what we were doing for pennies on the dollar. But do you understand why that's kind of, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I get
it's
it.
It's an inherently difficult thing for me to believe. And we come from a different place because we are we're small businesses. So we care about that. But like, I just don't think that exists.
Yeah, I get
at
it.
A certain echelon.
But the one thing that I hope that I can impress on people, and maybe even on, and I think Dustin would know this fundamentally, but it's like, we can make a difference. I know it seems like it's nothing, but I think if we all directionally do try to go do the right thing and live a certain way and make a certain choice, that maybe there is a contagion to that, or at least like, you know, that you're doing your part. It's like, I bought all American made appliances for my house. Maybe it doesn't make a difference, but maybe if a bunch of us make that choice when the time comes, that it's like a thing that can help people survive and work a real job instead of my fucking fake job. And again, that's why I become so radicalized on this, is because like, I am so lucky.
Right.
And I want to use my perch to try to say something about it, at least, you know? So that's why I always say about putting solar panels on my house. It's like, I feel like I'm doing my part at least in a small way, to try to better the environment. So because it is all I can't do nothing, or I can do nothing, and I can't do very much, but I could do some small thing.
Right.
And I do try to just like, certainly I buy foreign products. I mean, we all do, but I do try to like pay attention to those things when I can and make choices. And and that's the thing I'm saying is I would love to have more choices in that regard. And by the way, we're an American podcast, so we're talking about it through our lens, but like, I would want this for everyone's country that has an economy of scale, where it's like, it would be great for you to also have a great working class base. The working class that like built my families into, my parents' generations. I really worry about like the haves and the have-nots. And I just can't believe that like so many people got away with undercutting and destroying and gutting an entire group of people without any regard for them. And then they took their jobs, and then at the car plant, and then they sold them the cars made by their competitor overseas. It's so cruel. So yeah, it has nothing to do with PS5, because we wouldn't do that. We never made PS5s here, but
right. Yeah.
I think this is an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm sure people will be very mature about it.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, if you fight in the Discord, I'll kill you. You'll be gone.
No one said anything bad. Like, it's
right.
like,
no, I know, but
I know, and you're right.
Don't matter.
But you're right. It's like, Dustin, you had something you want to say now about PS5. There are a couple more things I wanted to say about PS5 as well.
Yeah. The first thing that I just found interesting, just referencing a Genki tweet. He's obviously the information's not. Now? Oh, geez. Back in May, he posted this tweet about, I think it was from a financial call or something, about how the Sony CFO Lin Tao said they had 3 months worth of stockpile in May. And it's funny because they were quite literally right. It's been just over 3 months. And so now here it is. Here's the price increase. The thing that is interesting to me, coming back to the very beginning of this conversation where I was talking about this not being about greed, that's probably mostly true, but I do question it a little bit, maybe not particularly with PlayStation, thinking about how Nintendo just raised the price of Switch 1. Maybe there's things I don't understand. There's many things I don't understand in life in general, but we're talking about hardware that was budget hardware in 2017. And it's still, you're now raising the price on that. That doesn't really add up to me. Now, of course, there is the aspect where microprocessors, silicon, whatever, is just continually more and more demand. Everything has a fucking chip in it. Your TV, your car, your toaster, your refrigerator. There's so many more things that have
ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Right, yeah.
We got to go back to dumb appliances.
I would pay a lot of money for a dumb TV.
Right.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I wonder with PlayStation 5, where I'm like, you made a revised version of the console that would make it a little cheaper. Is it really true that your cost to manufacture these parts that were, in whatever, when you were putting the console together in 2018, 2019, over the period of time before PlayStation 5 came out, are those really the same price? Even after you revise the console to probably make it cheaper with a smaller heatsink and a lower footprint overall? I don't know. I honestly really don't know. I'm asking the question like, someone that's more aware of like the raw cost of these materials. Maybe Moore's Law is dead would know, but I'm like, sometimes I'm not so sure. When we're 5 years out from this console, you're really telling me the cost of your materials has stayed exactly the same?
Yeah, I think well, there's two things. I think one of the things you're saying gets into the theory of the case with what Moore's Law is dead is hypothesizing about PlayStation 6, which is that it could be a cheaper console than you think because it's using, I guess, less silicon or newer things that are getting smaller and will be dealt with in a different way in some, because you're buying out obviously a massive economy of scale of many millions, and if you're cutting off little dribs and drabs, it's why consoles were remade over and over again to begin with, is to like just removing like a few square inches of plastic from your console could save you millions of dollars. And so maybe there's something to that, but I'm not deep into the weeds on that. And I forgot the other thing I was going to say anyway. So there is there is this idea that, that's the other thing was that was what I was going to say next was corporate greed. I think that there's going to be many examples of corporate greed under the auspices of tariffs. And that's where I think things get a little unfair too, where you can't really judge whole cloth one way or the other. This was actually happening with inflation, to be fair. And this is one of the things I was saying, there were things that I agreed with that Biden was doing, with chip manufacturing and the CHIPS Act and all those kinds of things. And I also think it was a little bit inflation was completely nuts during that entire administration, but companies were definitely gouging the shit out of people and blaming it on that. And that's why I thought with Sony in particular, Dustin, it was important for us to say if you assume it's being made in Southeast Asia, so 15%, not China, but they've moved it to Vietnam or something, or maybe they'll move it to India eventually or whatever, then they're actually not even charging the full amount of the tariff. And so it's the antithesis of corporate greed. And so you have to look at every example and see what are you getting charged? What is the old price and what is the new price? And then we can see, and we saw that on the stock market for years of the shareholders everyone was getting gouged. Everyone knew it and the shareholders loved it, which is why judging the health of the economy on the stock market one way or the other is always kind of the specious and stupid thing, because it's not reflective of the reality on the ground. But there are two other inquiries we got from the audience that I thought would allow us to explore some interesting angles of this before we move on. Raisin wrote in and said, "Greetings, Sacred Boys. Not to get political, but with PlayStation raising the price of the PS5, I have to ask, if the PS6 is rumored to release in 2027, why not wait until after Trump's second term? With economic instability and tariff uncertainty, why not wait for a new administration? We've seen how widely unpopular these tariff policies are across the political spectrum. Obviously, there's more important things to worry about than the price of our consumer electronics, but something's got to give. What say you on this query? Any and all insight would be appreciated. I'll hop on my girlfriend's OnlyFans and sit on her strap-on and listen. Got to afford that PS6 somehow. That's
goodness
disgusting. Thank you for writing in. Little Raisin.
Someone's knocking on my door.
Oh, really? Who is it?
I don't know, so I'm not going to answer.
Okay, fair enough.
Sorry.
All right, so Raisin, this is interesting because there is a lot of it's what Chris was bringing up earlier, actually, about the major Achilles heel of this entire tariff strategy, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, is the inconsistency in it. I think it's like having a war strategy. Once you deploy it, the game's on. You have to believe in what you're doing and be willing to stand by it and see what happens. And that level of inconsistency, I think, has really hurt the major purpose of the tariffs generally, which is to encourage consistency, saying this is the new price of doing business. Will you move your manufacturing here? As opposed to saying, well, we're a little wishy-washy on it. And corporations don't know what to do with that or whatever. So the status quo is kept and then prices go up. So it's the worst of both worlds in some way. But I think this is a risky maneuver for two reasons. Number one is, I don't think that companies, it's cool to strategize around, and it's important to strategize around the realities of the markets, politically, socially, economically, whatever, that you deal in. And the United States is Sony's most important market for all their products. But the other thing is that you can't really hold onto a console for a full year and a half and then hope that someone wins. Because if the Republicans win in 2028, which is entirely possible, this might not change at all. And so you're not only holding onto the console and not getting a return, like an ROI on your investment, or ROI return. It's the new RIP in peace. ROI on your investment. Not only are you able to exercise that and you have to wait a whole year, and so you're amortizing these losses and all the rest all the while, but you're counting on a political outcome that you cannot control. And if your entire strategy is based around that and then it doesn't go that way, then you've just really wasted your time. So I think you just got to make your decision about timeline regardless, which is probably going to unfortunately be fall 2027. Unfortunate just because I don't think we need the fucking PlayStation 6, but we're going to get it seems like. Go ahead,
the reality too is that like even if the opposing party were to win, you're still ultimately going to be releasing in some kind of in an environment of the inertia of what's happening now anyway. You know, like a lot of administrations have this kind of continuing inertia, you know, like you have these things that continue even into the next presidency. And even certain things like even just certain things that are outside, like even like tax policy that doesn't go into effect until like, you know, sometimes into the next administration. So like these things, it wouldn't be wise, I think, to just wait to see what the outcome of the election is, because materially it wouldn't. You don't have any control of it, like Colin said, and also you just might as well. It's better to just rip the Band-Aid off in some sense if you're ready to go. Like I agree with Colin, we don't need the PS6 that quickly, but like if that's when they're going to do it, it's best to just do it than it is to. And the same thing in 2020 when the pandemic was happening. You know, like I remember people saying like, "Oh, why don't they just wait until the pandemic is over?" It's like that would have been a while. That would have been a good year and a half, almost 2 years, that they would have been sitting on that machine.
Yeah, and what a mistake that would have been too, because everyone was so into it because no one can go anywhere.
Right. No, exactly. Like, so that's the kind of thing you got to keep in mind. It's like, listen, it's best to just go when you're ready. And you know, the only time that I would imagine it would be worth it to hold off on releasing a machine is if there's some fatal flaw that like you did not anticipate that you just discover in like the last few months leading up to it somehow, like a 360 Red Ring of Death type situation that manifests sooner, obviously. But yeah, I wouldn't be on the committee that says like, you know, let's hold it for the future.
If anything, Japan wants another fucking pandemic.
Right? Yeah, it did very well for certain industries.
Yeah, the thing I was going to say was like, yeah, you got to, and I think you and I agree, and we'll see how Dustin feels, is like, you got to focus on your timeline and execute, and then the question will be price. I think that's the thing that just changes, is like, you might have to just be very flexible on what you think you can charge for this thing one way or the other. Dustin, what do you think?
At some point, the rubber will hit the road on price increases and what the market can tolerate. But all signs to point to that not being right now.
No.
In a lot of different ways. Look at the Switch 2 and how much everyone complained about the price. There was the whole thing where their chat was spammed, lower the price. Look how it turned out for Nintendo with their most expensive console yet at $450 and then the bundle being $500. There was no problem despite the economic conditions. So I think right now, I mean, this is still a few years away, so times could change and the rubber could hit the road between now and then. But I agree with you guys that you kind of just got to deal with what you're in at the present and go from there. But right now, like, I guess this is related, but not directly related to this question. It's just that this PS5 price increase is, I don't think, going to make any difference for them.
I don't think so either.
No.
At all. In fact, when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, it's not gonna be a problem for the PS5 Pro at all.
That brings up a couple of important things that we should say for balance, because I think we all think that this sucks, and certainly not something that I would have wanted. Although, like I said, if it means I'll take it. If it means things are going to get better elsewhere, if like it has to be this blanket thing, then that's fine. We'll see how it all plays out, but it's not an ideal thing, of course. But there are important caveats. The first is that, and I went and looked this up actually in preparation. I put it in my notes. The average worker a worker in the United States on average makes $28 an hour. So the price increase is what we're talking about, is a couple hours of work. Not saying it's nothing, not saying it's not a lot of money, but well within the range of normal people. To your point, Dustin, I think that doesn't make it preclusive of people being able to afford it at that price. The other thing I'll say is this, and we've said this many times, so this will be nothing new. If that is a deal breaker for you in terms of like, well, now I won't buy the console or whatever, which is totally fine. And I get it. People have financial reasons why they have to do all sorts of things. They're living hand to mouth, paycheck to paycheck. So I mean this with no animosity. It's just true. It's like, if that's the case, then it is my opinion that you should not be buying a video game console at all. And you should save your money until you're in a better financial state. So I think you're right in that sense, Dustin, where though it's an unfortunate reality, though $50 is a lot of money, $50 is a lot of money to all of us. I mean, I don't just fucking throw $50 away. It sucks. It would suck. But I also must say, not that I was actually looking last week about like what I've spent this year just generally, and it's like I don't buy fucking anything. So I'm not interacting with the economy really at all, but I haven't really noticed anything in my personal like any increases of note. But I know people in my life that have all said like,
I'm sure Micah has at the grocery store.
Oh no, yeah, well, food, but food has been going up and up for fucking since post-COVID. I mean, that's no surprise. When I go to the supermarket, and 85% of our food production is domestic, so you could very easily never buy a foreign food item if you don't want to. But this is the other thing though, is like you can't just. This is why to me it's like directional is good. But like, there's just certain things you can't grow here or whatever. It's like, what do you do? Like, but I'm not really paying attention to that. Also, I understand that like vegetables are apparently really expensive right now because of like droughts, and all sorts of things.
Vegetables are expensive. I know, like, dude, the thing that I've noticed particularly was like, bro, rideshare is crazy.
Really?
Rideshare is nuts. At least where I'm at. Like, I remember looking at it. I think it cost. I was trying to get to somewhere that wasn't even as far, like wasn't even remotely as far as like where I would used to go to you in Santa Monica. And it was like $60 before tip. And I was like, brother, I'm not going.
Yeah, that's just too.
I'm not, y'all could pick me up if you want. I'm not paying $60 both ways.
Yeah, it's crazy.
$120 plus a tip to the fuck. Absolutely not. That blew my mind. I was like, yo, it is. Oh, who is paying for this? Insane.
Yeah, absolutely nuts. Absolutely,
things are getting crazy for certain things. But
well, that's what I was going to say. Was food prices have been going up. So I'm not want to say like my feelings are immune to that because I always go into the supermarket and I'm like, what? Like we were buying cold cuts or whatever. Like I'm like, dude, when I was in college, so this was a long time ago, 20 years ago, I would buy a pound of boar's head pepper turkey for $5, like in Shaw's in Boston. So like not in a cheap place. Now it's like $13.
Yeah, that's a quarter pound now.
Yeah, it's like whoa. But like that's not really a product of now. But I have what I was saying was that like there are many people in my life where they're like, yeah, man, like this is really expensive now, or like this price went up. The only thing I think I did notice it in one way, I went and bought a new battery for like I have like this multi-use battery for my outdoor equipment, like your blower and your weed whacker and shit like that. And that was like kind of expensive. But that's kind of the thing that maybe I would love to have battery manufacturing in the United States. That would be fucking sick. What were you going to say?
Can I ask you guys about, because it's always been a joke that there's been like, you open up a bag of chips and it's mostly air. But I feel like it's getting a little ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like I feel like now it's like 65% air in these bags of chips. And it's I'm not okay with it.
Yeah, I think they argue that like it keeps them safer in the boxes and shit like that. But I find I have a lot of disdain for that too. When you open, like when you break that seal and then the air is let out, so now it's like a normal bag, and then there's just like crumbs, on the bottom. Yeah. It's like everything's the shrinkflation as they call it, right? We could all use a little shrinkflation in the United States, but some of the portions are still a little crazy, but I agree generally. It's just, everything's just fucked up, man. I express this on the show that my parents were both born in 1950. And so like, I think about that they were literally like alive. And like when they were a teenager, you can just go get like a burger for fucking a dime.
Yeah.
And like, they're still alive. And now all these years later, they're paying like, $10. And you're just like, dude, what the fuck? That is such a crazy erosion of value. It's criminal. Like people should be fucking killed for doing that to the dollar. It's like, whoa, man, crazy shit. Because even when I saw that average wage of $28 for the average worker in the United States, I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's a lot of money, like compared to what I thought it was. But at the same time, you do the math, and then you're like, actually, it's not that much money at all, because I still have like 1999 brain.
Yeah, it's still technically less than it was. I mean, way before we were born.
Right.
But
Like my instinct is like, oh,
it goes a lot lower.
That's a good wage, and then you're like, no, it's not.
Yeah,
not when your rent is $2,500 a fucking month.
I think genuinely a dime used to go way further than $20 does now, which is crazy. Fucking insane. Oh well.
Final Inquiry is a good one. It's an interesting one. Rubber Nipples 209 wrote in and said, hello, Crack Bandits. I see Sony now raising the prices by $50 for console hardware. I got the Pro model back in December. I feel lucky now. But also, I can understand waiting for this holiday, hoping for a price. I think he means price drop, probably. I'm interested in this. Sony has kind of set up an interesting thing here, potentially. If they're, but the like I said, the price increase for the base PS5 without a disc drive, it would be about 15%. It's $50. But if you wanted the disc drive and then you wanted the Pro, they're eating a little bit of money. So this would have forced them to eat even more of the money. But you could imagine them saying, like, wouldn't it be interesting if they just if they dropped the price back down for Black Friday or something like that? But
Black Friday,
I don't think that's going to happen. I like the entire idea of like, yeah, maybe there's something happening. It's important to know we have a huge international listenership, obviously, and viewership is like, you guys have been dealing with a lot of price increases that weren't affecting us, few of them over different territories. Now this price increase doesn't affect any of you, but you've already kind of incurred the price increase. And that goes to show you like the inflation situation around the world, because the tariffs shouldn't be affecting most of these places. They have their own tariffs, obviously. Like Brazil, for instance, has like insane tariffs on fucking import electronics. That makes the PlayStation like, thousands of dollars. But, so yeah, a little bit of what's good for the goose is good for the gander. All right. Well, anything else to say about PS5 and PS5 Pro? I hope you guys listened. I mean, we did try to say over and over again on the show that the console in this economic environment simply will never get cheaper. It's just not going to happen. Like, so
yeah.
I really hope it was cool. I mean, it's not cool, but it's cool that they at least gave people a day, because I wonder like what sales looked like yesterday. I mean, if you were on the fence, there was no reason for you to wait at that point. You might as well just do it.
Yeah.
If you could find one. I don't know if they sold out or whatever, but they at least gave everyone a little bit of a notice. So, but as the time you hear this, the prices have increased. The cheapest PlayStation you could have gotten was at launch.
That's so crazy. It's fucking unheard of, man. It really is. This is the first time this happened, right?
Yeah, that's never. This is never prices have never gone up on consoles until this generation. Ever, never happened. Not one time.
Fucking crazy, man.
And that's why it's like, yeah, and that's why we have to bring up both blade, both edges of the blade, as it were. Is like, yeah, tariffs in the United States are catastrophic to the price of everything, but inflation,
yeah.
It's bad, dude.
Yeah. COVID really ravaged everything,
and people, the government's just spent so much money. It was not necessary to do that. And one of my favorite sports, I don't know if you guys have done this, is like, you ever go up and look at like PPP loans people got? You can just look them up, like see what people got. God. Dude, there are companies in our space where I'm like, dude,
yeah,
come on, man.
It's like you can go look.
Come on,
we didn't need, like, we were. That's what bothers me about it, is that like companies like ours were booming at that time, and these companies, these like, our peers, wherever, some of them were still going and taking this money. It's like, you don't need it. Like, where's the patriotic spirit of leaving that for someone that fucking needs it? And it's what you were saying earlier, because everyone just took advantage of it. Why not? Why not take advantage of it?
That's exactly what I was saying. It's like desperation is just like, it makes everything okay.
It's really like,
and so it's just like, it's what happens. It's like, yeah, get your money. Why wouldn't you? You never know when it's gonna just go away tomorrow. Why wouldn't you take it?
It's like a lot of people really, and a lot of companies really needed it, and that's cool.
Yeah.
But a lot of people in our space definitely didn't. So that's one of my favorite sports. But that kind of rampant government spending, tens, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars per every entity or company that asked for it.
Yeah.
Man, it fucked everything up. And it was so predictable, and it's so, what's so sad about that is that value never comes back. Like, inflation is a permanent tax. The prices will never return to what they were. You would need to have deflation, which is even worse. So it's a trap. Like, that's why people that's why occasionally you have like a readjusted currency and shit like that, and like people taking drastic actions on non-USD currency, but we're getting to that point where it's like, damn, dude, what is I remember I used to, my allowance was $5 in the 90s, and that was enough to like go to the movies.
Yeah.
Or buy an action figure or something, you know?
Crazy.
Which I was buying way too late in my life. Dustin?
Yeah, I remember $4.99 for like a really good action
Yeah,
figure.
like a Marvel figure or something, or a Star Wars figure.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, what were you saying, Dustin? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to throw this in for the console warriors out there. Hey, could have been $100 price increase. That's what Microsoft did 4 months ago. Series X is $5.99 now.
Yeah, I'm sure they're flying off the shelf.
Xbox you could have gotten was at launch. Insane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Really insane. I really can't get over that. The early adopter was the financially sound person. That's never true.
Inflation has tamped down now to the point where it's a little more, it's still a little higher than I'd want it to be. It's like 2.5%. You don't want it to get too low. It's actually bad to get it, below a 1.5%, maybe something like that, as I understand. But maybe the new console generation will just go back to normal, where the console, hopefully, I mean, that would be great. I mean, let's say this, if this trajectory begins with a whole new set of hardware, we are fucked. It's so far beyond games at that point where it's like, dude, this can't be the case. Electronics are one of the few things that are supposed to get cheaper. We all know that. You bought a CD player in 1985, it was a lot different than buying it in 2005. You bought a flat screen in 2000, it was a lot different than buying it now. But you buy a PS5 5 years ago, cheaper. And now more expensive. But you're right, Dustin, it is a lot about the drive for silicon, I think, and or silicon. We're back from a bathroom break. Before we go on, though, I went and got this just to show you. This is a G.I. Joe from 1989, unfortunately named Night Creeper.
Oh.
I don't know if it's going to come through, but there's a price, I really hope it's a home price tag of $2.79. Yes.
Damn, that's a nice looking one, too.
Toys R Us for even a third of this price, or, like 3 times this price, rather. It's just crazy how cheap toys used to be. Sad times. I love those old Toys R Us orange tags. Very nostalgic.
Yeah.
Okay. Next piece of news is a big one. It's that Hollow Knight Silksong has finally emerged from a 5 or 6 years slumber, because I don't think they've really given a proper, true update, right? Since, wasn't it 2019, and then they kind of reappeared a little bit in 2022 even. But first of all, over at Bloomberg, Jason Schreier, we're going to cite Bloomberg twice today, actually. Jason Schreier wrote why Silksong took 7 years to make. And so it's an interesting little article. And the basic gist of it is these guys have made an enormous amount of money. Hollow Knight has sold 15 million copies. They're a small team of a few people, and they had the luxury of taking their time. And so they did. And I think that they basically, and I won't go into the article, but they basically say they just kept adding more and more and more to the game. They had more and more latitude to do so because the games, Hollow Knight came out in 2017 on PC, and then 2018 on Switch and PS4 and Xbox. And I saw, even when I was researching it, that it came, was it that? No. That's a different game. Actually, we'll talk about that later. And the Team Cherry, the team behind the game, has been kind of just toiling away on this, which was originally supposed to be an expansion, as I recall. And now we got a lot of inquiries about this as well. But before we go to it, I wanted to see what you guys thought. Dustin, Hollow Knight has a release date. The crazy thing about it is that it's in a couple of weeks. The release date is September 4th.
Yeah, pretty exciting, of course. This is, to be fair, not to be fair, to be honest, I guess is what I should say. Audience for this game has been getting pretty annoying. No offense, but I get the situation they've been in, where it feels like they've had their, they've been teased a little bit here and there. And so I can understand the frustration.
Yeah.
I've been teased a million times with Kingdom Hearts games. You don't see me complaining every day online for every event, though the Kingdom Hearts complainers are there too. So they're just as annoying, if we're being honest. With that all being said, maybe it's time. Let's see. We have about a week until Metal Gear Solid Delta. Can I beat Hollow Knight in a week? I've never played it. Well, I shouldn't say I've never played it. I've started it, but I wasn't really that that drawn into it.
Me too. I had the same experience.
You can easily beat it in a week.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a great game. I think Hollow Knight's. I played it on PS4 back in 2019. It's challenging. It's unique. It's memorable. I do not understand the fan base of it as far as like the depth of meaning it has to people and stuff like that. But it's cool. It's not. It's just it doesn't resonate on that level for me. And I can rattle off quite a number of Metroidvanias that I think are better games. So it's not even in that topmost echelon for me. But for a lot of people, it is. I think a lot of it has to do with its mystique. It's just been kind of behind closed doors. I think a lot of people thought maybe it was not a lot of people. I think there was some thought like, what's wrong with this thing? Or like, why is it taking so long? Or will it ever come out? Is it vaporware? And to me, it seemed fairly obvious, Chris, that they kind of confirm it. It's like, we don't have there's no rush. We're publishing it ourselves. Everyone will play it when we're ready. And I got to say, I kind of dig them talking about it and then just saying like, yeah, 2 weeks. You would expect it to be like, February next year or have this long, annoying marketing campaign. But this is considering the circumstances, this is the best possible move, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's awesome. It's great news. I like that it's this small team that's just been given a lot of runway to do cool shit. And I like even in this article, they say like, we didn't want to constantly bug people because all we could say was that we're still working on it. And that's not really substantive. So like, no, it's a dope way to come back into the spotlight. Immediate re-reveal and immediate release date is dope. It kind of quells a lot of whatever kind of ill will would have been festering in the background of not having heard from this game in so long is immediately kind of done away with, given the immediacy of how it's being released. It kind of was like, oh, I guess we'll see like what the game's gonna be.
Right. It gives you almost
very smart.
Right. It gives you almost no time to be upset. The only different thing they could have done, which I think would have been even crazier and more interesting, is if it was like it's out now.
Yeah, Shadow Drop. Yeah, that would have been.
I think maybe knowing what I know and knowing that they have the date and all this, I would have been like, let's just do that. We're one of the few games that it will mean nothing to the bottom line for us to do that. It will probably actually be a huge benefit, and people will freak the fuck out.
Yeah, that would have been. That would have been a very smart idea, I think. But like, I mean, this is also smart. I think it's cool. It gets. I'm a little frustrated because I picked this game twice on my draft, and the year that I choose to not trust them, they suddenly become reliable.
I picked it, I think, right?
I don't know.
I don't know if anyone picked it.
I don't think anybody picked it.
No one picked it. Okay.
I think because I looked back, I was like, damn it, who got it?
Oh,
I
see.
And none of us.
I have it here. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Oh, I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
Happens.
I do like, I guess it was in the Bloomberg article. I saw it on Twitter, though, that there's going to be no reviews for this game because they said it would be unfair for critics to play before Kickstarter backers and other players. They don't need
the critics.
They don't need.
It's really unique. As long as, and if they deliver, they have the mystique continuing into the next game, which is cool.
Yeah, I think it's kind of based. No reviews.
Awesome. I believe that there are games that don't benefit from reviews, and it's the very best games. It's why I said when we were talking about Intergalactic some time ago, I was like, this shouldn't even be available to anyone until it comes out. No review is going to do it justice. People are going to spoil it. They have nothing to gain. And it's probably the same thing with Hollow Knight. They really have nothing to gain. They have millions of wish lists. Apparently, I don't know if I think it said in the Bloomberg article, which is the most wish list game ever.
It has had a long time to accrue.
It's had 7 years.
Right. But that's an extreme advantage.
Yeah.
Of millions of people just getting a prompt when they sign into their platform of choice. That
it's a built-in free ad, basically.
Right. So they're in a very unique situation. I mean, I'm so jealous of them. Like, that's such an awesome. You sold 15 million copies of your game, so you each, you made tens of millions of dollars in profit, and per person probably, and then you're going to sell another game that's going to sell millions of copies. I mean, how much are they even charging for? Probably $25 or something. I don't even know.
I don't know.
Silksong Steam. Let's see. Maybe my pricing is totally, my calibration is totally off. Oh, it doesn't have a date on here
Steam
yet.
page yet?
It has a Steam page, but not it's not dated.
No
yet.
price. I see.
Yeah, I don't think there's a price. I just searched Silksong price. I don't think the price has been confirmed.
Hollow Knight right now itself is $14.99. You would assume maybe $29.99. I mean, you probably can do $39.99. I think that would be the ceiling. Well, they can really charge whatever they want, ironically. But
I would go. I would probably, if I were there, I'd probably be like, let's just do $29.
Yeah, $29.99.
We're gonna make a lot of money. We're gonna make a lot of money.
Yeah, you're gonna sell
whatever,
millions of copies. I'll buy one for sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I haven't played. I have Hollow Knight. I don't know where I have it. I think I have it on PlayStation. I think I also might have it on Switch. I don't want to bust out my stinky Switch to play it though.
Yeah,
I might just buy it on. I might just rebuy. I might just buy it on Steam. Fucking whatever. Play it on the Steam Deck because I am curious about it. Like, I mean, it's got me. You know, I now that it's real and not like a fictional thing. Like, yeah, all right. I'll dive into this thing that I've been sitting on for way too long.
And I want to be clear, although I said it, and I think most people understand, is I think Hollow Knight was great, like a really great game, fluid to play, fun to explore, lots of secrets, lots of things for you to discover if you put in the time and effort. And I know people have gotten really, really into the game for that. It's just I don't understand the level of fandom comparable to the actual product. That's my thing.
I think it's
no
a vibe.
Disrespect to the game.
I think it's a lot of art direction too. I think the art direction specifically is striking with a lot of it because that's the one thing particularly that it's struck with me. Like I love these. It reminds me of like not quite like these old Flash games, but like it's got that DNA. Like not quite a behemoth, but like probably like a dishwasher,
sure,
kind of thing going on, which is a very niche kind of thing to bring up. But yeah.
Okay, we have one inquiry here from John that I thought I would read. He says, "Hello, gents. Hollow Knight Silksong just revealed a release date for September 4th. As excited as I am, I can't help but feel a little bad for other teams. Hell Is Us launches 9/4 and Chronos New Dawn launches the very next day, both of which look fantastic, but will now no doubt be a bit overshadowed. My question is this. At what point does a team's marketing become irresponsible? I feel like Team Cherry should have some self-awareness on the social cachet that the Silksong release will garner. And this leaves other times this leaves the others. This leaves the other games, I think you meant to say, no time to pivot. It says times, no time. I know that one team doesn't owe another team that level of courtesy, but it came off a little strange to me. All the best. I mean, that's capitalism, baby. You know.
Yeah, if I was Hollow Knight devs, I'd say fuck them.
Yeah, if
I mean, not really.
To me, I'd be like, I mean, that's the way it goes. I also just don't believe that like the two games that you mentioned are going to suffer from it. Hell Is Us is going to be big, and Chronos I think will probably be a slow burn. I think Jez Corden played it, and I think it was who I read, and he was saying that it's really, really good, and I believe it actually, based on Bloober and their increasing pedigree now with Silent Hill 2, and they're doing Silent Hill 1 remake now. So I'm going to buy all three of these games. They'll have to be played. And by the way, this is what you were saying earlier, Dustin, was it's amongst Metal Gear and the fucking China Hero Project game, the Lost Soul Aside.
Lost Soul Aside. Another thing I would say, like, I feel like I would argue that Hollow Knight specifically is really not like Hollow Knight and Hell Is Us. I don't think are going for the same audience necessarily. Like, there's going to be overlap, obviously, for people like us who play, a lot. But Silksong is going to be one of those games that like it's big in a way that like I don't think your average person who plays Silksong would have been a mark for Hell Is Us necessarily, or Chronos. Like I if anything, I think those two games are more in competition with each other as far as like what they're trying to do or like the vibe that they're trying to like. I feel like they are more conflicting than Hollow Knight being there is. But there's no doubt it's going to be a big game, and it's going to get a lot of the coverage for sure.
Yeah, it'll affect something, but I think these are all different games. it certainly has a unique gravity that will attract many millions of people. It's going to be a huge game on streaming. People are going to discover secrets in it and so on. And like we said, no criticism of it before, there's no embargo before release date. So everyone's going to be discovering it at the same time. So there's going to be kind of a gold rush on that, gold rush on guide writing and getting your videos out. It's going to be a messy affair, but I don't think they have any responsibility to anyone but themselves. So, and yeah, it's what you said, Dustin. It's not, you want to say necessarily fuck them, but it's like, you take a little bit of pride in that. It's like, yeah, we are more important. Our game's more important. Wherever we put it, we're going to attract attention. We're not going to avoid other games coming out. It's not the way it goes. That's the way.
And they're competing with big publishers.
Right. It is a competition.
Point of pride.
It is a competition. There are only so many dollars. And you're chasing them. Whatever fraction of the pie you get. So, interesting question, John, but my opinion is that's raw capitalism. Real raw, dirty raw. Ooh. All right. We had the Gamescom opening night live event earlier this week for when we were recording and publishing on Patreon. And you guys on that Tuesday did a live stream for several hours. I joined you at the end, but you watched it with Brad from Summon Sign. And so you guys already got a lot of your thoughts out there on the fly. However, I wanted to do two things here, is to just ask again, with some time to think. This is what I think is kind of, it's nice, but streaming, getting the stuff going right away is cool, but getting time to think and have an opinion is actually even better, in my opinion. And it's kind of a bummer that you had to shoot without looking and then maybe you change your mind about things or whatever. So, but we'll give ourselves the opportunity to do that now. And I was also curious, and I put in our document a Push Square article that just had all the games that were announced and all the different things. And I just wanted to ask if anything stood out to you that you want to talk. We can talk about any and all of this stuff if you want, but I assume there's really not too much to say. So, Dustin, let's go to you first. What did you think in hindsight of opening night live? And I know we were all, I didn't have so much of an opinion on it. I didn't see most of it. I know you guys were down on it. And then is there anything you want to reflect on that you saw?
Yeah. Opening night live was okay. The problem, particularly with this live show, is just there was too many times where the show was dragged out on one particular announcement, where there's a particular spot you guys go watch in the stream where they were talking about, they spent like 15 minutes talking about a Monster Hunter Final Fantasy 14 crossover. And they brought some of the developers on stage and talked to them. And there was a back and forth where they were translating everything they were saying. Chris nearly died during this part. Couldn't keep it together.
I saw some people confused, so I was laughing because I think the stream, we were all watching our own version, our own link for the stream. We weren't watching the same stream. So mine was a little bit either faster or slower. I can't remember. So I left a little bit earlier than it would be obvious. But they kept saying it was a crossover as if that was impossible to understand. As if it was
we call it a crossover.
Yeah, we call it a crossover. It says it says collaboration crossover on the giant screen. They say it once, then they say it again in Japanese, then they say it again, and then they said it again. And I was like, bro, it broke me because I was like, who doesn't know what this is at this point? Why does it need to be this way? And I just busted. I couldn't. I was already giggly as it was because it was already in a glut of I think anime announcements or something like that. I can't remember exactly the context, but it broke me.
But as far as the quality of the announcements and what we saw, a lot of updates on things, a lot of updates for games that I'm already in on, Silent Hill, Resident Evil, all that kind of stuff. It's cool to see more, but I also don't need it. In terms of games that I'm interested in, there's one I can't remember. It's the Divine Comedy, but it's in Italian. Yeah. I can't remember what the title.
I think it's literally.
I'm looking.
I think it's literally
La Divine Commedia.
Or something.
I don't even have that on this list.
That sounds like an interesting concept, but the trailer was meh. Whatever. I think it didn't have gameplay. So I'm interested in the idea of that game. I'm looking at this list here. Oh, one of the standout announcements is this Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, which looks really fun. It looks like they're like, hey, they're not making Arkham games anymore. We're going to do it ourselves. We're going to make this Lego Batman, which clearly has at least Lego or Batman Arkham inspired combat. I was watching a different video where they were talking about it being open world, and I'm not big on a lot of Lego games, but this looked pretty cool.
Dude,
Pretty neat.
loved the marketing bait of having the rainbow suit Batman. Did you see this?
No.
Oh, I did see that.
So, excuse me, I have something in my throat. There's a Batman apparently in Detective Comics in the 50s that wore like a rainbow suit. And they showed that was one of the costumes. And you got some response, and they totally did it on purpose because they got some responses were like, "Ooh, this fucking gay shit."
Gay
Batman. But then like the real Batman OGs were like, this is actually a real costume from like the Detective Comics or whatever. And I thought that was just so funny. That was so intentional, and I know it.
Good.
Wait, Batman's gay? Always has been.
I know it was intentional. It's a way to disarm people and trivialize future things they'll say. I thought it was really smart. Yeah. Anything else to say about any of the games that you guys saw? Was I interrupting anyone?
No, I mean, I'm definitely with Dustin where like the Lego Batman thing intrigued me the most, and purely because I love the idea of like anthologizing that kind of thing, like taking every single, like if they did like a Lego Spider-Man and it was all the Raimi movies and the animated show and like all that like mixed together into the same, like I'd be over the fucking moon about it. So seeing it with the context of like, you know, Keaton's Batman and then Ledger's Joker and then all of this stuff, but like kind of like Lego Matt Berry as Bane is fantastic casting. I don't really play enough Lego games to even know if they typically do voice stuff. I think that was a new thing that they started doing kind of recently, as far as I understand. But that was the big thing for me, where I was just like, oh yeah, I'm definitely going to play that. I was actually, I don't know, like there were some things that like, I think Dustin was saying that like some stuff that we didn't need more of that like I actually felt like showcased kind of poorly. Like I think of the big one, like Resident Evil, like I feel like Resident Evil and Silent Hill, I'm very interested in both of those, but I actually feel like this was like the least interesting bits of each game that we've seen so far. Personally, like it just kind of felt like this didn't really do anything for me. You might as well just shown like a JPEG really, and I would have had the same amount of excitement. Cult of the Lamb looks cool. I liked Cult of the Lamb, but I haven't played it in a while, so. The big thing for me, I guess, would be like Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines, because like I think it looks. I feel like I've seen this before, and it's never looked quite right. It's always looked kind of rough, and I just kind of like my eyes kind of glazed over it. This time, it presented really well, and obviously, like I'm a little bit more clued in on this stuff ever since people have been recommending it to me after my after I dived into the original Deus Ex and Human Revolution, where like I didn't realize that was even an immersive sim. And now I do, and now I'm aware of that, and it's like, okay, now that's something on my radar now. But I don't know. I was a little bummed out at the Ghost Runner thing.
Oh, right.
The more I thought about it, because like now I'm looking at this article that we have linked here. It's like Ghost Runner dev changes history for PS5 Souls-like. So Ghost Runner's making a Souls-like.
Yeah, great.
According to them, which, you know, who the fuck knows if that's even real? Like, it's like Crash Bandicoot is a Souls-like.
The market is speaking, I guess. I mean, it's easy to judge these. I certainly do, but there does seem to be a market for. And also, this is an example of people just taking 5 or 6 years to make a game that they were inspired to make. You know,
I want to be clear. I think it looks good. I think it like presents really well. I think the art's very good. I was really into what Ghost Runner was doing as far as like flow state kind of. I don't know. There's something about that kind of style of game that I feel like we don't get a lot of. So to see them go in a direction that I feel like is, if anything, like hyper competitive and overserved, was just a little bit of a letdown to me. But I'll probably play it. I think Ghost Runner is great. Just a really great feeling video game. So yeah. I have no reason to believe that this wouldn't. It's not gonna be the same kind of game, obviously, but I have no reason to believe that this wouldn't feel good to play too.
Yeah, it is interesting. That game is a first-person Souls-like. So
yeah. It's a twist.
I'm curious what that will be like. The trailer looks cool. One other thing I forgot to mention, Colin, because I know people have been asking me about this. They did show off the Sekiro anime that was already leaked at one point that was coming. And it looks cool. But I gotta be honest, I just ranked Sekiro as the top S tier From Software game. So I love Sekiro, but I just don't care. You know, a lot of these games that get anime versions, I end up watching like 1 or 2 episodes, and I'm like, I already know. You know, there was a Nier anime that I watched an episode and bounced. They did a Persona 5 anime. I watched a few episodes. Like, I know what happens, and I had a better time playing the game than watching this. So who knows? Maybe we'll add something new to the world, the lore, and maybe I'll go back to it. But I can't say I'm particularly pumped. I'm not offended by it. I just don't really care.
Yeah, I'll probably check it out. Maybe I'll actually know what's going on this time.
I'm looking here at the list. I did a little catching up. There are a few games I wanted to call out as well. I think the Lego Batman game looks pretty cool, like you said. Resident Evil Requiem, obviously, looks great. Like we said, I don't need to see any more of that. And by the way, Resident Evil Requiem coming out in February?
February
pretty quick.
24th or
very
something
nice.
like that.
Love that. Love the tight timing of showing things and announcing the date. We don't have to wait too long, so that's awesome. The Bitmap Bureau, the studio that's making the Terminator game that comes out later this year that looks awesome, announced another game, which is a He-Man beat 'em up. I'm not a He-Man fan, but I will definitely play that game. I think it looks great. And it's just like, damn, dude, let's get a G.I. Joe one going like this. We got Turtles, we got He-Man, we got all this wonderful stuff happening with these different licenses. Let's give a little love to my favorite license in that world. That would be awesome. Silent Hill F obviously looks great. We already know that. And then Onimusha, Way of the Sword, looks awesome too. We don't need to see much more of that. So a lot of good things. But I did want to clue in, since we are a PlayStation podcast, we should dive deeper into one of the announcements there, which was Ghost of Yotei's online mode Legends, which is going to be coming out in 2026.
I modified your thing here earlier.
Oh, did it say immediately? Yeah.
You said at launch.
Oh, yeah.
And so I went and fixed it.
That's funny because I was like, I don't remember writing this. I thought it was out at launch, but thank you for doing that.
I meant to tell you before we started and I forgot.
Oh, no, thank you. So yes, okay. Ghost of Yotei Legends DLC coming in 2026. Article written on the official PlayStation blog by my old comrade at IGN, Andrew Goldfarb, who's been the longtime Sucker Punch senior comms manager there. And they announced this at opening night live, as we just said. We were just discussing the show. So it's basically the online mode. I took notes earlier. Where was it? Yeah. So I don't remember this, but this was apparently, so Ghost of Tsushima came out in June 2020, which we remember, but Legends came out in October that year. I don't know why I don't remember it coming out. I thought it was like a year later or something like that. Like when it came to PS5, I did not remember it coming out that soon. So similar timeline, seems like. And of course, you want that extra pop. You don't need it right away. That's no one's playing Ghost of Tsushima for that right away. You want people to come back. And then maybe after Legends, then you get a DLC pack, like an Iki Island style DLC pack in the wild. And you kind of have like a year's worth of kind of play as this game being prominent. People are looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it as well. It launches in early October 2nd specifically. That's my dad's 75th birthday, actually. And so I'll have to get him Ghost of Yotei for his birthday. He'll love that. I don't know that there's so much more to say about this game.
Yeah.
Again, I read a very interesting theory. Actually, I've read this theory several times. About me that I don't like Ghost of Tsushima, even though I do think Ghost of Tsushima is great, but I don't like Ghost of Tsushima because it outshone The Last of Us Part 2. And I'm like, dude, I don't give a fuck about it. Like, why would you think I gave a shit about that? I could be the only person in the world that likes Last of Us Part 2 and I wouldn't really care. It wouldn't affect my ability to enjoy the game. So that's a kind of a weird argument. My argument rather is that I just have never really been very compelled by samurai fare. And these days, again, East Asia slop, as we had a different name for it, a bunch of different names for it. But just the idea, obviously this game isn't slop. A lot of games that come out of there aren't slop, but just the idea that there's like this, just a lot of Asian historical sword play, third person. It's a lot, man. You know, like, and it's cool. It's cool that people are into it, but it's just, that's not, I could take a lot of the same kind of thing. It's just not this. So that's just where I stand on it. So I'll play it. I'm sure I'm going to love it, but it's not going to be one of those games, I don't think, for me, that's going to like blow me away. And that was the way I felt about Ghost of Tsushima at the time. So, where are you guys at on this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I don't know. I mean, I just
Christ.
You're usually good about like.
No,
leading
you're
with the
right. I'm
name.
sorry. Yeah, you're right. I didn't.
But
correct
no, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. The Legends mode is more enticing to me. Like now that I know that that's happening, I'm definitely more into it because like that was surprisingly very good. Like it was just a very solid time. I think the only reason I would have clocked that it came out sooner, like the original came out sooner, is because I remember it being one of the first things that I tested on the PS5 when I got it. But I just feel like, yeah, I mean, I like Ghost of Tsushima. I think I really liked the first Ghost of Tsushima. I thought it went in really interesting directions. It felt like a really beautiful kind of 360 era game in a complimentary way. I mean, and it felt like, oh, this is what Assassin's Creed kind of should be. Like, I loved the art design of it. I love the way they contextualized all the gamey elements into a diegetic way. Like, I think it's very, very cool. But I also I am kind of in the same boat where I'm just like, I'm not necessarily excited for it because I wasn't excited for it in the first place. I was just kind of like, I was just kind of looking forward to seeing what it was about, and then I ended up liking it. And so there's a probably pretty good chance that it happens again with this, where I'm like, maybe this will be good. I'm interested in it, and I come away from it very impressed. But there is a lot of this kind of game now, and it doesn't feel as novel. Even when it was new in 2020, it felt like it was kind of hopping on a trend, even if it wasn't. So we'll see how it goes. I think it'll be good. But it is kind of hard to get excited.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dustin.
The Legends mode, I wish I had put more time into it in the first game, just because I thought it was awesome. I played a few rounds and I was like, this is good. And then probably something else came out. So I'm hoping to put a lot more time into this one because, yeah, it was really great. And I like how the main story campaign is more grounded, and then they can kind of like let loose in the Legends mode, being more crazy and mystical. So I'm glad to see that they're following it up with this. It's kind of crazy because this is what I would have expected Sony to try to make a live service out of, is the Legends mode, based on how good it was. But it's kind of nice too, keeping it a more limited scope, as Chris was saying, kind of like a 360 era multiplayer mode that is done with a lot of care, as opposed to a lot of those 360 games kind of just having a tack on.
Yeah.
I could see that at a first glance. You're like, what? Especially when Ghost of Tsushima came out, it's like, what is this tack on multiplayer update? And then it was like, oh, this is actually pretty sick. So more value for the money you already paid for the game. Can't complain about that.
Yeah, for sure. I think Sony has done a really nice job, as we've noted ad nauseum, of keeping these arcs going. And New Game Plus, trophies. Helldivers, and we're going to talk about Helldivers in a moment, I think has done it's done an awesome job of engaging people with content, with its war bonds and all that kind of stuff, and the different attacks and all these surprises. But trophies, no, not so much. But let's speak on Helldivers now. Last week we talked about the tease of Helldivers 2 cross Halo ODST, and it is indeed real. And ironically, it's on the Xbox Wire, which we're going to cite here. It says, quote, Helldivers 2 arrives on Xbox Series X and S next week, August 26th, and it's dropping in with a magnificently Xbox-themed surprise. Introducing the Helldivers 2 cross Halo ODST Legendary Warbond, a collection of equipment you might just recognize. In the world of Helldivers, ODST stands for Obedient Democracy Support Troopers. As every good soldier knows, nothing is more important than complete and total obedience in support of democracy. The set of gear is inspired by storied heroes and will allow you to join the ranks of the best of the best of the best. Comprising 4 weapons, 2 armor sets, and more, this war bond will let you outfit yourself like those heroes. Let's dive into what's included. So the weapons: an MA5C assault rifle, an iconic rifle, the definition of reliable, and having taken down countless aliens bent on wiping out humanity, it is time to turn its sights on enemies of managed democracy. It comes equipped with a convenient ammo counter and built-in compass. Let it guide you to victory. And other weapons include the M7S SMG, the M90A shotgun, and the M6C SOCOM pistol. And then there's armor: A9 Helljumper armor, A35 Recon armor, and Feet First armor passive. So actually it's 2 pieces of armor and then a passive. And then capes: Honored Heirloom cape, Eye of the Clandestine cape, and there will be more as well. This will obviously be available on PlayStation as well, but this is being done to tease the launch on Xbox. Very smart marketing, I think. Chris, I'm really eager to hear what you think about this and if it will drive you back into the game and if you will buy this war bond.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I think this is dope. I think it's a great idea. I think it's an obvious fit. I mean, even from like when Helldivers was initially shown, it did kind of feel like, oh, this is an ODS. This is an ODST game, and they would fit perfectly into it. So I think it's very smart. It's very smart marketing. They did more than I expected. I didn't expect there to be weaponry necessarily, or like all this other stuff. I assumed that it would be the armor and I don't know, maybe the pistol. Maybe. I didn't expect like the actual like Halo assault rifle in there. The shotgun, which is ironically that shotgun's not even an infinite. So it's a little funny that that's the most recent we're going to be seeing it. But I think it's really cool. I like Helldivers enough and I love Halo enough that I might jump in and sprint. Like, how much is this? Like I think I saw like $15 or something.
Yeah, I think that's what it costs. I can look. Does it say?
That's fine. I can't imagine that being worth it for most people. But like, I'm curious. I think it's interesting. I think it's a smart collab. The thing though that I will say it's not exciting because ultimately this does kind of feel like it's a cool crossover. It's a cool collaboration. It makes sense. But it's hard to look at it and be like, it's hard to look at it as a fan of the IP and be like, man, everybody seems to be doing this better than the people making it. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like like I saw a lot of people talking about this, like way more than I anticipated to see. And just to know that Halo still has this much cachet despite this long downward spiral is just frustrating because it's just like, it doesn't have to be that way. And so it's a little bittersweet seeing this. Interesting to note that it's a new logo for Halo ODST. Like Halo 3 ODST is what the game is. So that's kind of interesting to, I don't know what to make of that. It is a new, it's not just the 3 photoshopped out. It is new. I don't know what to make of that necessarily, but a little weird. I
find it interesting too. I mean, it's just a little back, but this doesn't really matter, but just an interesting observation is the ODST crossover announcement on Xbox Wire is written by their editor-in-chief. Joe Screbbles, Xbox, who I think worked at IGN at one time, after my time. I think I recognize that name. But the original post that announced it was written by Arrowhead, so there's a little bit, I say that just because a little bit of latitude on the messaging and the marketing, a little more cross-company than you would expect. Dustin, are you going to check out Helldivers 2 cross Halo content?
Probably not, but I think what they did is really cool. Like Chris, I wasn't expecting them to go this far. In particular, the thing that intrigues me most is the weapons. Seeing them in the trailer, they looked really neat. And I gotta appreciate that the war bonds are kind of like what they did in the only other game I can remember that does this is Halo Infinite. I'm sure there's other multiplayer games now where it's not a limited time battle pass, where in Fortnite, and maybe they changed this since I played Fortnite years ago, is that you bought a battle pass and it eventually expired when the new one came out. So if you didn't unlock everything, it's gone. In this, if you buy this war bond, you can take as long as you like to unlock everything. And so it's a little bit nicer, especially, you don't want to have to be a slave to playing just this before it unlocks or something like that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll check that out. Well, I'm eager to see how Helldivers does on Xbox. I think it's going to do pretty well. I really hope it does. I hope that they're we've been talking about Final Fantasy 16, and I don't know if you guys saw more recently. I think we brought it up to the Godfather, or not the Godfather, Mafia. Both soft sales on Xbox. Helldivers, I hope, has a better trajectory there. It could use the boost in players, not because it's a dying game, but I just think that the high tide raises all boats with these sorts of games, and it's why I hope that they're ambitious with should fair games still come out, and I think it will. I mean, we'll see one way or the other. I don't know. But should it come out, they should just get it on Xbox right away. There's really nothing to lose by doing this with your games as a service.
Yeah.
But it seems like with Marvel, Tokon, which is a game as a service to a degree, they're going to treat that more of like a proprietary product, at least initially. And I don't know how much of a fighting community is even on Xbox. It seems like PlayStation kind of has taken that space over. I don't really know for sure if it would even be worth it. Okay. This is interesting news. Comes in two pieces. Rod Fergusson is going to Take-Two. In fact, returning to Take-Two. Rod Fergusson, for people that don't know, was a longtime Epic producer who was the original producer of the Gears trilogy. And he produced, I think, Bulletstorm as well, actually. The original Bulletstorm has been re-released like 7,000 times, but the original Bulletstorm, as it was released on PlayStation 3. He was also the executive producer of Shadow Complex, which is one of my, we're talking about Metroidvanias I truly love. That's one of those. And then he went over to the Coalition, the Xbox studio, and in a sort of lateral move. People might remember that after Gears 3, I guess, Epic relinquished the IP to Sony or to Microsoft, and Microsoft started the Coalition, which I think was that Black Tusk, or am I thinking of Capcom with that?
Sounds right. I don't know.
And so they made and are still making Halo or Gears games, and he was the head of the studio for Gears 4 and Gears 5, which I played a little Gears 4. I never played Gears 5. I know they're not super beloved compared to the trilogy, but I would imagine they're all really good. And then famously, he went over to Blizzard and helped manage Blizzard during the release and the post-release of Diablo 4. But there was a little interstitial in there between his time at Epic and his time at the Coalition to take on Gears again. And people kind of forget about this. This is important to the story. Is that in 2012 and 2013, Rod Fergusson was at Irrational and was basically co-directing the game with Ken Levine to get Bioshock Infinite out the door, which was long in development and famously at that time a little tortured. So there's a full circle element to the story, which is that Rod Fergusson going to Take-Two, specifically working at Cloud Chamber, and will be heading up Bioshock and getting this new Bioshock game out the door. And we reported in recent weeks that the word out of there was the game is not in the shape that it needs to be in. It's not up to Bioshock standards. They removed the head of the studio and the director of the game. And it looks like he's coming in, but this doesn't come off with some bloodletting. So Bloomberg, I promised earlier we would cite them twice today. They report that Cloud Chamber, which is it's got two studios, one in Canada and another in Northern California, have laid off 80 people, leaving behind a team of about 170 people. And this comes on the heels of losing their leadership and then Rod coming on. Now, my assumption about this is that the game is probably, I would assume, fairly content complete. In reading about what Rod Fergusson did with Bioshock Infinite, as far as I understand, and what was said was that he and Ken Levine kind of worked together on the content complete version of Bioshock Infinite as it stood, like what the game's arc was going to be and all the things that were going to be in it. And they went and basically cut shit and reordered things and did stuff like that. And so my assumption is that obviously the team probably has low performers that needed to go because the game isn't shaping up, but also people's jobs in some disciplines, or at least to the volume you would need it as you're spooling the game up, there might not be a need for all those people now as they kind of just figure out how to get the game out the door. And as Strauss-Zelnick had said in an interview on CNBC and with IGN last week, and we noted this, was that the game's coming out, but it's only, he said it's good. It's not, he said the really interesting thing about like good is that's not enough anymore. Like you can't release a good game and it's got to be great. And so I'm fascinated by this entire story of him rejoining and getting going on this new Bioshock. And I'm curious what you guys think about this, Chris. We're both mega Bioshock fans. I'm super excited about an Antarctic Bioshock 4. I wonder what you think. Rod Fergusson joining to save the day, but a third of the team laid off in the process.
Yeah, I mean, I think seeing is believing for this one for me. Like, I think the idea of a new Bioshock in an Arctic setting without Ken Levine is not particularly exciting to me. I feel like what's really going to sell me is like seeing what this is going to be, how this is going to look, what it's going to play like how Bioshock will it be? How different will it be? These are kinds of the things that I'm thinking about as this story continues to kind of development as it has developed over the last like several years. We've heard about Bioshock 4 or that rumored Bioshock 4 for a while. So
Yeah, I think my leak about the story was 2021, if I recall.
Fucking crazy. But yeah, I don't know. I'm really in just a wait and see kind of place right now. Like I can't be excited. I can't be doom and gloom necessarily either. I just kind of like I'm open to it. I'm open to a great new Bioshock game. Lord knows it would be really awesome if we managed to get a new Bioshock game that was even a fraction as good as, you know, those Ken Levine ones. Like, it'd be amazing. But I don't know. I don't know what we're working with yet. Remains to be seen.
Surprised you didn't parachute in a Ghost Story. Get them to ship Judas. God, I'm so anxious to play it. I can't take it anymore. That's what I was really hoping. Was that going to be at opening light night? Opening light night. I just said, fuck me. Dustin, where are you on this?
Yeah, I'm glad to see that it seems like they've found a very capable person, of course, in Rod Fergusson coming in to fix things, hopefully, for this game. As you guys were saying, it's been around and floating around for a very long time at this point. And somewhere, where was it in this article? The Take-Two president said, while we're excited about the foundational gameplay elements of the project, we've made the decision with studio leadership to rework certain aspects that are core to a Bioshock game. Thus reducing. Yeah, and I guess I'm just glad. I'm glad the suits at the top understand that it's like, nah, we can't just haphazardly make a Bioshock game. You know, people are expecting a lot more than just a game that's fun to play. It needs to be much more than that.
Profound.
So,
I mean, this is a crazy thing to say, but it needs to be profound to be a Bioshock game.
Exactly. So
yeah,
it's a shocking level of understanding from higher ups, when I'm sure that they could have probably finished up whatever version they had, released it. It would sell millions and millions, despite it not, like, 'cause no matter what, the three of us, I think if a new Bioshock came out, and even if it was rated, we'll say in the 70s, the three of us are going to buy it and play it, and then we'll bitch about how it wasn't as good as we wanted it to be, and move on and be disappointed. So they really could, I think, had the bag regardless. But the fact that they're taking the time to really get it right, I mean, it sucks that we're waiting forever, but I'd rather that be the case than get a mid follow-up to Bioshock.
I'm looking at the article now. I mean, people should definitely go check it out on Bloomberg. If you want to Google it, it's entitled "Take-Two Guts Bioshock Studio After a Decade of Development." I will say, Dustin, you seem to be more in the middle. Chris, you're pretty pessimistic about it. I got to say, I'm pretty optimistic about it. I think Rod Fergusson has a really good reputation. And even in a truncating industry where jobs are becoming a little more fraught and studios are kind of being up, there's a lot of upheaval and less steadiness. This is the kind of guy that can kind of go and get a job and do what he wants. My working assumption is that he saw the game deeply before he was hired and believes that he can fix it. And obviously his experience on Bioshock Infinite is one thing that's very important. And I think Bioshock Infinite, if anything, has just gotten better with age. Just in hindsight, what it's about, what it says, the way it positions itself, it's a fucking awesome game. I mean, that's why it's not as good as the original Bioshock, but it's a major reason why I just believe Judas is going to be this revolutionary thing. Like, I just believe it. It's not just because of my friendship with Ken. It's like, and I'm a homer, like, for Bioshock. Like, I'm really rooting for it, and anything that floats off of it, especially after my experience late last year with System Shock. But I just feel like a guy that doesn't jump into him leaving Blizzard and going to do this, or not necessarily disconnected. And I think Jason writes about it is that he's known as a so-called closer, typically a business term for deals, and in sports a closer is the last pitcher that pitches in a game, and having a great closer is like a vital thing. Mariano Rivera famously was the Yankees closer for many years. And he is coming in at the end of, like, he has a reputation for this now. This is what he does.
Yeah.
And he did it with Diablo. And I just feel like this is great news.
Yeah.
For the project.
No,
now, whether the game's going to be any good, I don't know. But this is the guy, I think. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I do want to be clear. Like, I think it's the pessimism doesn't necessarily come from like whether or not this can be salvaged, although that is a question. I think for me, it really does come down to like, man, Bioshock is so important to me that like I'm not like I don't know if I could even really truly, in an objective sense, like even if it was very good, like would it still mean as much to me? Because that's kind of the bar for Bioshock for me. It's like it like both of those games meant so much to me at the time that I played them. Like, they were really impactful games to me, and I just don't know. I don't know if, like, as a 31-year-old guy, like if I even have that capacity to be moved by, like, I don't know, like it's an internal question really, as much as it is just a business reality of just like, oh, I wonder if they'll be able to fix it or like what's wrong with it, like will it live up to the gameplay standard or the the performance angle or like anything, the art design, like that's up in the air. But like for me, I just worry that like even if it is very, very good, it just might not hit that height that I know that I get from Bioshock.
Mega Matty wrote into us on Patreon, just like you can. He says, "Hey, my big daddies, I wrote in a couple weeks ago about the turmoil Bioshock 4 was in, and since then there have been some restructurings, most notably Rod Fergusson stepping in as the new studio head at Cloud Chamber. What are your thoughts on this and the other shakeups? Is there any way this game can be salvaged? It's already been 6 years, so at this point they might as well take all the time they need to get it right. But that begs the question, why even announce it so early in the first place? Thanks, I'll have Waluigi executed by a firing squad and listen, he knows what he did." Jesus. Well, maybe he probably doesn't. Waluigi is an unholy creature.
Yeah, he's a dastard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure. I just want to say that, just to reiterate, and I just feel like this is the most positive news that can come out of the situation as we understand it.
Right.
And I would say that Take-Two is a fairly canny operator at this point. Not all their games hit, and you don't want to compare Bioshock to Grand Theft Auto, of course, especially Grand Theft Auto being made by the native team that makes Grand Theft Auto games. But they let the teams kind of marinate on these big projects for a while, and it could be pretty straightforward for them to just cancel this game. If they really didn't believe it, they would cancel it and write it down, try to recuperate some of the money, fire everyone on the team and shutter the team. But they shed weight. They brought in who I imagine is a fairly expensive hire, and they're going to give them more time because the game had a release window apparently that could have been originally maybe as of a year ago this year, and they realized that, and if not next year, now they're saying maybe 2027. So it sounds to me like they have a game, and now they need to probably do a lot of pickups, a lot of extra motion capture, a lot of cleaning things up, cutting, maybe adding a few things, cleaning, but the game exists. It seems like it's fairly obvious. And this is a different project, of course, than the Parkside project, which was the original Bioshock 4. And that was Certain Affinity was making that game. And I think Jason writes a little bit about that as well. But Cloud Chamber, you say 7 years, that's about right, I guess, because it's 2017, 2018 is when this game started to form. And to Dustin's, term of Ship of Theseus, it's like that team has had so much turnover at this point. It's crazy. People usually don't stay put and release nothing for 7 years. So,
yeah. And to Mega Matty's comment here, why even announce it so early? A new Bioshock game has not been announced yet. It was,
that's a good
what I'm seeing here, a tweet from the official Bioshock Twitter account, December 9th, 2019. It says, today at 2K announced the founding of Cloud Chamber Games, its newest development studio, to blah, 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 to take on Bioshock. So they never announced this game. They announced the studio probably as a hiring measure, but so yeah, it's not like they announced Bioshock a new Bioshock in I guess it was the announcement that it was coming,
right?
But it wasn't like, hey, get excited right now for Bioshock. But they were looking for talent.
Yeah, like we still haven't seen like a teaser image or like a trailer or anything like that. So it's not technically. I know what people mean because it is ostensibly, it has ostensibly been announced and subsequently confirmed. But like, I don't know if I don't know if I would put it on them for announcing it early when that was clearly a hiring post and there was no real trailer and it wasn't for like a mass market consumption type thing. So like rest a little easy.
Yeah. I think that's fair. That's a good pull, Dustin. Saved us from some comments, no doubt. I have faith right now. I think Take-Two is letting things I mean, dude, go with story.
Yeah.
They're just letting him go. That studio's not in danger. And Judas is much more officially announced. All right.
True.
Let's move on to a few more items and then we can get into what we're playing and we'll wrap things up with listener inquiries. Just a few news items. I just wanted to get us on the record about this because this was announced at or during Gamescom opening night live. Call of Duty Black Ops 7 comes out November 14th and there will be a beta on October 5th and will run through October 8th. This information I'm gleaning from our friends over at Insider Gaming. Do you guys, where are you on this game? I mean, I don't play Call of Duty, especially yearly. I don't know where Micah is on it. But because she does play most years, but it feels like we're lost between this idea that this game is going to suffer somehow, maybe due to fatigue, maybe due to Battlefield's prominence, maybe due to it being on Game Pass, but then you just know it's not going to be affected by any of those things and we'll be just fine. So I'm wondering where our guts are on this. Chris, let's hear from you first.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really been a mark for Call of Duty. I've always kind of felt that it was somewhat archaic. Even at its height when it was, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare 2, kind of World at War, Black Ops era. Like I thought they played well, but they also felt to me like just that they weren't really deep or that they weren't really doing anything interesting. I always felt like they kind of relied heavily on unlocking things as like a carrot on a stick, kind of luring people forward and deeper into their game as a way to disguise the dopamine of making progress towards unlockables as having fun. And I always just preferred other shooters to Call of Duty, like almost always. Like I was always more of a Battlefield guy. I did enjoy the early days or like the early weeks of this. What was it? What's the most recent one? Black Ops 6, right?
6.
I enjoyed it. Like it was surprisingly pretty decent. Like I had a good time with it. I love the multi-directional sprinting. I thought that was a good call. It made it feel like materially different than previous Call of Duties, which was always like the main lament for me. But that game immediately got fucked because I can't even remember what something happened really early on that I was like, oh, okay, I'm not really it's fine. I'm good. I had my time with it. And then obviously Beavis and Butthead shows up and then it's just like, all right, well, this is not really of any consequence to me. So I've never really been high on Call of Duty ever, even when it was like popular to be high on it. And this didn't really move the needle for me. I think what they're doing is interesting. I think like the single player level design that they kind of showcased, where it looked almost like Psychonauts like shit, where it's trippy and mind bendy. I think it's cool. I don't know if it's very Call of Duty, but it's interesting. I just don't know if I care at this point because we're so deep into this franchise, and even making a sequel to the same sub series this quickly is highly unusual for Call of Duty, because usually there's like an alternation. It's usually like Modern Warfare, then World at War, then Modern Warfare 2, then Black Ops, then Modern Warfare 3, then Black Ops 2. Like, so to have Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7 like back to back feels a little weird.
They did Modern Warfare 2, the new Modern Warfare 2 and 3 back to back, but Modern Warfare 3 was like the crappy, like they just added maps.
Right. Yeah.
So,
it's what I mean is like that even when it does happen, like there's an association there for it to be like almost like a cash in, kind of like it's a subpar kind of version. So that's a little weird. It reminds me a little bit of how I felt about Left 4 Dead 2 when that first got announced, because that got announced so like awkwardly quickly, like after the first game. And I remember feeling like, what the fuck are they doing? Obviously Left 4 Dead 2 was fantastic, so there was no real reason to be concerned. But I remember feeling like, man, that was awkwardly fast. What are they doing to justify this? But I just don't care about it, really. Like, especially in a year where there's just a lot more interesting things happening in this very space. I think I'm pretty sure somebody wrote in about Ready or Not Later, and we'll get to that when we get to it. But like that's happening like in this kind of like almost independent space, and obviously Battlefield is doing really well. Like I'm actually surprised at how like great the reception for Battlefield 6 has been, and the participation in these betas has been kind of outstanding. I've seen a lot of people that I wouldn't necessarily assume were Battlefield people playing it over the weekend, and not just dipping their feet in, but actually like playing it fairly deeply, like upwards of 10 hours for a lot of people. And so I just, more than ever, Call of Duty has no room for me, or like I don't have any room for Call of Duty this year at all to even care. So we'll see. I don't know how I think that's generally the sentiment also.
It's worth noting that Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7 are the first Call of Duty games, back-to-back Call of Duty games made by the same team since the first two, which were made by Infinity Ward, and that they were both in development at the same and have been in development at the same time. So, really, really interesting. There's a shit ton of people working on these games, no doubt. Dustin, where are you on this?
Yeah, Black Ops 6 didn't really have legs for me. I really enjoyed it at launch, but fell off within a month or so. So the trailer for this, I appreciate that, as Chris was saying, it looks kind of different and weird, particularly the campaign. They're doing some kind of like co-op campaign mission thing that's like a bunch of players. I can't remember the exact details, but it sounds kind of cool. That trailer during Gamescom shamelessly had an ad for the special edition with some stupid looking skins. So that's not very promising from my perspective. This year for Call of Duty, since me and the group I play with is primarily really excited for Battlefield, I'm going to Game Pass this one. Game Pass PC. I'll check it out because the changes look interesting enough, but not enough for me to just go ahead and buy it. So I will be taking advantage of that Game Pass PC deal to give it a shot. I'll check out the beta too when the time comes, and at least can have a little bit more of an idea of the changes. But it's always weird. It ebbs and flows where Call of Duty, everyone, it's very traditional, and then they're like, whoa, we're gonna go crazy running on walls and jetpacks and shit, and then everyone starts to hate that. We want boots on the ground. It's always boots on the ground is the term. Yeah. Then they went back to boots on the ground, and more of a grounded Call of Duty. And now the pendulum keeps swinging, where it's going to be a little bit more wacky. So I'm open-minded to it, but not particularly excited.
We'll see what happens. November 14th, beta, October. I'm sure many of you will be playing, and we'll hear from you when you do. All right, Dustin, there's a couple for us here we can go through. This is an interesting one. Triangle Strategy randomly appeared on PlayStation and is now out as of yesterday for when we were recording. This was, of course, a Switch and PC exclusive. And what I was saying earlier, where I was like, wasn't this on a weird platform? This is what I was thinking too, that Triangle Strategy was on MetaQuest as of 2023. So it came to Switch and PC in 2022, MetaQuest and other devices, VR devices in 2023. And here in 2025, we get it on PlayStation 5. It's not on PlayStation 4, interestingly. This is a game that was published by Nintendo on Switch. Because of that, I always assumed it was either in kind of some sort of Sunset Overdrive territory where we were just never going to get it, or it had some sort of time situation. I didn't think they would just release it, especially right when Tactics is about to come out as well. But this is an Art Dink game, kind of a studio that's been around for a while, but not one that I've interacted with too much until recently, because they're responsible for the Dragon Quest HD 2D remaster, the third one, and they're the ones doing 1 and 2 as well. So I've never played this. Michael loved it. I'm going to buy it, but I don't know that I'm going to get to it anytime soon. I just want to make sure to show a little bit of love and a little bit of support. And it's 30% off for PlayStation Plus through early September. So you have a little bit of time if you want to check it out there as well. So what I hear is that this is so interesting little tidbit is that the trophy list is 99 bronze trophies, 0 silver trophies, 0 gold trophies, 1 platinum trophy. And apparently it's 400 hour, 300 to 400 hours. You have to beat it apparently like if you use a guide, it might take a little bit of a shorter time, a lot of choices and characters to recruit and shit like that. So what do you think? Any interest here?
Yeah, it's it's weird because these games like Triangle Strategy and Octopath Traveler, these kind of Square Enix 2D HD games should be really appealing to me. But when I've played them or checked out their demos, I can't really get into them. Octopath Traveler in particular, I watched Holly play hours of it and they look so beautiful. But I think for a lot of JRPGs, I really need a compelling story. And the Octopath games didn't appeal to me in that way. So Triangle Strategy, I know the least about. So I'm potentially interested to know more. I did play the demo for the Elliot game, Life of Elliot. It's Adventures of Elliot. And I thought that was great. So the action RPG format in 2D HD was really interesting. So might check out that. But yeah, weird that it's just kind of dropped. I think it was on an Xbox stream because it's available now on Game Pass. But nice of them to put it on PlayStation too, for those who are looking for it there.
One other piece of news I wanted to try. Actually, well, let me get into this inquiry first real quick. Jeff and Nola wrote in and said, "Hi, CDC. This question is mainly for Colin. With Square shadow dropping Triangle Strategy, just what is their, pardon the pun, strategy? Is it to generate interest in a game somewhat similar to Final Fantasy Tactics coming up next month? Is there most likely no rhyme or reason? Seems to be a very inconsistent company these past few years without a defined plan. I'll hang up and keep kicking this cancer's ass and go on living too many games to play. Oh, yes, please be well." Yeah, it's a weird one. I mean, I agree with you. It is weird. I don't know why they're releasing it now. I feel like they're not putting any marketing behind it, maybe because of that reason. You don't want to confuse people too much. Will it really ultimately affect Final Fantasy Tactics? Probably not, but it might affect Triangle Strategy. I just don't know why it's a game you would even just... It's been so long. Just hold it and release it later. So yeah, it's a little weird, but I don't know that it really matters. I'll buy them both, but Tactics is much more of a priority to me. And then the other one that I wanted to run by you, Dustin, is Tales of Xillia remaster. This has been rumored for a while. It's finally real. Bandai Namco press release says Destinies intertwined with Tales of Xillia Remastered releasing October 31st. So on Halloween, it comes with all of its bonus DLC, some gameplay tweaks, and so on and so forth. There's some minor, they're not clear about what it is, but they have made some content edits that people are upset about, but I don't know exactly what they would be. And I've played and beat Tales of Xillia. It's I reviewed it back at IGN. It's not, I don't remember it being like an inappropriate game in any way. The disappointing thing here is Tales of Xillia Tales of Xillia was from that generation still where we had to wait for games. We don't really do that anymore. But that was like towards the tail end of that. So it originally came out on PS3 in 2011, and we didn't get it in the West until 2013. And I remember being really excited about it. I actually had the exclusive review for it. And then what I was going to say was it had a sequel, and the sequel came out in 2012. So the sequel to it, Xillia 2, came out before we even got the first one in the West. And then that came out in 2014. It was one of the last games I reviewed in my journalism career. And it's kind of a significant game for me for multiple reasons. I really think Xillia is underrated, and if anything, one of the better, if not best, Tales games. But it's also Tales Studios' final game, and one of longtime producer and lead Hideo Baba's last Tales games. I think the last one he actually did was Asteria, which was the next one that came out in 2015. So it's this penultimate Tales game, but I'm really looking forward to this. So I'm a little disappointed and a little confused why they didn't combine the two, because as I recall, when Tales of Symphonia came out, they also released the sequel, and I thought you bought them together, but maybe not. I'm curious if you're going to check this out. I think Tales of Xillia is I highly recommend the game. And I was looking at, they have the cool little graphics slider on their website where you can see the old screenshot, then you slide it over and you see like parts of the new screenshot and what it looks like in it. They did a really nice job of cleaning it up. What do you think?
Tales games, when I see them, I imagine it's what Chris sees when he sees most JRPGs. That the Tales game, I'm just looking at a surface level. A lot of these games all look exactly the same to me. And I don't know, I hear about all the different made up words, tales of, whatever.
Legendia?
Tales of Listeria or whatever. Tales of who knows what.
Eternia?
I don't know. So I see this one and I'm like, this looks cool. It looks like the other Tales game that was remastered however many years ago or how many years before that. And Tales of Arise is the only one that I have played. And I liked it, but I didn't love it. So I don't know.
That's because you have no taste.
I-
But that's just the way it goes sometimes. No, I'm only kidding. I understand. Tales is like, it's funny because Tales is probably the most anime thing I actually really love.
Mm.
And I wonder if a lot of it I think is predicated in the introduction of something. I wasn't a huge anime fan. My brother obviously introduced me to a lot of anime when I was a kid, and manga and all the rest, but I was really intrigued by the art style in video games. It's one of the reasons why I loved Lunar when I was in high school. Silver Star Story and Eternal Blue. And Tales of Destiny was another one of those games. I got it for my birthday in 9th grade, and I think I just loved it. Wild Arms, again, with its anime opening, I think it's very comfortable and old for me, and I've always just kept up with the series. Because even all of this time later, I've played most of them. And you're talking about the made-up name, so Fantasia, but with a PH. Destiny, which is my favorite one. That's the one. So we didn't get Tales of Fantasia in the West until much later. Eternia, Destiny 2, Symphonia, Rebirth, Legendia, Of the Abyss, so Tales of the Abyss, Innocence, Vesperia, Hearts, Graces, Xillia and Xillia 2, Zestiria, Berseria, Arise. So
Tales of Listeria.
Tales.
Yeah.
We don't.
Tales
That's
of
Boris
Listeria.
had that. Tales of
That's
Listeria.
Boris had
Yeah.
that. Yep. Tales of
Jaden Pryor wrote in and said, "Good day, CDC. In honor of the Tales of Xillia remaster being announced, could Colin please let us know what his favorite games in the series are? Which ones are must plays for someone looking to jump in?" The popular answer is Symphonia. And that was originally a GameCube game, and I think that's a great answer. I think though, I have a soft spot for Fantasia and Destiny. I have a soft spot for Symphonia. I have a soft spot for Legendia, and then Xillia and its sequel. And I really like Tales of Arise. I thought Tales of Arise was really good. And Tales games used to come out at a rhythm of a year to 18 months apart, and there was it was like a 5 or 6 year gap between Berseria and Arise. So, and we're going to get no doubt a similar gap now between these next ones. They have so much more to remaster, so I'm not in any rush. But I would highly recommend Tales of Arise. I think that's the newest one. It's going to be the friendliest one to play. It's really long. I platinumed it. It took me more than 100 hours, so there's a lot of gameplay there. And for people that are curious about Tales of Xillia, I really would check it out. I really loved that game. I thought it was really, really great and really charming. Oh, he's back there. I love, there's a little cat character in Xillia called Rolo. And I actually bought the stuffed animal of him in Japan when I was there. Because I was like, when will I ever see that? Like, when will I ever have merchandise for the Tales character Rolo ever again? And the answer is never. So I picked that up. So Jaden, you have the world is your oyster. And I think the more patient you are, the more you're going to get. But the ones that are readily accessible are like the Symphonia games, Zestiria, Berseria, Arise, because a lot of them are locked. Like Tales of Destiny has never been ported to anything. It's a PS1 game. They gave the names.
Yeah.
All right. 2 more quick pieces of news. Just wanted to get this out there. In an interview, so this was the Reddit I've recommended before, Gaming Leaks and Rumors. They just have people kind of dive into these various interviews and different things and different localities, languages, find some of these little secrets and interesting tidbits. And they wrote over there, Glenn Schofield, who of course was the producer of Dead Space and the director of Callisto Protocol, had noted that according to his sources and what he understands is that the Callisto Protocol has sold between 6 and 7 million copies. How did it all fall apart for striking distance in them? Like, they spent too much money.
Yeah.
And the game was like 8 hours long, but people wanted to like it. That's pretty good sales. Too bad, man. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah. It's a bummer.
And finally, there's just an update about Evo. So, of course, Evo is the longtime fighting game tournament and community that was founded in the mid-90s, and Sony made a proper investment in it in 2021. They've announced that Sony is, I guess, divesting from Evo now, but selling its shares, or I guess allowing its shares to be subsumed by an entity that it owns a piece of. So it's basically transferring it along, and that company is Nodwin or Nodwin, Nodwin in all capital letters. So nothing to really say here, but I just wanted to acknowledge that that's happening not on the eve, but as Marvel Tokon Fighters is developing. I really appreciate Sony getting involved, and I actually think Sony. I think some people are wondering why this is happening. I don't have any information on it personally, and any insight into the fighting game community that would be useful to you. But my assumption is that Sony was saving the company. There was a good. Remember that there was like a lot of. I don't remember the exact specifications, but there was a drama around Evo around one of the founders, right? And he like got in trouble for impropriety of some accused of impropriety or something, as I remember. Yeah. And then the brand was kind of toxic, and then I think Sony kind of came in at its low and bought it. And so maybe just an investment. And I don't know that they need to be distracting themselves with Evo, so I don't really know that I give a shit about that one way or the other. But it's cool that happens. By the way, there is one more piece of news. And Chris, I don't know if you saw this yet. It's on Bungie.net. It says "Passing the Torch," a message from Pete Parsons.
Oh,
to the Bungie community. And now here, I'll put it in the. I'll put it in the chat.
Interesting.
Here you go. He writes, quote, "After more than 2 decades of helping build this incredible studio, establishing the Bungie Foundation, and growing inspiring communities around our work, I have decided to pass the torch. This journey has been the honor of a lifetime. I am deeply proud of the worlds we've built together and the millions of players who call them home. And most of all, I am privileged by the opportunity to work alongside the incredible minds at Bungie. When I was asked to lead Bungie in 2015, my goal was to grow us into a studio capable of creating and sustaining iconic generation-spanning entertainment. We've been through so much together. We launched a bold new chapter for Destiny, built an enviable, independent live ops organization capable of creating and publishing its own games, and joined the incredible family at Sony Interactive Entertainment. Today marks the right time for a new beginning. The future of Bungie will be in the hands of a new generation of leaders, and I am thrilled to announce that Justin Truman will be stepping into the leadership as Bungie's new studio head. I have worked alongside Justin for many years. His passion for our games, our team, and our players is unmatched. As a leader in engineering, production, and design, and most recently as the general manager for Destiny 2 and our chief development officer, he has been instrumental in bringing some of the most memorable moments in Bungie's history to life. He lives and breathes a studio, and I have full confidence that he is the right person to lead Bungie forward." And then Justin Truman writes, "Do you know who this person is? Do you know this name? I've never heard this name personally."
I have to study up a little bit on this. Is really fresh. He looks familiar, but like I don't know that much about him.
It says, he writes, quote, "In the 15 years I've been a developer at Bungie, I've worn a lot of different hats. As an engineer, I wrote some code I'm really proud of for our original weapons, abilities, and networking in Destiny 1. As a designer, I helped craft many of our Destiny 2 systems, including some of the endgame systems I got terribly wrong at Destiny 2's launch. As a producer, I helped our team build and roll out Destiny's first seasons, but recently I've helped with our overall talent strategy as chief development officer and have been helping the Marathon team as we build our next world. Across all of these different roles, Bungie's purpose has stayed clear. We create worlds that inspire friendship. When we're at our best, we create those worlds alongside you, our player community, and build something that matters, something that's worth your time, your passion, and your investment in us, something that I've learned, hopefully, over-delivers. I've also been part of these efforts at Bungie when we've maybe not been at our best, when we stumbled and realized through listening to our community that we have missed the mark. I know I've personally learned a lot over the years, as have all of us here, and those from those conversations. I'm committed to supporting and working alongside every member of the team here as we continue pouring our hearts and souls into these worlds that we love and that we hope that have been worth your time and your passion, because ultimately those worlds only exist and thrive with you in them. We are hard at work right now on doing that, both with Marathon and Destiny. We are currently heads down, but we'll have more to show you in both of these worlds later this year. In closing, I know I can speak for all of Bungie when I say I appreciate your passion, your perspective, and the time you spend with us." I'm sorry, Chris, I got to go for you first. I apologize.
No, you're good.
Do you have any thoughts here?
Well, my first thought is immediately that anybody that isn't Pete Parsons is good. Quite frankly. But
yeah, what's the feeling on him? What's the feeling on him with people? I don't even know.
Not good. The sentiment for Pete Parsons is not particularly positive. He's largely kind of because if I'm not mistaken, Pete Parsons. This is, by the way, fresh off the.
Yeah, this just happened. This was published 15 minutes ago.
So I didn't necessarily prepare for this, but I'm pretty sure Pete Parsons was a Microsoft guy before, and he joined Bungie, and that was like kind of a big point of criticism, where like I think like he brought like a bit of he brought Microsoft kind of into the studio culture.
Yeah, it says Parsons came. This is from the Destiny wiki. Parsons came to Bungie from Microsoft in 2002 as an executive producer and studio manager.
Yeah, so he was a Microsoft guy, and he kind of jumped in, and I've heard different things that I don't really know if I've got to really brush up on this. It's been a while, But the general feeling about Pete Parsons is like it's not been great under him. A lot of the kind of boneheaded leadership seems to fall at his feet a lot. Whether that's fair or unfair, like I really don't know. But I do know the sentiment of the studio is probably a lot more positive now that he's not involved. This Justin Truman guy, I'm getting like I think this is good. Like I feel like he's one of the people I know less about, honestly, because he came in around Reach time, or maybe pre-production on D1, like early pre-production.
Yeah, I'm looking at. So, you're gonna find this interesting, Chris. I'm looking at his Moby Games page. His first game was Full Spectrum Warrior as lead gameplay programmer, but his second game as senior programmer was The Saboteur.
Ooh,
then he goes
Pandemic.
and he is works engineering on Halo Reach and engineering on Destiny and Destiny 2.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. So I mean, I'll have to look deeper into it. I might have more to say about it next time, but that seems like a pretty good thing. It's not a name that I'm immediately familiar with, but like having somebody that has that deep of a history, it's not necessarily deep into the Halo days, but early into D1, the Saboteur is an interesting pull. That's fucking fascinating. But yeah, this is a good change. Whatever this is, if Pete Parsons out, anybody would be better probably. But like the fact that it's somebody with a deeper history, as far as like, or at least a deep way back history in Destiny itself, I think is probably bodes well. We'll see how that shakes up. That's good news though, generally.
What do you think, Dustin? I don't know if again, fresh news. I don't know if you have any insight into it that you want to share, but let's go to you before we move on.
I really have absolutely nothing. I cannot give my 15 minutes, but it sounds like it's probably a good thing because Bungie, since Sony bought them, has not been so hot. So it sounds like maybe some new leadership might be needed at this point. So off the cuff sounds like a good thing.
Yeah, I will say that I just think that this purchase continues to be a complete fucking boondoggle. Part of the reason why Sony wanted them was the leadership of people like Pete Parsons, who was supposed to be good at his job. And I'm not going to speak too out of turn, but it's like, again, just what is the fucking point of this? Just like, what is the point? Everyone's gone. Like all the leadership, all the people that you wanted to help shepherd you into this new generation of games as a service is, and I wonder if Pete Parsons is leaving on his own. It's often, you always make assumptions. Like maybe he really is just done. Maybe he's well respected internally and he's like, I just don't want to do this anymore. But it's also possible that everyone's like, this is kind of fucked. And this has been kind of fucked the entire time. And he made an enormous amount of money, no doubt, from the purchase.
Yeah.
So you can't feel too bad for him. I imagine based on what based on his position within Bungie when the studio was purchased and the amount of money that they purportedly spent on bonuses for the entire studio, he made probably tens of millions of dollars easy. So
yeah. I'm looking at the response and it seems to be mixed but skewed negative because I guess like let me see. It's like that, you know, the meme of the guy going into the fridge and he's like excited and then he turns away disappointed. I'm seeing that it's like Pete Parsons leaving just in time for Justin Truman to step up. So like he's, I guess, somewhat controversial. What is this? Man, I wish this happened a little bit earlier. Justin Truman shouldn't even be employed. His philosophy ruined D2. I don't know. I don't know anything about this shit.
Yeah, I guess we'll get back to it next week.
He'll be better than Parsons, I'll tell you that much. Whether it'll be good that's another story entirely.
All right. Let's get to what we're playing. And we'll begin with you guys. You're both playing Battlefield 6 beta. I don't know if you have anything else that you want to say about it that hasn't already been said, but I leave it to you. Chris, let's go to you first.
Yeah, so obviously the beta ended this past weekend. Super solid. I think I put around 15 hours into it. I really enjoyed my time with it. I have some gripes with it. There are some minor things that I think kind of irk me a little bit, but it's definitely a way better experience than 2042 was at launch. It's definitely, I feel, a lot better than Battlefield 5 when that was new. There's just certain changes that they made. Like I think open weapon classes is generally not my preferred. I think there should be rules to Battlefield, but like it's not a big deal. The way the medic is handled is better than Battlefield 5, but still kind of awkward and weird. Like I don't like that you can just choose to. So to get deeper into it, I play medic pretty much always. Medic and recon, like sniping and medic that's what I do in Battlefield. And in Battlefield 1, which is like probably one of my favorites, how it worked is like a player will die, and then when they die, they get kind of like zoomed up to the menu, and they get to choose like what their next loadout is going to be, and they get to make the decision about where they're going to spawn next. And there's a little timer that lets you know how much time you have, and then you can choose to do it. If you were a medic and you revived somebody while they were dead and down, they would basically be yanked out of the menu and brought back to life. And I thought that was like a way better way of doing it. It's disorienting, but in a way that actually is like thematically like on point. Whereas like now how it works is if you die, you're down on the ground and you're kind of like begging, you're kind of like writhing in pain, and you can choose to like ask for a revive. And there's a little timer that goes down to show you how much time you have. But players can often choose to just skip that entirely and then cut the timer short, which in my view leads to like an unreliable. It's just an unreliable metric of information for the medic, because if I think I have that much time to go to you, I'm going to go and put myself in like a potentially treacherous situation trying to save you. And then when I'm 5 feet away from you, it ends because you've just decided to give up on the revive. I think it's lame. I think it kind of ruins. It makes it so me as the medic, I'm less likely to go and help people that aren't immediately in my immediate vicinity, because I don't know if they're just going to give up on me or not. I way preferred the days of just you're dead, I'm gonna get you back. Minor gripe. Those are my biggest gripe with Battlefield 5, actually, and why I didn't really play it that much. But Battlefield 6 does enough in every other area, I think, to kind of offset that. It's not as annoying as it was in Battlefield 5. It's I think the gunplay feels really good. It's really atmospheric. It's chaotic. It's fun. The destruction's awesome. And yeah, I think they nailed it. Some readability quirks aside, I think they have a really good thing here, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the full product is going to be like. I do hope there are bigger maps. I do feel like they're a bit small in comparison to previous maps in Battlefield, but it might just work better for the balance that they're going for. I'm not really sure yet. We'll see, but they got a good game here, I think.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to remember. Let's see. I can look on my Steam how many hours I played the beta. Oh no, it just disappeared from my library. So I guess I can't tell you how many hours. It was pretty significant though. On weekend 2, they added the Brooklyn map, and yeah, it was kind of a neat map. You
Brooklyn and Battlefield. That's cool.
Yeah, you see the bridge.
Yeah, it was awesome.
It was a pretty cool map. There's like 2 buildings, and there was a like a bridge between them that you can blow up. So I enjoyed the second weekend. I think by the end of the second weekend, people are getting a little cute with it, though. I just saw that they announced that they're already making like an announced change, is that they're nerfing some of the movement stuff, because people were totally exploiting it, like sliding around all over the place. It was like almost like Gears wall hopping, but not quite, where it's like people sliding around. Glad to see they're changing that. And then another match, I think it was the last night, that I was like, man, fuck this, is that they're in the one map. It was like, I think it's in the Cairo map, is that there's a lot of buildings. And so people have figured out how to like parkour and get on top of buildings that they're not intended to be on top of. Which is kind of cool and fun until it's like someone sets up a respawn beacon on the top, and and they have all the cover and they have the high ground in this situation, where I was like, dude, fuck these guys on top of this building that are just annihilating everyone because they're not somewhere they're supposed to be. So hopefully by when the game actually comes out, they've addressed some of that issues. I'm sure they're just diving over all the data they have right now. They probably have so much data on what weapons, where people were on the maps, and being able to tune some of that stuff before launch.
Yeah,
so
the whole point.
I'm really excited about it. I'm still holding true. I'm not pre-ordering this game. I still will most likely buy it on launch day after I see and look around and see like, hey, are people able to play this game? Are the servers working? So remember, no pre-order until launch day on this one. They don't, even though the beta was great, I'm holding true to that.
Yeah, fair enough.
The other game I don't have a lot to say about, I just thought it was so funny that I needed to tell you guys on the show. I downloaded Indika last night because it was added to the PlayStation Premium library. Seems like a really cool and interesting game. Do you... I was going to ask, but I know that you guys sometimes there's a mood where you sit down, you want to play a game, but there's part of you that's mentally checked out. You're like, I probably shouldn't play a game right now. Like I'm just either like last night, I kind of had a headache. I was kind of tired. I was like, no, I really need to play something new to talk about on the show. So I booted up Indika, and I guess light spoilers for the first 20 minutes of Indika, if you really deeply care. At the beginning of this game, you're a nun, and it's clear that you're like an outcast amongst your peers. And so they're like, go and pick up these potatoes on the other side of the monastery. And you're like, okay. There's no run. So I'm like walking slowly, some like intriguing narration. I get the potatoes. I deliver them to another nun. This other nun's like, okay, go fill up this water bucket. Okay. So I go to the well and I fill up the bucket, and it wants me to put it in this other bucket. It then, when you do that, there's an indicator at the top that says 1 of 5. Like, okay. So they want me to fill up this bucket 5 times. And there's a whole animation where you got to go up to the well, you got to click on it, you have to move the crank to drop the bucket to the bottom and then bring it back up. It probably takes at least a minute. So I'm like, dude, you want me to spend the next 5 minutes filling up a bucket? I was like, maybe this is a test. Maybe this is a trial of some kind. I don't know why they would do this so early in the game. I'm not expecting like crazy gameplay from this, but I was hoping to at least not be doing something more annoying than watching paint dry at the beginning of this game. So I do it, and I'm like loudly complaining to Holly at this point that I was like, I what the fuck am I just filling up this bucket for? Once you do that, another nun comes out and dumps it out. Just dumps out all of your work. It's like, okay. So then I kept playing, and then the next part of the game, they want you to deliver this letter, and this is kind of where it really starts. At this point, they turn on the run button, which is much appreciated. And I'm looking around. I go up to this river, and I was like, oh, cool, there's a river here. And I walk forward a little bit, and the nun just like straight drops in and dies. And at this point, I'm like, I can't do it. I can't do it tonight. This game seems kind of interesting. There's like weird pixel art graphics mixed in between this weird like Unreal 5 realistic nun monastery. But between the bucket filling and then my character just straight falling into a river, it wasn't like fall flat into the river.
Yeah, like
it was just like a down into
hours.
I was like, well, I can't do it. I can't do it right now. Will I return to Indika? I don't know. I guess the lesson here is you should never force yourself to play a game that you're not in the mood for. But also, what were we doing? What were we doing with this bucket thing within the first 10 minutes of the game? Asking you to do the most boring task ever. I get it. It's a more story-driven, creative experience.
Yeah.
But sorry, it didn't work. It didn't work for me.
Yeah, you've sold me on this imagery of a nun collapsing completely vertically into a river like the fucking Twin Towers. It's a fascinating image.
Crumpling. Cool. And by the way, it's Indika with a K, in case people are curious and want to go find it themselves. And it's in the game catalog. You can obviously buy it a la carte as well.
You could Google Indika with a C and see what.
Yeah, I mean that's
see what pops up for you.
Reasonable Indika as well, but just to in case you're curious about it.
Yeah.
All right, a few things for me. So first of all, I'm going to be on Summon Sign this next week, so I'll talk about all these games extensively, but I'll go into each of them a little bit here. And I've already gone into one of them pretty deeply, so I'll start there. Doom: The Dark Ages. I platinumed it. That's platinum number 186. Awesome fucking game.
Mhm.
Loved it. Highly recommend it. Think it's a blast to play. So smooth, perfectly balanced gameplay. Love the melee stuff. I just feel like I think Doom 2016 just hits differently, and I think that's still the best of the three. It's the purest Doom game in my opinion, but this is the second best, I think, of those three. I mean the reimagined id games from 2016 onward. So highly recommend that. And then I platinumed MindsEye 187. Nightmare wrote in and said, "Can't believe Colin platinumed MindsEye, but can't play the remaining 2 hours he has for Kingdom Hearts." We'll believe it, because that's what happened. I have a surprising amount to say about MindsEye, and what I think a lot of it focuses on for me is that it's a bad game, but there is something so strange about it that's so above and beyond being bad. The entire city, I'm focused on the game as being, I keep saying this, but that there's like a Truman Show quality to it, where the game is so badly optimized and there's nothing going on in the world that it feels like only what's happening directly around you is actually happening at all. And I think on Sacred Streaming, I use the example of like, there was a scene in the Truman Show where Jim Carrey's walking by like a gardener, and the gardener is like fastidiously working. And then when he walks by, he just stops working because he knows he's doing it all as a performance for him. Now, I'm not saying games like, Grand Theft Auto are running their entire city in the background when you're doing things somewhere else. That's not the way it works. But this game is surprisingly dead to the point where it comes off eerie, and like Red Rock is a liminal space. And it's too bad this game isn't way cheaper, because I almost recommend it for that reason. There's something so unsettling and strange about it. It's undeniably bad. And I'm not going to even try to defend it in any way. But it was weird in how I was like, I kept saying to Micah, the further I got into it, I was like, I really should have just recorded this whole thing, because I could have done something fun with this. Like, there's something to say about all of this weird shit. Yeah, the game isn't fine in any way. The shooting is rudimentary. The story is nonsensical. I was laughing about, Gene and I were laughing in that so much happens in the first day of the game where it's like, this is like, who fucking wrote this? The game has 5 credited writers, which I think is hysterical. It's a game where like you have a framework for something that maybe could have been good, but would need something like 2 more years to figure out how to, like, got to refine all the systems, got to make, it's just boring, drab, nonsensical. I don't know. But it's for $10, you got to play MindsEye. Like, they don't make games like this anymore. This goes into what we were saying earlier about Strauss Zelnick saying, like, you got to make great games. You can't make good games. It's like, if you're making a game like MindsEye today, I don't even know like what you're doing. And I played 1.09, so 9 updates of it. Really playing it off the disc is probably sublime.
Sublime. $40. I mean, for the disc version on Amazon.
The price is holding on, and my suspicion about this is that I don't know. Like, so there's so much weirdness around this game. Just in, I don't know how they courted IO Interactive with this game. With what I think is IO's first major published game. That's not their own. Like, as part of
very weird.
The partners program or whatever. And I know that Leslie Benzies had said something like, we're going to relaunch the game, basically. And I wonder if the price is staying stubborn for that reason. That they're going to try to No Man's Sky, Cyberpunk, whatever this game. But unlike those games, like Cyberpunk, I didn't play till I played it on PS5. Cyberpunk's fucking excellent. Like, underneath whatever was going wrong with that game when it launched, especially on PS4, was fine by the time I got to PS5. It was a truly great game. And No Man's Sky is not my kind of game, but speaks for itself. I mean, the game has a deep level of relevance many years, 10 years later, basically. So they figured it out. There's not enough under the hood of MindsEye. I don't know how you fix it without really putting so much work into it that you might as well make something else.
Yeah.
I guess to be charitable, the one cool thing I like about the game is that, or one thing I would say was cool about it is its setting. I didn't read too much of the documentation and like but what it reads like to me is that it's Vegas, but it's like a future, like it's literally Las Vegas in the world, but it's a future version of Vegas where gambling has been made illegal. And so all these weird businesses come in and have like, and operate like under the radar, and there's all this weird shit happening there. And Chris, you've been to Vegas, and Dustin, you've been there too, but maybe you wouldn't recognize the skyline or whatever. It's like, dude, this is Vegas. There's the Encore, there's the fucking Cosmopolitan, there's Treasure Island, there's like straight up, but without like the markings on them. There's the Wynn. And I was like, that's kind of cool. Unfortunately, everything around it is fucking crazy. And but dude, when it gets like, if it ever gets to a dirt cheap price, you gotta play this game. If you're interested in just how wrong something can go, and how, again, what Gene was saying was that like this calls into question everything Leslie Benzies ever did. And I'm like, no, it calls into question Leslie Benzies maybe delusions of grandeur that he was more than a producer. And again, a producer is a vital component of what you do. He definitely played an important role in Grand Theft Auto. He was the one herding the cats, keeping everyone on schedule, getting the game out. Like, that's important. But don't think that you are the Hauser brothers or Laszlo or something like you're not. And that, I think, is the problem. It's okay to embrace being a producer. It's, I think, maybe similar to what been happening with Jade Raymond over the last 10-ish years, more than that, since Watch Dogs came out. So, bad game. No way in hell you should pay anywhere close to full price for it. But I'm curious for people that have played it, because a lot of people have played it. My suspicion is it sold hundreds of thousands of copies. So people have definitely played it. I would be curious to know if you feel what I'm saying, that there is a horror element, like a soft horror element to it, that you're in like one of these liminal spaces, like almost like at an abandoned mall, but it's a city. There's a part of the game where you're going up to a rooftop on a drone with like a camera angle facing forward. And it's like all these balconies and windows and stuff. And I just was flying up to them to see, like, is anyone in any of the apartments? Is anyone on any of the balconies? It's like, I made Michael laugh because I'm like, this is like Pyongyang. Like when Western tourists go to Pyongyang and there's like no cars on the road and like no one in the stores, and it just kind of is just here. But it's like, what is this even here for? Weird shit. And then I've been playing Mafia: The Old Country. Finn Gurmy wrote in and said, hello, Colin. Now that you've played Mafia: The Old Country, I'd like to point out that even with the game having a fantastic story and phenomenal acting, the thing it does best is respect my time. It's so refreshing to play a game that moves beat to beat without padding playtime with mundane fetch quests. You can even skip drives across the map if it's not necessary to the story. Meanwhile, I see some people online saying they won't buy it because it's not long enough. I think this is a blast from the past in the best way. What say you? Dude, Mafia: The Old Country is fucking great. It really is a great game. I love it. It's got me interested in what's going to happen. Now, I was going to say, it got me interested in what's happening next. I'm pretty much at the end of the game now. There are 14 chapters. I'm on chapter 13, so I'm pretty much at the end. But it's really good. It is what it is. I think it's perfectly appropriately priced at $50. Unlike Mafia 3, which I think is underrated, but that a lot of people beat up for being too big and too bloated. I think if anything, this game leaves you wanting more. And maybe that's good. Not unlike Dead Space 1. We're like, yeah, I could have probably gotten a couple more hours out of this, but this is fine. I think I'm 12 hours in or something like that. I don't want to spoil the story or anything. I'll just say the old world meets new world stuff is really cool. The characters are cool. The voice acting is great. The writing is great. I love the interplay between Italian accents and Italian words and English. Obviously, it's just a very flippant way to speak. It's not the way, but every sentence has an Italian word in it, but it's in English, right? Everyone's crossing themselves all the time. And one of the things I was saying to Mike as I was playing it was even just seeing certain things, certain elements of like people's garden statues and like weird mugs they have in their house. It's like, my mom and my mom's side are Sicilian. And it's like, I had that. Like in my it's like this weird like ornate thing. I'm like, I didn't even know that was like something from the old world or like an old world theme thing, but that's exactly what we had in our living room. Or like that's the exact fucking motif of this. And I'm like, that's so interesting. And there's even so my mom's maiden name's Ruggiero, and there's even a character named Ruggiero in the game, which I thought was hysterical. So it's like a little bit, I don't want to say sentimental, but it's I was as I was playing it, Mike has been watching me play the whole thing, and I was like, you know, in a weird way, this is probably going to be about as close as I ever get to, and not Mafia stuff. I mean, it's not whatever, but just like being around my ancestors. The game takes place in like 1905, 1906, 1907. And that's like literally 20 years before my family even left. Yeah. So it's like really, it's cool. Like it's a cool way to be in that space, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like, representation.
Yeah.
It is interesting. It is interesting. Like, because I totally get it, because I felt the same thing with Miles Morales. And I was like, I didn't think I cared about that stuff. And I guess I don't really, but there is something there that like it enhances the experience if it relates to you, you know?
Right. It's cool. And I got to say too, man, like it's a beautiful game. The one thing that I'll say about it, and I don't want to give it too high credit, but it's got a Naughty Dog quality to it in certain respects. There's this chase sequence through one of these like villages. And I was like, dude, this is like, it's not as high quality, but it's one of those moves where it's like, dude, they really rendered and like went into the work of like making the internals of all this house and people like washing dishes and jumping out of the way. Hard work for very little payoff. Very Naughty Dog. And that's what I think you get from these catered linear experiences.
Love it.
I've said it many times in the last few weeks, like that no Mafia game has gotten out of the 70s, including this one on Metacritic, is a fucking insult. All the games are better than that. And Mafia 2 maybe is the worst one. And this game, I think, deserves a lot. I was glad to see that it seems like it's selling well. When Strauss Zelnick was on CNBC, he was saying that they're happy actually with the Mafia sales and that they finally got the game out from Hangar 13. And this is, I think, a future for Mafia. What I'm really eager to see, because I don't know the answer yet, is how it connects to the other Mafia games. I think I won't even get into it because I don't want to spoil it, but I'm like, I think I see where this is going. Yeah. But it's beautiful. It's atmospheric. It's riveting. It's violent. It's romantic. It's all these different things that I think are really, it's personable. You're riding horses. You're driving these. You have to like wind the car up in the front when you turn it on, which is kind of cool. You can get new suits and new cars and new weapons, and you're buying things. And there's an open world. It kind of reminds me a little bit. I bring up this game every once in a while. The old Soho Studio, London studio game, Team Soho, The Getaway, where it takes place in a world. And the world exists, but it's bringing you from like one point to the next, and you're really not going out of that world. And then there's like kind of ways to free play it. I will say that one of the times I tried to free play it in a mission where it's like, oh, go do this thing. I'm like, I'm going to go drive to the store and see if I can buy stuff. And it's like, you can go, but the store's closed. It's like, all right. So it's really trying to, it's an open world. You can kind of go around it, but it's really trying to bring you in a direction. And
right. That's kind of like how the first one, that's kind of like how Definitive Edition was.
Right.
Exactly. I preferred that way more than the GTA clone kind of thing.
Exactly. I think 2 was even a little bit like that. But yeah, this is more like 1 in that regard. I agree with you there. And, but the world's there for you to explore, and there's like collectibles and shit to get into it. And it's, I will say it's bucolic, it's pastoral, it's different. It's Sicily. I don't know that I've ever played a game in Sicily. Maybe there's like maps in a World War II game or something, but I don't think I've ever even played a game located there. So I highly recommend this game.
Yeah.
It's a shit sandwich really, because it's like Doom, the Dark Ages is the bread, Mafia is the bread, and then MindsEye is the fucking meat. But the bread's damn good, dude. I would say there's a little bit of recency bias with maybe Doom, but like I think low key Mafia is probably my second favorite game of the year after Death Stranding. It really resonates with me. I'll be very curious to see what other people think of it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have it on my. I was gonna start it tonight, and I was really looking forward to it. So like I'm excited to hear all the good things that I've been hearing about it.
Well, in that case, let me spoil the story for you.
Oh, please go on.
What were you going to say? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just excited. I'm glad that it's good. I'm glad that it seems to be more of taking more after Definitive Edition than 2 and 3. As far as like pacing and scale and the type of open world game that it is, that's like really encouraging to me, because I really loved the first Mafia game like way more than I expected to when I played it. So it's nice to know that it seems to be carrying on that kind of design or at least that kind of presentation and elevating it.
Yeah, I dig it. Great price. I think production value, like, so you have, and again, I'm not trying to, I thought Expedition 33 was awesome too, but in terms of like production value, you have these $250 games, like the graphics, the production value, the fidelity, like way higher than Mafia. You know, now these are two different games, one's stylistic, one's more realistic, but for the lack of length, you're getting a higher production value. While in Expedition 33, I think you're getting a longer game that's a little lower production value. I think both of those games are really mega appropriately priced for what they are. And in fact, I was saying, I think you could even get away with charging more for Expedition 33. I don't think you could get away with charging more for Mafia and having people not complain about it. But yeah, go check it out. It seems like it sold more than 1 million copies at this point, which is nice. And that's a game that's going to burn. And it'll probably find its way into Game Pass and find its way into PS Plus and shit at some point. But
yeah,
definitely go check that out. Bazinga wrote in, hate that name. He said, "Hey, CDC, Colin,
damn it.
Now that you've been playing Mafia: The Old Country, how does it stack up so far against the other Mafia games? I'm personally really enjoying it, but I don't understand why the Mafia series is always rated so low on Metacritic. Is this the most underrated gaming franchise? I'm very confused on why this series isn't more highly regarded. Anyways, thank you for all that you do. I will go kiss my new Irish wife now and listen." You have a new Irish wife? Or is it a reference? I don't know that there any. I don't know what you're referencing, to be honest with you. Maybe it's another Mafia game.
Well, I certainly don't know.
So yeah, like I said, I would rank the games. It's funny, man. Like I would maybe rank the games Old Country 1, 3, 2, something like that.
That seems like the correct order.
But I think all of them, with the exception of maybe Mafia 2, which I think is the weakest one. And by the way, it's the only one that hasn't been remade, so, or like isn't more modern, so it's definitely showing its age. But that's probably the worst one, and even then, I think that game's awesome. So maybe I'm just hotter on this. Maybe I just like this Italian crime shit and Mafia shit more than most people do. But it's definitely right up my alley, and really, really loved seeing a little bit of Sicily back in the early 1900s. Really cool. It's a lot of political background to it too. It's pre-World War I. It's like a lot of anarchists, corrupt cops, and all the shit. It's pretty cool, man. And then Baz Blaster wrote in and said, "Hello, Sacred Squad. Over the past week, there has been some controversy online about Mafia: The Old Country with its lack of swim animations in comparisons to animations from the original Red Dead Redemption. It's really easy to dismiss these complaints because obviously animations don't make a good or bad game by themselves. However, thinking further on it, why is it that comparisons like these are even possible? You cannot pull a AAA game from 2010 where you could compare them to a game 15 years prior and they would be in the same stratosphere on a technical and detail level. Research is showing that gamers are more and more sticking with older games, and when expensive AAA games today mostly feel like a nice coat of paint over the same old underlying mechanics. That makes complete sense to me. Why is it that we shouldn't expect all AAA games today to have a baseline attention to detail and immersion as games released a decade and a half ago? I'll open the barn door to a firing squad outside and listen." So you're shaking your head, Chris.
Yeah, I don't like this mentality. Like I feel like games, when you're designing a game, you're designing for a specific experience. And if your specific experience does not benefit from having certain things, then there's no reason to pour resources into making it. I think we're too focused on these little things like the Halo Infinite Craig's face not being fucking animated, when we should be focusing on like, well, does that make the game any worse or better? Like maybe like a fraction of a percent. What's something that is more important to like what the experience that the game is going for? What is this game trying to do? And it seems like it's trying to root you into Sicily. And like, if you're a fucking Mafia dude in, Sicily, and you've got slacks and a fucking collared shirt on with suspenders, you're not going to be waltzing into the river. I don't know. I get it. I understand what people are saying, but also even just comparing like 2010 to 15 years prior to 2010, that would be 1995. Yeah, it would be impossible to compare those things because the technology available to you is nowhere near comparable. Now it's significantly more comparable. Like games in 2010, games in 2007 still look great. compared to today. Like you look at the water effects in the original Bioshock, and you're like, damn, that still looks incredible. Like still to this day.
Sure.
With the exception of just obvious things like resolution and things like that. But we're in a different place now where, like, yeah, as time goes on, there's going to be a wider and wider or like a less wide differentiator between like how good things used to look and how they should look now, because we are at a point now where games have looked good for a long time. And Red Dead Redemption is going for something completely different. It's going for like this open world kind of simulated kind of cowboy thing. Whereas it seems like Mafia is a lot more linearly focused, and I think that's totally fine. I don't want developers spending 7 to 8 years building a game because they have to make sure that the fruits fall in the right way, or that, you know, there's the grass shines as accurately as possible. I don't need these things. If the game is predicated on it and that's exactly what the point is, absolutely go for it. I would like Grand Theft Auto 6, for example, like that. I'm excited to see what all that time and attention does. But not every game needs to be Grand Theft Auto 6.
Well said. I don't think we have to say anything else about that. And thus, we end the show as we always do with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on patreon.com/laststandmedia with listener inquiries. Of course, you can submit your own on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia if you're a patron at the $2 level or higher. And the $5 level, of course, is the sweet spot where you get all sorts of great perks. And we were saying earlier, we're at the higher level than ever with $5 tier, which is awesome. That's where I want people to be. I want it to be that's enough. It's like, you know, enough money for us to kind of make a little something if you kind of multiply it by many people, but not enough for each individual to feel like they've spent much of anything at all and that they get a high value. So we appreciate your support over there. Smega Man wrote in and said, howdy, gents. I've been subbed for about a month now, and while I enjoy the content, I've had an interesting thought about the parasocial aspect of podcasting. None of my friends and family have an interest in video games like I do, and don't really care to have conversations about them, so I absolutely use you guys to have an outlet for that sort of friendship. I felt that way before subbing, but now that I have joined the Patreon and have some of my comments read on the shows, I feel like that parasocial relationship has become more obvious to me, and it feels kind of unhealthy. I'm starting to think that the overabundance of podcasts and secular media are having a negative impact on society, as I find it more and more difficult to make and maintain friends. Maybe we should spend more time socializing and less time divulging into countless hours of media so we can restore a bit of that community we all seem to lack these days. Am I making any sense, or do I just sound like a whiny bitch? Sorry for the long write-in. I'll jerk my penis and listen. Thank you for writing in. Dustin, we haven't heard from you in a while. Smega Man is thinking things are getting a little too parasocial. Can you relate?
Maybe. I guess it really depends. I think for Schmega Man here, if you don't have any friends that are into gaming, family, as you mentioned, and you're looking for conversation about games, if you're listening in a healthy way, where maybe it's when you're driving or doing something else, not when you're jorking your penis.
Right. The best way.
I don't see any problem with that, you know, and you can feel a connection to the three of us. The term parasocial relationship is not necessarily a bad thing, because you have a parasocial relationship with us. There's somewhat of a parasocial relationship we have with the audience as a whole back. It's just a different type of relationship. And there's creators that I have a parasocial relationship. I don't know the guys from Red Letter Media personally. I've never met them, never interacted with them. I have an idea on what their personalities are like from their content, but I don't know them. So I guess you could say that's a parasocial relationship, I guess.
I was just saying, like, I want to be friends with them. So yeah, it's like
right.
It's definitely parasocial. It's exactly the definition of fucking parasocial in some way for me.
Right.
Right. I think that there are people that take it too far where, and I think we've talked about this in the show in the past, Colin, where you do meet a listener and you have a good interaction with them, and then they just can't let it be just that interaction, where suddenly they're messaging you all the time or trying to get your attention. You're like, this isn't what this was. You know, I've always had the mindset for our events and for our listeners in general. I'm always trying to give as much as I can of myself, because the audience is what makes us able to do this. So I feel a debt to them to some degree. So I always am trying to do that. But it can go the other way, where people are trying to get too much of you as well, and that's unhealthy. So I think it's perfectly fine, especially in our weird modern day with media and how you can listen to someone talk about pretty much literally anything. But you got to keep it in check, where if you're choosing that over anything else or getting a little weird about that parasocial relationship, then yeah, it definitely can be unhealthy.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to be.
Don't be weird.
Yeah.
Don't be
This
weird.
is kind of like this is somewhat paradoxical in some way, because it's one of those things where, like, if you're even aware that there is a parasocial relationship, you're already somebody that shouldn't worry about it.
Yeah,
because I think a key problem with parasocial relationships is the fact that people aren't aware that that's the type of relationship that it is. Like, you have a relationship with a content creator, or like you watch somebody day and night, and so you just assume that you're their friend without thinking any deeper than that, and you overstep boundaries. That's the problem. Parasocial relationships in and of themselves are fairly neutral. Like, there's no value judgment or moral position placed on them. They just are what they are, and what happens as a result of them is like really up to the people involved. But the fact that you're aware that it is a parasocial relationship means, like, you got nothing to worry about, man. You're perfectly salient and perfectly aware and perfectly grounded in reality enough to know that is a problem. And because of that, it just seems like you're kind of worried about nothing. It's like how crazy people don't know they're crazy.
Right.
And so, like, if you think you're crazy, you're probably fine. Like, at least relatively. You might be a little crazy, but
I get what people are saying, because I can relate. And it's like you said, Red Letter Media is a great example. I listened to this Jets streamer named Jake Asman. He streams almost every day. I don't listen to maybe half of them because I just don't have the time, but I always tune in and I'm like, oh man, I would. And I think in my mind, I'm like, oh, I get along with this guy. It's like, why am I even thinking of that? It's just because I like him and I relate to him. And it's cool that people are like that with us too. So yeah, you got to keep it all in check. But yeah, there's always people that cross the line. And then there's the other side of it, which is, and I say this all the time too, and this is why I understand where people are shooting their shots with you, Dustin, for instance, right? It's like, there are people in my life that I became good friends with that were listeners.
Yeah. I just had dinner with somebody that is yesterday that I've become friends with I met through, he's a patron. So it does happen.
Yeah. So like, I get why people are shooting their shot. And that used to happen a lot more during fireside chats. Because remember the whole thing with fireside chats, which we ended in 2019, but was like people pitched themselves. I never chased anyone really to be on the show, or most people I didn't. And that's when, people would be in my space and we would maybe go get lunch sometimes and stuff like that. But yeah, it's like, you got to read and you got to have like a simpatico kind of thing. Like sometimes you just know, and there's a thing and there's a connection. I always bring up my old roommate in San Francisco, Mike Mitchell, who was an IGN fan, and I lived with him for 7 years. So he was funny. I haven't talked to him in a while though. All right. KB wrote in and said, hey, gents, over the past couple of episodes, you've mentioned Ready or Not crossing the 1 million sales milestone on consoles and how remarkable that is given the lack of traditional marketing and reliance on word of mouth. I think I may have an answer to where some of that momentum is coming from. Shane Gillis recently praised the game on a podcast. I don't know that might be able to move it. I think Shane Gillis is awesome, by the way. He's funny as fuck. Do you guys like Shane Gillis? You know who he is?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My question is this. Do you think, he does that show Tires, and I did watch an episode of that on Netflix when I had it maybe last year. It was pretty funny. My question is this. Do you think this points to a larger cultural shift where players are gravitating back towards grounded, boots on the ground military shooters without all the extra fluff or hero abilities, rainbow skins, and over-designed operators? Just look at the like to dislike ratio for Black Ops 7. Maybe it won't actually materialize into anything concrete, but it does feel like we're seeing a shift in real time. Gamers clearly want an alternative to the neon hair, goofy crossover skins, and out-of-place characters like Beavis and Butthead or Dr. Dre showing up in Call of Duty. What say you? I guess this could have gone with when we were talking about Battlefield earlier, but I put it here. Yeah, first of all, you said it, KB. The like to dislike ratio on Black Ops 7 is fucking irrelevant. No one cares. Like that's the case for fucking 15 years. At this point, it doesn't matter. I do believe there is something to this. It's the pendulum swinging in all things, as we were saying earlier. I want to feel like there's a place for both of these things. I am just surprised that Call of Duty is the franchise that seemed to embrace this kind of zaniness. And it comes off to me as desperate. And it's a weird word to use for a game that dominates the sales charts. But nonetheless, it comes off as a little desperate, like be what you are. This is why I ask guys, like if EA and DICE can pull this off with Battlefield, it will end up being a pretty big game because I think the pendulum is swung, but it'll be back. Like it's not that it's permanently in that place. Anything you want to add, Chris?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, as everything becomes crossover central and it becomes expected, the more earnest and more grounded types of experiences become, just by sheer contrast, more bold and more interesting. And I agree. Yeah, like from Call of Duty, like just throwing, I don't know, the Noid into Call of Duty matchmaking. It comes across as like trying to be cool. Like you're already successful. Like you're already like at the top. Like why do you need? Like why are you so doubtful of what got you there? Like what is it that? I don't know. It kind of strikes me. It almost has the same energy of like Elon paying that person to play games for him. It's like, why do you need?
Yeah, that's weird.
Why do you need to be something that you aren't to appease people? You already have more than you need. Just enjoy that. Like just be Call of Duty. You don't need to do all this weird shit. But I also understand that it's a yearly series that doing the same thing over and over again will tire people out more, and so you need some experimentation there. But like, Beavis and Butthead ain't the answer. When people say like I want more experimental games, I don't think they mean. I don't think they mean like, oh, I want SpongeBob on the fucking beaches of Normandy.
Right.
Like I don't think that's necessarily what people are talking about.
Do you have anything you want to add, Dustin, before we move on?
Yeah, I think that I don't want to say this is overblown because Ready or Not success without all the marketing crossing 1 million is crazy and totally unexpected for me. But at the same time, I don't feel like there's like a major shift in like FPS culture back to one thing or another. I think that for a while, some big IP, particularly Call of Duty, probably ate up a lot of the market for different types of FPS games, like tactical military games. And so now that there's more room in the market for something like this, then there are people that are going to gravitate towards that. But think about like Ready or Not selling 1 million, like how many copies? It's hard now with Game Pass, but like Call of Duty sells many, many times.
Right. Yeah.
1 million copies. So I think there's just more room in the market now for something like this. And Ready or Not is also really good. So there is that. I'm wondering too if I would assume it got big on Twitch as well. So it's not just like I'm sure Shane Gillis helped move copies of this game, but it's not what pushed it to be a 1 million seller.
Right. I don't know if this just hasn't been updated in a while, perhaps, but I think it has been updated as of the late 2024 anyway. They haven't announced numbers at Activision for Call of Duty since Vanguard, and Vanguard sold 30 million copies. Modern Warfare in 2019 sold 41 million copies. Black Ops 3 in 2015
Vanguard was
sold
terrible too.
43 million.
People hated Vanguard.
Yeah, exactly. So you can assume things there's a floor and maybe a higher ceiling. It's quaint. Call of Duty 4.5, Call of Duty 2 5.9. They've come a long way. I mean, those are big numbers still to this day. I just think that I personally am seeking realism in a lot of my game experiences, but not all of them. This next one gets into a little bit of that. Drake Heinhorst wrote in and said, "Hey, gents, hype levels or lack thereof for Borderlands 4. I was in the mood for a shooter after Death Stranding 2 and decided to platinum Borderlands 1 and 3 in anticipation of 4. The experience left me very excited about 4. I had forgotten that the third game actually had incredible gunplay. If they could just deliver a somewhat solid story, I think this is going to be a surprise for many people this fall. Now we just need a sacred stream or some co-op gameplay when the game launches. Cheers." I'm not going to be surprised by it. Borderlands is awesome, dude. Like, I think Borderlands is dope. My expectations for it are fairly high. I think it's going to sell millions of copies, no doubt. Didn't we talk about how many copies? We were like, what? Borderlands sales copy. Let's see. Borderlands sales numbers. Let's see. Well, 90 million for the series. Let's see on the Borderlands VG charts thing here. Oh yeah, Borderlands 2, 30 million copies. Borderlands 3, 23 million copies. I mean, it's gonna sell an enormous amount of copies. So I'm feeling good about it. I think it's gonna be great. I just don't know if I'm gonna get to it. Probably, I in my mind's eye, pardon the pun, I feel like this is gonna be a holiday game for me. When we go away for a few weeks, as we do at the end of every year, we preload everything and just go away. That seems like a game I'll probably get to at that point. So
yeah,
I'm not that, and I'd love to because I replayed Borderlands 1 and 2 all the way through this year as well. I would have loved to have gotten to Borderlands 3. I just don't think that's going to happen. But I did play Borderlands 3 really extensively. So my expectations are high. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to do incredibly well. I think it would have done incredibly well regardless of the price. I mean, you don't want to go to like $100, but I think even at $70, because I think it's 60, right? I think it would have.
Well,
I think it's 70.
Oh, 70. Oh, yeah. It was going to be, people thought it was going to be 80.
Yeah, right.
I still think it's going to be great at that price and do great, sell millions of copies. So hype levels pretty high. Looking forward to it. Want to see what other people think about it. And I'm also very curious. And I mean, we've talked about this a lot on the show is how do they deal with the subject matter? How do they deal with the dialogue? How do they deal with the zaniness, but undo the direction they were going towards in Borderlands 3 that I think just wore thin for people? Because as I mentioned when I replayed Borderlands 1 and 2, I'm like, they're not as bad as you remember as far as the dialogue and the cringiness. But Borderlands 3 is a little bit different and went overboard for some people. So I'm very interested to see that too. Chris, where are you on Borderlands 4? What is your hype level or lack thereof?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I wouldn't say I'm excited about it. I was never that like Borderlands 2 was the most I was into Borderlands, and I got into the first one a little bit with like some. I remember my friends Justin, Steve and Justin we were always on it, but it's always been like a kind of tertiary series to me. Like it's very good. I appreciate it. 3, it really turned me off for like a number of reasons. I thought the writing and the villains were kind of lame, and I also just. I don't know if you remember. I know you must remember because I think we talked about it recently on an episode where just like I just remember every time I opened the inventory, the game chugged, and I was just like, I can't be experiencing this. Borderlands is such an inventory intensive game. Like you're always kind of opening that menu, and so for it to chug constantly, and that is like, nah, man, I can't do it. But yeah, like I just I don't know. I think it'll be good. The previews seem to be very glowing. I like that it seems to be going in more of a Destiny direction as far as like movement and gunplay, because although Borderlands 1 and 2 are very fun, like definitely the gunplay was a step up in 3 entirely, like undoubtedly. And to see that kind of carried forward is cool. Taking inspiration from other players in the looter shooter space is wise. Destiny is like one of the best feeling shooters ever. So like, I mean, like, yeah, it's wise for them to base on that. But like my main it's the same question that you have really is like the one thing that we haven't seen a lot of feedback on is the writing and like how the tone of the game is going to land. But everything that I'm seeing so far looks really good. I just don't know if I'm like, it seems like one of those games that it's going to come out and I'm going to be like, oh shit, it's out. Cool. And then I'm going to go download it and play it probably. But I'm not like counting down the days or anything.
Dustin?
Skip.
Oh.
I will not be playing Borderlands. Don't care. I hope people enjoy it. I'm not saying it's a bad game. Just not for me. I played some of Borderlands 1 and 2. Never finished them. The last thing I played or tried to play was Tiny Tina.
Yeah. Oof. It was good. I like the gameplay. I just skipped everything in the game.
I strongly dislike the art style, the writing of these games. They're fun. They seem like good first-person shooters, but there's just a million other ones I'd rather play than Borderlands. So, will I play this one? Definitely not at full price. If I do, it'll be a year or two from now, at best.
Card Captor Corey wrote in and said, hi, CDC. I floated this idea out in Discord this week. Should Gorilla kill Aloy at the beginning of the next Horizon game and have you play as someone else? Since the world is so compelling and the criticism of Aloy being a Mary Sue type character that's hard to relate to since she rarely does anything wrong is a big problem. Maybe they should have her die in some heroic way and then someone else who is more flawed should take up the mantle. This gets by some of the biggest criticisms of Horizon and draws those of us who think Aloy is not a great character back into the fold. Chris, you find this funny?
No, because I registered it immediately, but like how that registered in my head was like a literal gorilla killing Aloy.
Not even a robot gorilla.
Yeah, just like a standard, the one like a malnourished one that you'd find at a state zoo. I think with this, I get what people are saying here. Aloy is probably the weakest part of Horizon, or at least in my view, from as somebody who's like really repeatedly tried to get into it. There is something about her, but like clearly that's a minority opinion, or at least like it's a minority opinion so much as that it would matter, because like, I mean, Horizon sells really, really well. So clearly there's many millions of people who like Aloy. So I don't know if that would be necessarily the wisest thing to do. It would be bold and interesting, but it would also be kind of like, I feel like it would also feel like a committee response. You know what I mean? It would kind of read in a way that like feels like the Nielsen ratings, or like the head of studio, like, people don't like this guy, bring in a new guy. It would almost feel too much like that. So like even if they earnestly felt like that would be a good idea for the story, it probably wouldn't come across that way. So I don't really know how you handle that.
I have a wild idea.
Yeah,
just write her to be more interesting in the third game. I mean, I know we know her backstory at this point, but I don't think you need to kill her to make her a more interesting character, depending on what situations she's in and how she reacts to them, her dialogue, all of those things. That's what you could do first. I think if you kill her, it's not going to be good. I think you're going to have a relation to a similar game that people will, even despite not liking her overall, I think people would like that even less.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, it goes, I believe you're both right. Chris brings up the point. It's like, people like Aloy. I like Aloy. I don't want Aloy to be killed off. And then there's the other idea of, and I'm a huge Horizon fan, obviously, but there's millions of us, obviously, that like it. So I think the idea, and then this gets to what you're saying, Dustin, is like, yeah, write her better or more appealing for people that, well, we give her a broader appeal, but also remember that she's probably done after this next game, and Horizon could and will continue without her, because if the MMO is real and obviously the multiplayer game, it's like, these are not going to revolve around her. And I think they're trying to get into the meat of what makes the game truly great, which is the gameplay and the world, and then populating that with different sorts of people. And to be fair, this is what Tencent and Level Infinite was trying to do with their ripoff, which was to say, like, what if we set it in Asia with different characters and all the rest, which maybe would have been cool. But alas. So, but there's a big, I don't want to spoil the games, but you literally can't do that. Because Aloy is, and her access to all of these different things is, I mean, that's how she gains access to all of the different cauldrons and shit like that. So like, so not to be too big of a Horizon nerd, but like the game wouldn't operate. And Dustin, maybe you blurred out when I said the character's name. Make it a really dramatic beat.
That it's funny because that's like we run the risk of spoiling it, but that's the exact reason why I'm just like, this doesn't work. Yeah, like you can't do it. It's irresponsible of you to be out here doing all this shit if that's true. Like, what are you doing? Like, I don't know. Whatever. That's another subject.
And it's funny, man, because I know a lot of people soured on the series with the second game, but I think the second game story is fucking awesome. Like, I love it. Love how sci-fi and weird it gets. Oh my God, it's so good. Anyway. Nutless Squirrel wrote in, said, greetings, married men of LSM and Chris. I have a relationship question for all of you as it pertains to gaming. As a 36-year-old married man of 5 years and no kids, it is not uncommon for me most weeknights to come home from my 9 to 5, spend some time eating dinner with my beautiful wife, Cassandra. Please highlight her name starts with a K. And enjoy my favorite pastime of gaming for a couple of hours. However, an interesting conundrum has occurred in our home. My wife feels she essentially cannot interact or interrupt me while I game, so to her, I disappear for hours each night while I immerse myself in the world, such as the French world of Clair Obscur or the bowels of Hell and Doom. She is a casual gamer as well, which is why she is afraid to disturb me despite me telling her it is okay to do so. This leads to our question. Since gaming is such a large part of your lives as it is mine, do you and your wives, girlfriends, and significant others have a set of rules about when or how much you can interrupt each other's gaming sessions? My wife and I both listen to you all, so we will both shut up and listen now. Dustin, How do you guys operate on this level? You and Holly, you're both gamers, so you play. I'm sure together sometimes, but at the same time, I should say. But how do you guys interact with each other when this is happening? I assume you game pretty often. Maybe you're a poser. I don't know.
Me not gaming? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, well, this week actually no. I've been a little light on gaming, but for Holly and I, do we have any kind of rules? No, absolutely not. And I don't mind Holly interrupting my gaming at all. It's actually part of the reason, one of the draws of consoles to me is that when I play PC games, I'm up here in my office, totally separate from her and whatever she's doing. And we like being alone together.
Yeah, I totally love that too. I get it.
So I like playing console because she's either playing on her Switch or looking at her phone, whatever, reading a book, all kinds of different things. So we can be together at the same time, but not necessarily doing the same thing. So she does know, she knows when I play Souls games that I cannot pause them. And so, let's say if she's in the other room or something, she comes in, she's not that I've ever scolded her. She just knows that, she'll look at the screen and be like, okay, he can't pause right now, and then turn around. And so I'll usually know then, or she'll be like, let me know when I could talk to you. And so that's very appreciated. She's very respectful in that way. But she can interrupt me anytime. So it sounds like Mr. Nutless Squirrel. I mean, you have the ideal opportunity. I know there's all these memes online of guys that women can hear the sound of the PlayStation, the beep, and then it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, why do they care?
They're
scolding. Get a hobby.
So you count your blessings here.
That was so fucking hostile.
You did so indignant.
I know. Well, I just hate those guys. It's there's a really funny, I don't even know who it is. I think it's someone on TikTok, but I see it on Twitter every once in a while where it's a woman complaining about some trivial thing about a man. And then on the video, he pauses it and goes to his notepad. And it's a list of hundreds of things. And it's do not be comfortable. Do not eat food. Do not
have a mom.
Yeah. Do not have a mom. Things like that. I love that kind of, it's oh my God, just stop complaining about things all the time. Get a goddamn hobby. My experience with my wife is awesome because we're both gamers that play a lot, and we play. I love what you said about being alone together. She lays out, sits on the couch or lays in the corner of the couch. I have a recliner next to the couch, and we just sit there all night, usually together for 5, 6, 7 hours. Sometimes we're watching something, during football season, we're going to be watching a ton of football and hanging out that way. Sometimes she's playing on the TV and I'm on my laptop or on my phone or doing work or whatever. And sometimes I'm playing on the TV and she's on her Switch or whatever. So there are games, I think, where if I really want to be focused in and she knows that, if I want to, I wear headphones for a game like The Last of Us or Bioshock or something. It's and then there are games where we're talking the entire time I'm playing, or I'm talking to her while she's playing her game. So a lot of these things, we don't really have a rule set, but I am very lucky in that my wife is a capital G gamer. And so I don't have to make any excuses. She wants to play games just as much as I do. She has things she wants to do and wants to get into. So we have a very simpatico relationship. And I've said before that I always had this idea in my mind that I shouldn't date people and be with people that play games. I need to bring something new and different into my life. I need to bring balance into my life. And there's something about that, but I don't know if it's any coincidence that the relationship by far that has been most peaceful, tranquil, effective, kind, and growing, and all the things that I have now with my wife is the person who actually also plays games. So that's probably not a coincidence. All right. I thought you guys would appreciate this last one. I'm not creative enough to think of a funny name. Wrote in and said, "Greetings, sacred sexcrements. Last week, Colin said he doesn't play driving games because he doesn't drive. This made me curious. What does that mean in regard to all the other games you play, Colin? Am I to assume you like God of War because you normally go around brutally massacring anyone in your way, or Horizon Zero Dawn because when you're not podcasting, you're a redheaded badass who fantasizes about hunting animals to extinction? Please make this make sense. I'll hang up and listen." Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. There's no sense to be made with that. I have to go back and listen to I probably was being a little bit facetious when I said that. So
Probably.
let's not be too serious with it. But I don't know the exact context anymore. But no, totally. It's there's no sense to be made. And I wanted to, as we go out today, I wanted to just note that. I agree. So sorry about that. All right.
Fair.
Guys, let's get the hell out of here. It's time to go. This is a good episode.
Yeah,
We did a lot
meaty.
today. A lot of different information, a lot of conversation, a lot of camaraderie, games talk. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. Chris, let's go to you first and say goodbye. Be well. Any plans for the rest of the day?
Today's pretty relaxed. I got to do some Snark Tank work, and then I think it's probably gonna make myself some rice and pork chops.
Oh, I love pork
dinner,
chops.
and then I think tonight's gonna be Mafia.
Cool. Excellent.
I'm gonna binge some Mafia tonight.
Most excellent. Very good. Well, enjoy. I think you're gonna love it.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Dustin, goodbye to you. Any plans for the rest of your day, my friend?
Goodbye. Plans for the rest of the day. Well, Holly and I have been getting into an old show. It was, I guess one might call it an anime because some of the animation was done in Korea, but it is American. It's called King of the Hill, my favorite anime. I don't know if you guys have heard of it.
Yeah.
There's the new season out. I'm not watching that. Holly always talked about how much she loved King of the Hill, so we just started at season 1. Show's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
The show is really legitimately so like laugh out loud funny regularly. So I've been all about King of the Hill. We're already on season 2. We're watching multiple episodes every night. I'm like, yeah, this shit absolutely slaps. I'm curious about the new season. I heard that it's surprisingly good. I saw the trailer for it. The animation it's just not the same. It's not
The animation will never be the same as it was, but the writing is pretty. It is pretty good. Like I finished the entire. I actually did the same thing where I was just like, I watched the new season and I was like, oh, I should watch. It's been a long time since I've seen the rest of it, so I started at season 1 again. I'm surprised at how early really iconic lines are. Like it's in like episode 2, I think, where like Bobby's like they're talking about sex ed or something, and he's like, I don't know.
dude.
I'm a little worried about being a slut. That's an amazing line.
I think Bobby is my favorite character.
Bobby.
There's like some of the lines, I don't even know if when I quote them they'll be funny at all, but he's like, yeah, you're the best dad ever, and you're the best mom ever, and I'm the best son ever. Like he just says stuff, and his face is so like, I don't know, the way they animated his face is so good.
It is
so
good. It's a good show.
We'll be watching more King of the Hill tonight.
Cool.
And maybe I'll get into Hollow Knight. We'll see.
Cool.
Clock's ticking.
Oh my god, you have if you do it now, you have time. More than enough time.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, tonight I will I think football's on tonight, and then preseason still, but something to watch. And then I'll probably finish Mafia, and I'm going to platinum it, but I think it's going to take a little bit of time because I just have to go find all the collectibles and shit. So it's going to take a little bit of effort. And then I don't know what I'm going to do next because like we're on the precipice of a bunch of games coming out. I think I might get into System Shock 2 if I can, remastered, and see if I can just bang that out or at least get through some of it and experience it a little bit. And that's it. And then I'm recording on Sunday actually this weekend, so I have to get ready for that as well. But it was good to be here with all of you guys and everyone out there. Appreciate you guys and gals support on patreon.com/laststandmedia and laststandmedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time for more. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.